might want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself and solid forward through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates, that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in Valorant esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Kind of caught like a nice little stride in these past few days.
M80, we're winning 5 versus 3, but you're...
Feels pretty good. My team is pretty insane.
Armageddon coming through the fault line.
It's normal to feel that kind of pressure, especially because I'm an import.
And Sato with the op is a problem. And he's still flying straight.
I'm the duelist. I have to make sure that I'm able to frag out.
Oh, nobody gets inside this.
welcome everyone to the grand finals of Valorant Challengers North America Stage 1. It has been such an exciting Stage 1, a crazy chaotic playoff bracket, and now only 2 teams remain as all the teams searching for points for valuable ascension at the end of the year. My name's Sierra, joined here yet again by Roy and Dan. Dan, it all comes down to this one best of 5 to determine who is going to be our Stage 1 champs.
And after yesterday, we're expecting this grand final to be very close, very back and forth between M80 and Shopify Rebellion Black. What we saw yesterday between M80 and Winthrop was insane, right? We thought it was going to be a 3-0, and then Winthrop started answering back. But then it's ultimately M80 who moved forward, and we're going to be seeing here today. So I'm so excited. I feel like this Challengers playoffs has been the most competitive that we've seen in the past few years, just because we have so many new teams, so many new players that we've gotten to know in the past few months, and now we're going to see who's going to get the crown.
And visiting the bracket for one last time throughout this, there's only 2 teams remain here. Roy, this has been chaotic through and through, because when we talked about what would be the best teams at the beginning of the stage, I think M80 and Shopify Rebellion Black, I can't speak for everyone, but I think they're right up there for the top of everyone's list. But then what we gotten to see throughout the stage was a little bit different, but in the end, all's well that ends well, and we'll get to see them face off in the grand finals.
Yeah, what an insane journey it's been for a lot of these teams, with so many upswings, so many upsets, and now we find ourselves in a grand finals with SRB and M80. 2 teams that have had so much pressure from the get-go and so much criticism. You know, SRB has had words like nepotism thrown at them. Honestly, if this is what nepotism looks like, I'm going to need a lot more nepotism in VCL. That's all I'm going to say on that regard. But yeah, M80, a team that has had its criticisms. They've had their ups and downs. They've had their obstacles, but they have persevered. They've been resilient. They've powered through, and now they're looking extremely hungry for this rematch with SRB in the grand finals.
The fact that it's not the first time, but the 3rd time that these 2 teams are meeting, having met in the regular group stage as well as in the semifinals here, Dan, I think has been really exciting. And I think this really tells the underdog story of these 2 teams. For Shopify Rebellion Black, making the run through this upper bracket and looking stronger than ever. And M80, that's always been on the losing side of every time these 2 have matched up, sent down to the lowers by this team. Now an opportunity with the best of 5 to get their revenge.
And the truth is that it's not going to be easy for M80. Like you said, they already lost 1 and 2 times against Shopify Rebellion Black throughout the season, and now they face them for the 3rd time when the veto advantage is not going to be on their side. It's going to be on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. They're going to get the chance to ban the first 2 maps, and so those are really strong advantages that we always talk about in the grand finals, and I feel like should give Shopify Rebellion Black the upper hand. I mean, they've already had the upper hand, right? They've already won against M80 2 times, and now you're able to choose where you want to be headed for the first few maps. I mean, it's great.
And talking about the Shopify Rebellion Black roster, and a lot of teams going into the playoffs, there's been ups and downs, not just in the server, but issues outside of the server as well. And when we got to see this the upper finals appearance by Shopify Rebellion Black, Monty was unfortunately sick, but everyone on the team being able to step up as Vapin stepped in to play. But now, Roy, thankfully, Monty is feeling good enough to play just in time, so we should be able to see Shopify Rebellion Black at their full force ahead of this grand finals.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for that. I mean, shout out to that man Vapin. He played extremely well in his match, chasing down the ecos. I will never forget that W. But yeah, ever since SRB left the Broctagon and entered the Monastery, this team has looked enlightened. Okay, ever since they picked up Monty, they have had so many wins. Just an incredible run so far. The form, the eye test, it's looked amazing.
It really has been. It's been a Shopify Rebellion Black that seems so disciplined, Dan, especially too when we've been looking for these teams to mesh and everything else. It's been really nice. Looking at the journey they've taken throughout this playoffs as well, through the upper bracket, maybe they haven't needed to go through the same trials as a couple of the other teams. We've only gotten to see a few matches here in the playoffs, but still strong victories. And maybe people are looking at that Winthrop like, well, no, they've been on a tear throughout this. So be able to get strong wins consistently, I think has been really important.
And that is why we see them right now in the advantage, right? They went through the upper bracket. They won the upper bracket. They had a day off as well to prep for today. And then they won against, like you were saying, these teams that we already talked about. M80, who they're going to be facing today. Blue Otter also had some great moments throughout the Swiss stage more than anything else. And then Winthrop University that went on a run and ended up on that 3rd spot of the bracket that we've been seeing. So it's a Shopify Rebellion Black that has had to put up a fight. It hasn't been an easy road for them, but it's been one where they've been able to solve the mistakes, fix little things, and especially win these matches quick.
I mean, you're saying it hasn't been an easy road, and it definitely hasn't been. But I think that they've kind of made it look easy at some points with how well this team has been showing up in the server. Focusing a little bit on that Winthrop University match, this was when Monty wasn't playing. There was every turn, every opportunity for Shopify Rebellion Black to maybe look a little weak, Roy, maybe not be themselves. They're missing their IGL, the person we praised for really being able to bring this team together. And in return, we got to see a step up from everyone else across the board, really just showcasing the talent of every player here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a team that we've said it has so many IGLs. There's really no shortage of vocality on this team. There's so many players that can step up, both strategically and in terms of performances. So I'm not completely surprised to see, you know, them just trucking along like it's another day in the office, even when they don't have their main IGL. So I'm not surprised. The level of form that they've shown is incredible. They've looked immaculate. And maybe this is a slightly controversial take, I admit. But despite Shopify Rebellion Black passing the eye test, and you know, in terms of form, they really haven't been fully battle tested against some of the other top teams that we've considered in the league. Yeah, they've had wins against M80, but they haven't played Envy, they haven't played Qbert, they haven't really played TSM. So it's really hard for me personally to kind of gauge the level that they're at. But in terms of like the eye test, in terms of just watching them play the video game, they are very good at it, and they most definitely look like one of the best teams in the league right now.
For sure, they have so many cool ideas as well that they implement into these maps, and this is something that we've been talking about for the past few days of what BCJ was saying in one of those interviews of we have a lot of cool ideas, we have a lot of cool strategies that we want to showcase, and we want to show everybody what we've been prepping behind the scenes. And I feel like that's something that is really showing for this team. And I feel like, yeah, like you said, they haven't been tested by some other teams, not MV, not Cuber Academy, but winning against M80 2 times, now seeing how good this team is and how they continue to improve every single match. I feel like that's a statement by itself. And no matter what, you just have to think that Shopify Rebellion Black is on the better spot today. Again, they have the 2 bans. They have, last time that they played some of these maps, it was completely dominant. They already have a read on how M80 like to play. It's hard to think of an M80 that it's gonna come strong with so many things that they have against them today.
I'd be really excited to revisit this conversation with Stage 2 when we do have to see Shopify Rebellion Black, assumingly play up against those other teams. But when we are looking at the rematch versus M80 today, I think Shopify Rebellion Black have looked so strong against them and should again today. And I want to talk about the first player to highlight for Shopify Rebellion Black, someone that we've been talking about so much in the later half of this. Talk about Paint, especially this performance going up against Winthrop University. We heard in that little highlight clip at the beginning, like, yeah, I'm the duelist. Like, I got to go there. Like, I got to get stuff done for the team. And Roy, this is someone who definitely was more than capable of that in their last appearance.
Yeah, more than capable is a good way to put it. I think Paint has undeniably claimed his place as one of the best duelists, if not the best duelist in the league right now in the current form. He seems extremely integrated, the way they like to play around his agents, the way they like to play around the Neon, and just in so many ways. Set plays, opping, entering, retakes. The utility is completely on point. This man brings everything to the team. He brings the vibes, he brings the calm, and he brings the firepower.
You were saying one of the best, if not the best. He literally is the best in terms of numbers and stats that we've seen for playoffs. He is that #1 rated player. And you really understand that when you get to watch these games, the impact that he has to open up the rounds, to help the rest of the team come and support. It's so, so cool. And I feel like he has also a very different style, for example, with the Neon, to what we've been seeing over other players try to bring. The Euro as well, it's something that is very unique in these little things that they're implementing to have some great impact and find themselves here in the grand finals.
It's been so nice to watch Paint play. I mean, this is somebody too that obviously we've gotten to see big appearances in the past, but when we're looking at history and challengers, instead having to play on these rosters that weren't necessarily the most successful, despite being such a talented player. So to really be able to see him come to full form on the Shopify Rebellion Black roster, being able to be really supported by the team, but also be able to just get it done by himself has been such a treat. I'm so excited to see a little bit more of that today, especially going up against another duelist that we've praised in the league so highly. So let's talk about M80 and what they offer, because for M80, this is the team team. Of course, we got to see a little bit more of that scaling later in the season. Sato, we've been waiting for him. He shows up. We have to wait for him to get fully integrated. But the firepower, especially right when Sato is on, is fantastic. And that's only one of the many strong, talented individuals on this team.
Absolutely. I mean, this team is coming off a massive run back after getting dropped to lowers by SRB, right? They've defeated TSM, they've defeated Envy, they've taken down Cuber on their way here in a long tug of war yesterday versus Winthrop University. This team definitely is extremely well-rounded. They have players that can pop off, they have heroes, they have strategy, they have so much things that you look for in these upcoming teams and these teams that are going to be challenging in the tier 1 level potentially over the next year. So it is definitely, this is the one team you're going to look towards to see that growth, to see a lot of these upcoming stars coming into form, coming to fruition.
It's been really cool to see this journey for M80 when we talk about how it was at the beginning, and it's something that we've been highlighting throughout these playoffs. Not being able to play with Sato, then Sato coming in, but still going through the adjustment process that he's still going through. And now he's able to perform and really save the rounds for M80 in situations where it doesn't even seem possible. And something that I like about Sato too is that, I mean, of course, we see the raise from him and from Paint as well. We see the Neon a little bit too. But where the big difference is you see Sato on the Jet. And that's not something that I see Paint do. At least he hasn't done just yet. It might be a surprise for today. He's instead playing the Yoru, and that's something that we saw yesterday actually on Abyss when we were jumping into this map, and it was Oki on the Yoru, Sato instead was on the Jet, and the strategy is completely different to what Shopify Rebellion Black has been doing with Pain, right? He is the main guy, and everybody else is kind of the supporting cast that is also insane.
For M82, the fact that first off, dropping Envy to the lower bracket, the #1 team going into this, but then having to go through this gauntlet that was the lower bracket, they've definitely had a path ahead of them, and they've been able to turn up. You're talking about the eye test going up against some of these top teams, and it's something that they've been able to withstand. And I want to talk about this lower finals match going up against Winthrop University. Winthrop University were looking fantastic on the day, but M80, they stayed resilient, they stayed strong. It took a whole 5 maps, Roy, but they'll get it done.
Yeah, I mean, resilience, that is the word, the key word of the day. The word that you would use to describe this team is resilience. They're able to overcome so many obstacles so far. This is also the type of team that has so many players that can take the driver's seat, both strategically and in terms of performance as well, similar to SRB. And I think stylistically, this team is extremely similar. And yes, they took down Winthrop University in the master lecture that they showed yesterday, remaining just on top of their emotions, not letting the game slip by, mounting comebacks on almost every single map that they played against Winthrop University. I think this is the team that honestly got blessed getting dropped to lowers by SRB because the amount of experience that they've gained down here has set them up for this grand finals rematch.
I love that call out too, because it was something that we saw some teams struggle with that advanced early on to the playoffs that we didn't get to really see much of then for a couple of weeks, not necessarily getting the same reps. And when we are talking about a Sato that we want integrated into this roster, we're looking at a team to still be able to mesh with everything together. The fact that they've been dropped to the lower bracket can get those reps in. Sato has looked stronger every single match here, Dan. And then just throughout this entire team, the discipline for the team, the XX, like everything's just looking really, really strong. So it might be a thing of tiredness or fatigue for today, but I think what they've been able to accomplish throughout these extra games has been really nice.
Sato has been looking really good, but something that I feel like needs to be said is that he's looking better on those race maps. On Split, on Fracture, that's when you saw this guy fragging out, outperforming everybody else in the lobby. He was doing insane, and I feel like we don't really see that as much when he's going into other agents. He's a little bit more of that support, or they have those some specific set plays for him to just go in and get traded, and that way M80 tried to win the round. I want to see where this map pool is gonna be, or where the map selection is gonna go, because I feel like that can depend on if M80 have a chance here. How many of those race maps is Sato going to be able to play? How many of those maps are going to be something new? How many is it going to be the Neon that we also see on the Sato Paint? There's different things to look at to see what the win conditions have to be for M80 today.
I love the Sato on the raise, but I think too for this M80 squad, especially when you are going up against duelists like Paint, we need to see Sato really be able to step up no matter what agent that he's playing here. But we'll talk about what we saw in the last map, because in a whole 5 map series, we got to see a lot of different looks from Sato here, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying the waiting room, the waiting room, the waiting room. It's finally here. He looks integrated. I do completely agree with Dryad. I think his raises looked phenomenal. But I think his Jet is not really in a position to frag out. He's really just opping on it. He's looking for those first kills. Yeah, he might not have the craziest, ADR or the craziest stats on that agent, but the level of impact is definitely still there for him. I definitely do agree, though. I think his raises looked phenomenal, and I imagine SRB's picked up on that as well. So it's going to be a factor with what maps they decide to play here.
Especially too the fact that it is a best of 5, but SRB going through the upper bracket, getting both of those vetoes, that was definitely the opportunity to try and counter a little bit of this M80 squad and what they're cooking up here, Dan. But I still think for M80 that they've only been scaling throughout this and have the opportunities. We've seen turnarounds on maps that they've previously struggled with, so sure, they didn't get much rest, but I do expect that they'll be able to put up a showing and a lot of what they've learned today.
It's gonna be a difficult one for sure. It's gonna be a difficult one for M80, and I feel like this is the way that we need to be talking about it, just with the maps, with all of the matches that they had to play, with the match they had to play yesterday that went the distance in pretty much every single map. But it's still, obviously, as you were saying, doable with the growth that we've seen for this team. And as we also heard Drew Spark talk about the resilience, all the effort that they've put, all the time that they've put, and just being all of these guys being really passionate about wanting to improve, wanting to be the best. And that's something that M80 as an organization, I feel like, has been trying to do for so long. They found some success, they found some losses, they found some really difficult losses, and now you're going to have even, just to bring another point up, Shopify Rebellion Black is going to be BCJ once again facing his old team and looking for revenge for the 3rd time this split.
That'll be really fun. And we've set out kind of what we're expecting from each team, but I want to revisit these players and kind of stack them up one against the other. So we'd already talked about Paint, we had talked about Sato, but Roy, going into this head-to-head here for Sato, someone who's been so anticipated, and Paint, someone who's really stepped up throughout the split. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good about this matchup. I think Paint, in terms of, just the way it looks, he looks a lot more integrated. He looks a lot more comfortable within the team. He definitely knows how to find his value, where to find his value, and play off the team's utility and strategy. But I think Sato's the type of player that plays up to the level of opponent, right? So when it comes to looking for picks or knowing how to find those picks, we saw the way he performed against Redux, another duelist that we said was one of the top duelists in the league. He absolutely shut Redux down. So I think Sato is the type of player that most definitely plays up to the level. So I think in terms of matchups, this is going to be a really interesting dynamic between these two, an absolute battle to the death.
I'm so excited for that. And the other head-to-head, this one, I think there's a lot of great discussion about. We've really got to see Bao pop off in yesterday's series, a whole 5-map series, and Pancake's the one before that, being able to drop almost 30 on their first map. And I mean, this has been crazy. It was like, Dan, the complete battle of the Sentinel players yesterday. Bao throughout the entire series, having 108 kills. I mean, it was so crazy to see. So if we get the same level of step up today, whew, that might be a little bit of an issue for SRB.
For sure, and the stats that you're seeing, they look a little low, but this is because this is everything that they've played as of recent, right? If you look at just their last matchup for Bao and Pancakes, just the last time that either they faced each other or in general the last match that they played, they've been looking insane. I mean, we talk about Bao non-stop yesterday for a reason. He was being the solo anchor into the sides. He was being the lurker. He was answering when it seemed like the rounds were lost. And for Pancakes, it has been the same throughout. So you're looking at these really strong pieces that you can rely on in these rounds that you don't really see in any other team. And that's why they're in the grand finals today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Bao went plus 24 yesterday in the series, by the way. That is absolutely insane. He completely stepped up for M80. He was a big reason for their success. And if we recall back to SRB's last match as well versus Winthrop University, where they were using their coach, Pancakes was the one that stepped up massively, especially on Lotus, finding so many multi-frags on the lurking, opening up so many of their rounds, being vocal, just kind of bringing the whole value, the whole meal to the team.
Yeah, being able to see the step up from the players has been really, really good and definitely needed for M80 as, of course, again, revisit this point. Best of 5 grand finals ahead, and SRB, they have a strong map pool, Dan, and as well, they're going to be able to have both of the vetoes going into this, which means this maps that we don't see, something that, they're not really vibing with, well, they can just get rid of it. And across the board, they look strong on a lot of other maps.
Yeah, so you're assuming that Abyss that they haven't been playing is gonna get banned, and then you're looking at maybe a split, maybe those. Yeah, any of these that have not been looking as great. But honestly, I mean, you look at this map one is all it's all pretty good actually. The only one that is minus 50% is that split, and then yeah, 50% for Lotus. So I feel like that's probably where you're looking at. Of course, you can also look at what M80 has been cooking. What is that strong map to go with? But this is, I mean, if you're going into a grand final and this is how your map pool is looking, you're
chilling.
You're feeling good. You're feeling really good.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, so I feel like it's kind of obvious where these bans might go for SRB, and definitely a really scary map pool ahead. Looking at M80 and what they've gotten to show, they've got a lot more tape with these recent maps considering this lower run that they've had to make. If we are anticipating an Abyss and a split, those are two maps that they have here in the positive, Roy. So how are they going to fare on the other ones, especially when I'm looking at like a bind and a fracture that haven't necessarily been the most fruitful, especially fracture where there was like a 13-2 loss to SRB the last time they met?
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely been a lot of ups and downs for this team, but the fact that they're balancing 7 maps, and not only balancing 7 maps, but also balancing multiple comps on those maps is a statement in itself, right? The level of flexibility, the level of variance that this team can play, and it makes it very awkward for SRB because now how do you prep for this team? What comps is M80 going to run? What are they going to pull out? Which form? How are they going to play? Like, there's so many things that change for M80. I feel like they're a really hard team to practice against or predict. Excuse me. And I think that level of unpredictability is a massive advantage for M80.
100%. But we laid out the map percentages. Let's go to the map picks and bans to see officially what has been banned in the series, and also importantly for M80 momentum, what order this is going to be. Split and Abyss, Dan, what a surprise there. And then Fracture, the first one here for SRB. None of this beginning part surprises me.
Yeah, we talked about the Abyss that has been the permaban for Shopify Rebellion Black, and then the split that was the only one that was not at 50% or more when it came to the win rate. Now, as we go into Fracture, I love this because this is where Shopify Rebellion Black won a 13-1 against M80 last time that they played. This is the worst that M80 has ever looked, and we know that M80 has been prepping. They knew that this was coming. They knew that they were going to have to play the Fracture, but that 13-1, I feel like it has to be a little scary for the M80 fans to start off.
Yeah, just a callback as well. Fracture and Haven were the two maps where SRB completely destroyed M80 in the last time they played. So that puts a lot of pressure on that second map, Lotus, because if the results are going to be the same as last time, and we assume it's going to go the way of SRB, I feel like Lotus is going to have to be an absolute must-win for M80 if they drop Fracture and Haven both, obviously. Now, if they can claim either Fracture or Haven on their way into this best of 5, I feel like that will put M80 in a really good spot to challenge that bind and to challenge that Pearl.
Gotta give credit where credit is due, though. Since that 13-1 loss on Fracture, I mean, M80, the next 2 appearances have looked a lot stronger here. Wins up against TSM and Winthrop University. So I think, too, the level of growth, again, that we've seen from the team. I know we keep talking about growth, but I think that when we're looking at these 2 squads, that is one of the most important factors to this. So I definitely don't think it'll be a 13-1 again, but going into the predictions on how we think the entire series is stacking up, last 2 times these 2 teams have met, SRB has come out on top, and I am anticipating, even with a best of 5 ahead, I think it's going to be the same way, Roy.
Yeah, you're leaning towards SRB?
Not even leaning towards, after they decimated M80 on 2 different maps in the series, I said I was never betting against SRB again. And then I did when they went up against Winthrop University. I ended up being wrong. But I just think that this team has just looked so strong. I think M80 have looked fantastic, Dan, but they have the odds stacked against them, and I don't think SRB is going to be slouching, especially not with the best of 5 ahead.
Wow. For the first time, we're in agreement. And it's in the grand final. I can't believe it. There's always fights in this desk where we're fighting. We're trying to see who's right, who's wrong. We're rubbing it on each other's face. But today, we all think that Shopify Rebellion Black is winning. And it's for a good reason, honestly. I mean, we talked about the maps. We talked about how good they look. They come from the upper bracket. They had a day off yesterday to watch that insanity of Winthrop University and M80. But honestly, I get it. For Lemon, I get it. I get the vision, and it's okay. Whatever happens, Lemon, I think you win.
I like how you're saying that and you're saying these kind words, and she's in the Discord. You guys are gonna look so dumb, and she's already fighting, you know. But
Sis thinks she's on the
Somebody had to
team.
fight today.
it'll be fine. I think regardless, we're all gonna be winners if we just get a fantastic series ahead. With surely with these two teams is in store. The agent select is ready for the very first map as we look ahead to Fracture. I mean, Roy, we've seen so much from these teams, not necessarily the most surprises lately. So I'm excited to see if we'll stay the same, if we're going for the run back, or where things are going to switch up.
Yeah, I feel like this is the map where we were not going to see a lot of switch ups, but I think we are seeing a Sentinel switch up for M80's side. They've moved on from the Vice, they've moved into the Cypher. This is probably a reaction to seeing Paint and the way Paint has been dealing with other Vice players, and just seeing the amount of value he gets against the Vice and how well drilled they are. So he's opting for something a little bit more anti-Neon, trying to shut down the value for him.
And it's really smart too, right? You're playing that Cypher against the Neon that has been so annoying for every single team, including yourself, right? On the side of M80. I really like what I see when it comes to these compositions. Paint has been insane on this Neon, opening up the B side especially, which is something that you need to look forward to. And then Sato, as we mentioned, this has to be his best agent. So we're seeing the best out of the best for both of these two teams in the first map of the Grand Finals.
The last time these two teams faced off on this map, again, it was an M80 that got decimated. But it's a new day, it's a new M80, and it's time to see what they've learned and the fight that they can give back to Shopify Rebellion Black. Because it's time to start this series and head on over to your casters, Jen and Marks, to get us started.
Thank you, Sierra. The stage is set. The rivalry reignites. Twice M80 have fallen, but they refuse to break. Twice Shopify Rebellion have conquered, but can they do it again? They clash one final time in this best of 5, Marks.
Yeah, it's like you look at the storied history between these two teams, and both of them making a couple of switches as the actual Swiss stage was going on there. Obviously, Brock leaving Shopify and then Monty stepping in, and they've looked absolutely unstoppable. But still, that 13-1 here is really going to be hanging over M80's heads. And so you know that this time around, they're definitely coming in here prepped to try and counter some of the stuff that Shopify Rebellion Black had brought out last time. And I love that the desk highlighted that Cypher pick, because we've seen some crazy stuff come out of Bao yesterday, and now swapping onto the Cypher, I think that this could be a high impact pick to help M80 reach the finish line on map number 1.
Yeah, to beat a team once is tough, but to do it again? And you know, the first time Sato did just fly in, and flying on in though was Pain thinking twice and slips past and into the DMs of Bao just like that off the pistol. Then he got smokes all over. Based up, Salvo's just barely missing BCJ. SRB quick to the punch. Punching from behind though is M80, currently smoked off, trying to take an alternate route. And B-Dog says, where did that just come from? And Pain has gotten all the kills this round, and SRB aren't just gonna sit still. They're expanding outside of the site, being proactive against M80 and clashing into them before they could even really slap back. But wait, Caillou, Sato with 2. The sheriffs are different. And SRB had a 5 versus 3, but this round is slipping away. And it's just PCJ that has to play his life, but he's outnumbered as well. And it's M80 with the pistol.
I was going to say, it was looking so good from Shopify Rebellion there. Just under a second for that defuse, but I love the way that they played it. Paint playing so aggressively, taking so much space, and M80 kind of slithering around underneath the site, just wrap their way around and catch some of the members of Shopify Rebellion off guard, and somehow land all the kills that they need in order to make sure that that pistol round goes in their favor. So hey, you know what? They got that first round. That's a good thing for M80, because they've tied what they hit on the last time that these two teams fought up against Fracture. But let's see if they can carry that momentum forwards, as Shopify Rebellion, they got a bunch of stingers in their hands, and really M80, I'm not sure that they're necessarily going to be expecting this one. Bao gets that information, but hopefully will just play his life, as the rest of the squad will be needed to back this up if those stingers run in.
Already adjustment, as M80 had lost their defensive pistol yesterday against Winthrop. That's how they ended the series, a very narrow 13-11. SRB, a stronger team, not losing a series yet. And it's an exchange. It's Spaz with the Molly, looking to make space and keep his planters safe. It's BCJ on the objective. And Caillou and all of M80 sticking together. Flash out on the other side of the smoke, spamming through now with the Phantom, and you have Sato running behind and getting in position with the Outlaw. As Spaz has post-plant utility, and you can see SRB maybe just playing out of sight, out of mind, just to protect the spike and not needing to take a fight. And Pancakes is just applying the pain, but Sato on the Outlaw, and imagine when you can afford the op later, and the defuse just goes through in front of SRB? What?
Oh,
How?
man, that is so tough. You see the molly fly off there, and you can tell it. I mean, let's take a look at the comps first of all. There's going to be a lot of stall, exactly like we've seen previously on this Fracture map, where the teams, they get the spike down, they back way the heck up, and then they just use all of their utility to spam it down to the very end. Except that molly didn't quite land its mark. I couldn't tell whether or not that was because it just bounced off of somebody's body, maybe a body block hop habit. Nope, actually not the case. It just simply missed. And that means that Okeanos is able to freely stick the defuse the entire time, while Shopify think that they're getting off scot-free. So it was a little bit of a gamble, and it doesn't work. And now their buy is punished for it. M80 with 2 rounds down.
So insane that they stuck that. Still with 2 players left, and M80 with the first blood. And Sato got to keep the Outlaw. And SRB are just creeping, slow walking through the smoke. And Pancakes gets a surprise, a flash that Monsi capitalizes on, but at 20 HP, how will he keep kicking? Well, he'll take the Outlaw drop by Sato earlier. Tried some covering fire, but the aftershock will force Monsi out, and the spike down with Pancakes. This position reveal needing to adjust, rotate around from Arcade, and Caillou already knows he hasn't shown his face yet. It'll be from another time and another angle. Pancakes, is he not going to want to challenge this?
Yeah, I think at this point, Pancake's just hanging off there, hoping to maybe find a couple of kills. Still has that camera available just in case the flank comes out online, but
30 seconds
just
left.
hoping to potentially take advantage of the fact that M80, they like to go exploring. Keep in mind, though, Pancakes, their Shopify buy was a little bit scuttled, so it's okay to try and play this out.
Chat.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
great reaction from Okeanos.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
And for M80 to carry through on the bonus.
Testing.
Even after kind
1,
of
2,
the
3.
chaos that was SRB, maybe getting a bit nervous in round 2. and
Camera
missing that moment,
on.
not being
All
able to
systems
get
are a
and
go.
Deny that diffuse.
All systems are a go. Chat, you want to see
It's
something?
M80 that are more than resilient after
I got a new
having
putter.
to deny the reverse sweep yesterday that Winthrop almost
Like the
gifted
Omega
them.
symbol.
M80 know that they've had to change a lot to go through that series and to try and change the result against SRB.
And you can see the difficulty that Paint has been having in trying to navigate through one of these Cypher setups. Ultimately, this is the reason why they swap Bao onto that Cypher away from the Vise, just because it makes it so much more difficult. You can see the rest of Shopify trying to come in, trying and supporting their Neon, but it doesn't work because then the cyber cages come up, a weird off angle brings it into these close quarters, and Bao is able to find the necessary kills in order to make sure that M80 still stand a chance. So it really just pumps the brakes on Neon, and that has been a little bit
Bunk
difficult
status?
for Shopify
Yeah, I
Rebellion
guess
to
so,
break
bro.
through. However, as these rounds go on, I imagine they're going
guess
to be
so.
able to adapt. They're going to start to figure out how to navigate that tricky Cypher maze. And right now, it starts with playing a little bit more sedated this round.
Tejo drone out for SRB to get eyes before they show themselves. Now the Caillou fault line from the flank angle from M80.
I just need
SRB
this guy to
trying
approve
block
this so I
off
can
the
fucking
sidelines,
shut
and
my
Caillou's
work
just gonna
laptop.
spam through as SRB had a sense
Almost
of
time to shave.
security.
Talking
Pancakes
about?
is trying to keep denying that vision.
What's wrong?
but
I gotta
now
shave? You want me
everyone
to shave my
starts to
beard?
Clash on the site, and SRB don't really have the space to plan.
Oh
They
my
have 24 seconds, but the spike has now been dropped. And Paint,
So M80 is winning this
Demon.
3-0.
he'll be put to rest. And so will Monsi. What a flank and what coordination from M80 to strike from behind.
Wow, that was unbelievable coordination coming out from M80. Just like you said, you see as soon as they realize that they're getting pressured onto that B side, all of them just kind of back off
this shit's
and play
over.
their life. And then when they get this crossfire
Chat,
setup, you can tell that
how
Shopify,
long
they just
could this
feel
match go for?
uncomfortable about
Like,
cleanly
what's the
going
max
in
amount? Like, could
because
this
they
take
haven't
6
cleared
hours?
everything out that they would
Or is
have
this like
wanted.
no shot it
And then
goes
at that
past
point,
like
it's just
4?
to step out one at a time
What are
from
we
around
thinking?
these various different sight lines, and there's
4 or
no
5?
opportunity really for Shopify to even get that spike down. This is M80 now, coming in 4 rounds in a row. They have definitely tightened things up since the last time we've seen these two teams on this map.
Half
4 or
buy
5.
for
Damn, we got
SRB.
some time
We'll
together,
have
chat.
rifles next round, but this is also
We got
an
some
SRB
time
that are
together.
undefeated on Fracture after 5 games on it. So this is their playground. And this is their map pick. And they're getting humbled.
I expect
quite
you have better
early.
things to do,
And
millionaire.
SRB have only hit the
Okay,
B site
whoa.
so far, and I feel like you're just here for the zip line.
Calm down,
I
buddy.
don't know what's going on here.
Everyone needs to cut loose everyone now and then, you know? Go for a little zip line ride. It's chill.
Right, the flank behind A, the lurk from Pancakes. And basically Narnia on the other side of the map, hoping to pull attention, but SRB just jumping into the party as B-Dog is in the smoke.
I did my taxes yesterday, chat.
Again, the 3K solo dismantles the team before Paint. His mobility escapes the straight
Uncle Sam
bullets,
is at
and
bay
he
for
will
at least
not
another
be
year.
Able to escape.
Leave me alone,
Elapsed in
Uncle
judgment
Sam.
for SRB on multiple times now in the post play on round 2 to just the inches of smoke.
Amy,
that
do
they didn't
Australians have
check
to pray?
from that
I looked at you.
pesky
Prage.
brim.
Do Australians have to play? Pay
Up for a 5
taxes?
Wow.
You guys have? Do you know what that is?
Single-handedly just says, okay,
Fuck, you know
fine,
about
I'll do
taxes.
it myself.
You do?
Hiding inside of the smoke there, and that was pivotal because we
I wonder how
see the
much
other two
taxes you guys have
defenders
to
from that
pay.
A site go exploring on the south side of A,
How
thinking that dish point was
much
open. And how Shopify Rebellion like to play this is that it's very just move in all together, make sure you're clearing all your different angles and everything there. By all
They do
means,
taxes on
coming into that
individual
engagement,
personal income.
Shopify Rebellion should have overwhelmed
So if
that
you
A
make
site
over-
without a single question.
Oh my
And B-Dog
God!
Just tucks away into the smoke just for a second, has the trigger discipline.
I
just to
am
wait until you
never,
spot out enough members
ever
and finds a
living there,
multi-kill,
ever.
Making also too buying enough time for the rest
Oh
of the
my
squad to
God!
rendezvous back them around and make sure that Paint gets up to no more shenanigans. It was a beautiful timing coming in from
Bro,
B-Dog,
that
and
is
this
insane.
Is going to force out Shopify Rebellion to call for that
190
tactical timeout, 'cause this is
AUD,
not how they wanted their
45% of your
fracture map to
income.
start.
Yeah, I think you can hit A again and just not be unlucky this time. That's just like one small
Ew,
mistake that costed
dude.
you 4 kills. It's not that bad. Maybe it's just an unboom yourself angle.
That doesn't
Just
include
calm
everything.
down.
It
It's
says
not
you,
over
an
yet.
additional 2%
And
of
how to
taxable income, which
reactivate
applies to
Paint.
most residents. Additional Medicare
And
leverage
how do we go hard
surcharge
with
of
Paint, too?
between
'Cause,
1 to
like,
5
SRB
or
are
1 to
very much
1.5%
falling
applies to
behind,
certain higher
and I'm
income
not gonna go
taxpayers.
crazy on my
So
prediction.
you
I
could
feel
pay
very
over
alone on that, by the way.
50% of your earnings
I
go to
think
the
that
government.
Every top team in this bracket except SRB, like surely this is the time, right?
Jesus
On top
Christ!
of that too, we talk about the skill
I'm in like a
ceiling for AD,
20%
which
bracket,
just
dude.
feels
This
like
is.
they haven't reached their final form
I
yet.
would be in the
Obviously, with
top.
the roster
I'd be
changes,
in the
Sato kinda coming
45%
in
bracket
there,
if I
and then
lived where
Reed
you're at,
going onto
Hammy.
the bench, so Sato can be the
Oh
starter.
my
List, no one else
God!
moving around. There still is a little bit of growth that definitely needs to happen on this M80
Our
team.
taxes pay for our
And if you
health
watched
care?
them
Oh.
yesterday, you could definitely see some of those gaps that
Well, I pay
exist.
for my own health
However,
insurance throughout the year.
feels like every single time we
I
see
barely use
M80,
it, bro.
they're getting just
So-
a little
so
bit better,
dumb.
and that is a very
So I
scary
guess it
thing
evens
for
out.
all the other teams and challengers thus far.
M80 are no strangers to.
Do you guys
to
get tax
mistakes. As
returns
much
in
as we wanna say
Australia?
they're such
Do you
an
guys like
incredible
file
team,
at the
but
end of the
what's so
year and like
special
get a
about M80
return,
is their
or
ability
you don't see
to
any of that shit
adjust.
back?
And they do exactly that when they were at so many deficits against Winthrop yesterday to turning around, what, 2 maps that were beginning at a 4-8 half. We talked about how cursed that was, and M80 worked their voodoo.
You do tax
well,
returns?
now
That's
M80
cool.
are at a complete standstill, not wanting to go for crazy flanks, forcing SRB to walk into them, and who doesn't check this corner? Kind of crazy. That means the neural theft activates as SRB get their revenge. Sato looks to shut down this offense. Still searching with the showstopper right there.
Bro.
Grapples across, pancakes down.
Let's just see
And
3
GCJ, the only
13-0s in
one
a
left
row.
with the Spike nowhere in sight. So again, M80 continue the streak.
Yeah, it just feels like M80 really did their homework coming into this one. We're seeing them just play extremely patiently, waiting for Shopify
That'd be
to
tragic.
catch some of the bait and then
Dude,
move in. And then
if-
immediately you see the response is so good. First of all, B-Dog should not be getting away with some of these kills.
If
there.
M80
Shopify, you
if
gotta
M80
check for
wins
this guy
this,
because
it's like,
walking away, getting a kill for free.
is it
and
more
then
respectable?
As soon as that happened, especially
Like,
on that last
because
round,
they
you see
lost.
the wave of
So
utility just flood
SRB
into the
didn't
night.
lose
Anything
once, right?
else
They didn't
from
lose
the
in uppers
site,
at all.
Everything just feels extremely well thought out and rehearsed.
So they don't get
and
a.
planned
It's
for
like they
M80,
didn't
where they don't
get
even
double
really have to get
eliminated.
their
So
hands
is it
dirty
like
for a while.
tied?
They're just really playing
I never got
intelligently,
that. It's like,
and
why do they do a
Shopify
grand
are just
final for both?
struggling at figuring out some sort of proper attack engagement because they've been stifled every single time they come knocking on the door.
Does that make sense, chat? Because like the upper bracket, it's like if you lose, you go down here. But if you get all the way to the end and you lose, you don't get another chance like everybody else did.
6 rounds.
It's like their first
That
loss came in the
secondary
grand final.
duels,
They don't get to go again.
Gonna be hard
You
to
know?
topple them.
I feel like
M80
M80
are
should
on
have to
their
beat them
flank
twice.
shenanigans, SRB with a good read on it.
Low key.
But
Oh, no way.
the rolling thunder, Spike is down, the firing range, and not even the overdrive can save you if you're SRB. But what can save you is some cope, and that was the save for SRB anyway. And at least at close range, they had a chance. But M80 have now built such an insane economy that this will just not be a factor for quite a while. And SRB couldn't even sneak up on them, and the last two are pretty split. And they flawlessly.
You think that's why it's a BO5?
Wow, 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, but they
now.
did the lower
M80 are
final
just
as a
completely
BO5. I
on
think that should have
fire,
been a
and Shopify
BO3.
Rebellion, Pancakes and Paint, both only with 4 kills apiece, are at the top of the frags. Once again, just the coordination, a combination of utility, finding perfect timing, having a read on what could potentially be happening. M80 are on top of it. That last round too, they get the overdrive out of the pocket of Paint, and so things are just getting really dismantled. Shopify Rebellion really need to just buckle down and get something together because this is very clearly slipping out of their hands.
Wow. Flashed up and nowhere to go for Paint.
Yeah, man. We're not even going to get a good final, bro. This is just going to be a 3-0.
No breach going forward. Now still a drone for Okeanos if they want to figure out what's up with SRB. Sato dodging the fault line, but can't dodge the bullets. And M80 finally around that they're going to be pushed to their limits. 1v2 for Bao. Motzi and BCJ stepping onto the site just now. And no smokes, no controllers for SRB.
No smoke, no
Just
smoke.
the aftershock. And BCJ with an Armageddon, but the high-low that
Well,
SRB
they won a round.
finally accomplish. And SRB are on the board.
And it feels like M80's game plan really is just to stop the spike before it even gets planted. You see a lot of their utility that they
still
use
hasn't improved
is
this,
to
bro.
make it so that Shopify Rebellion have such a difficult time trying to get into the site. We saw the orbital strike come out really early. In previous rounds, it's usually relying on a lot of that Cypher utility, but Shopify Rebellion, they've been struggling at getting inside. When they're able to finally get inside and make sure that they take out a couple of the members of M80, things look a lot more smooth. They can rely on just those basic fundamentals. We talked about how individually these players are really good, and that's when they can really start to shine as the Armageddon comes through.
Armageddon to clear that tower, and you've pushed M80 pretty much off the site. And Bao, a critical
No
kill
way.
to activate the North. You get one more ping, and it's a 3K for Bao. He's ready to say bye-bye to more with B-Dog by his side. Oh my god, Spaz and friends had a whole plan, and it's in the bin. And Spaz is in a 1v5 against
My
the
God.
high-low. So clinical from M80 on Fracture.
Bro, this is embarrassing.
Bao, the star player of yesterday, coming out with over 100 kills against Winthrop University, and we get treated to a little bit of Bao domination as unfortunately
Maybe
Pancakes
SRB
was
is just
unable
cold,
to
bro.
find the kill onto Bao, so Bao finds 1 kill, and that quickly snowballs into 2 more off of the neural theft. That is just unbelievable stuff coming in from this Cypher player who we know can frag, and that has got to be so painful for Shopify as they find themselves still at that 7-round deficit.
Bao had an insane day yesterday, top fragging 4 to the 5 maps. He's building up so much of this Vice, and he has to go up against the Cypher superstar of Pancakes. Shifting their Sentinel hasn't affected his performance, not yet. Great lead for M80. And now they create an island on the site, and it's Bao yet with another first blood, but wrapping around through Arcade. SRB will get a backstab, and we'll get a plant. M80 have to come all the way from A. It will be the Armageddon to delay things from Okeanos. That's fantastic. And this shifts things back for SRB. They regain the space with the Rolling Thunder and with a great share of shot
If
from
I have another
Pancakes.
energy drink in my fridge, I'm drinking it, bro.
Numbers.
I'm
With the
gonna
objective
fall
on their
asleep.
side, SRB has set themselves up to try and catch up in the score. And one caught, two caught. M80 positions exposed. SRB focus down. And it's still two Phantoms, but at a distance. SRB just playing for the post plant, not wanting to test Caillou's strength. And Pancakes gets the thrifty for SRB, picking up rifles on their way and around at that.
Pancakes, the Cyphers just turning it up to make sure that they win 2 rounds, or sorry, a single round apiece for their team. Very important play coming in from Pancakes that time. Just goes exploring deep, prevents M80 from really getting any of the
I think it's just me and you, bro.
We know how strong the combination of utility is going to be for M80. Just with the classic in hand, by the way.
Just me and Hammy.
Find 2 kills, finds that sheriff,
And there were
finds
2.
the third, and the rest is going to be history, picking up that rifle as well. The Cyphers are showing up when you need them, but Sato starting it out.
Chill.
Deadly as ever with that operator.
My
Hey
God,
man, it fell off,
Pilcher,
bro.
but
It's okay.
Your teammate that falls and Paint. Fade and Monty, you gotta make the most out of this. Monty had no idea.
It's
was
okay,
this
Hammy.
about the M80 flank, and he may be onto something because look at where Caillou and those initiators are from M80. Deciding to fall back towards the site. M80 sometimes can be a little too aggro for map control. Don't want to fall into the wrong hands, and Caillou just delivers the hands. And SRB.
No one fell off.
Now down 2, but the spike.
What would you describe me
continue its
as?
Progress to A, and from the other side, Paint. He's the solo lurker. Could try and
Like I said, I didn't
from
fall off. I
behind,
wasn't even
and
up.
Spaz and BCJ are gonna be stopped, but the smokes. Okeanos has to
What's up,
find
David?
targets, and he finds his teammates, and everyone clashes with no vision,
doing,
and
David?
nowhere to go. This is chaos. Who is who? What the hell is going on? Spaz, last one left. He catches some damage, and M80 3 rounds away from a very solid start to this best of 5.
That's so funny to watch. Just a couple of smokes coming down, additional smokes getting put down, smokes on smokes.
All right,
on
it's time to
smokes
turn
on
the
smokes.
hat
And of course,
backwards
from
and
our
get
perspective, you
serious.
see a little highlighting on all the agents, but they're all just blindly walking around, rifles or shotguns in hand, waiting to just bump into each other like a pair of bumper cars. But overall, it was.
Hammy,
honestly
I tell you, I
very
got
close from Shopify. The fact that they lost
I got
Pancakes just on Dish before he could move in there was really what swapped things back into M80's favor. Oh, a very important miss though coming in from that. B-Dog ready for the follow-up.
The orbital strike from B-Dog couldn't even leave. And Paint, just gonna catch random Paint shell damage.
You guys want to hear my bet for the
Salto
March
just
Madness?
never
Can I
misses
talk
though,
about
as
that?
he'll
Is it
have-
against
he'll have
TOS?
Another chance. He still is the op. With the arcade rotate from SRB, that Tejo drone, he's selling a fake, but after that ping, SRB are confident. They've denied the op, and M80 will reimpose that presence where Sato was left behind.
Okay.
And it's the neural theft
So,
advantage for
my bet
SRB,
for
identifying
today and
there's really
tomorrow,
nowhere-
me and my dad made a
no one
parlay
near
this
the A
morning,
site.
okay?
And
We had
Pancakes
Purdue
catch
to
them on
win.
the
That already
rotate.
cashed,
And this is
right?
an
Purdue
important
won. It's a
roll
5-leg
for
parlay.
Pancakes while
We needed
SRB
Purdue to
get a
win,
kill to get the spike down.
McNeese State to
Yeah,
win,
manages to
and they're up by
dodge.
20
Caillou
right
will run
now.
past. Pancakes could still get a backstab.
We need
Meanwhile,
BYU to
SRB
cover the spread.
hunkered
They're
down to
favored
play
by
from
2, so they need to
lane.
win by 3.
Fault line available
We did
for
Michigan
Caillou, but it's
2.5.
not gonna
We need
prove
them
that
to
they
win by
go.
3
He's gonna
tonight.
join Bao's side to
And then we got
go on the
Memphis to
hunt for
win,
these last
just
players.
money line,
BCJ
tomorrow at 2.
capitalizes on a beautiful fault line there from
And then the odds
Monty,
on that were
and it's just
34 to
Caillou
1,
left.
and we
He's
put 10
taking
bucks
some
on it.
damage. He has
So if
enough
we
money,
win,
but
it's
he
like
needs to save the
450 bucks.
weapon. He needs to save the round, but it's 9-3 for M80.
I know the
Great
payout
stuff
seems
coming in from
bigger than
Shopify
34 to
that
1.
time
I used a
around.
profit
Finally
boost
starting to
thing
show some
to
signs
boost
of
it by
life, pull things
30%.
back, making it a lot closer compared to the start where
The
M80
odds,
just
the
ran
boost gave
away
me another
with
$100
7
payout
rounds
on top of
in a
the
row.
34 to
It
1.
was very chaotic, but you can
30
tell
almost
Shopify
35 to
Rebellion
1.
are changing their plan, focusing more on just making sure that
Yeah.
they're able to find individual kills before they
We
decide
looking
to
good,
execute
chat. We
into
looking
one of these sites.
good.
And on top of that too, Pancakes
Dude, I wish I
finally
could
gets
watch
the
like
work of the
college
century, making
basketball
sure
with you guys. That'd be
really
so
get that
fucking
backstab
cool.
online. But we are swapping around now. And
Yo,
we do
chat,
know that
after this
Shopify Rebellion,
series,
they do
who wants to
prefer
watch
the
college
defense
basketball with me in
half
Discord
on
and gamble?
Fracture.
Does that sound fun?
9-3, it's still possible. It's still
Sounds
within
fun, no?
striking distance for Shopify to bring this one back. Let's see what M80 have in store for us on this attack.
2-3 split from
Amy,
M80.
what do you know about college
Kind of the
basketball?
First look at this, okay.
Do you know
everyone
anything?
Changing sides, but not trying to make too much noise. I'm worried though about this fault line.
I went
from
0-8 in
Monty
sports
and the
betting and got
catch
sick
from
of.
Paint.
Do you live in
So
Florida,
could
David?
also
David, are you?
dash
Is that
away or
my David?
Dash into them. All depends on how confident Paint is feeling. Camera being shot close though.
You live in Florida,
Always suspicious.
obviously.
But the same recipe could be available for Caillou. He activates the fault line. This is gonna hit Paint and.
Well, you're my David now. I know another David.
To make up for this, he's gonna wait.
He's also
for the
my
backup
attorney.
Of Spaz to step up. They still have a chance to cut them off, but the spike still managed to slip by and get planted. So time is on M80's side, hoping for a second pistol win. And just the stacks are too strong from M80. And
M80's just fucking too
SRB
good,
can't
bro.
go band for band.
Who's gonna
So
stop
it's just up
M80?
to him in the 1v5 with the ghost with full health.
Who's gonna stop them, bro?
Yeah, this is not going to be looking good here. Just the
Otto, you're not
coordination coming in
stopping
from
nobody, bro.
M80 on that
You
one.
couldn't stop me.
Once again, you can feel the teamwork just thriving, pulsating out of this team right now.
That's gonna be
As
my
they're
new
looking
my
so
new
clean
catchphrase.
on their attack. Of
Hammy.
course, it was just a pistol round, but
I
even
feel like
then,
I've
just singling out the
that
members,
that's my
making sure
that's
to
the
swing
Nick
off of one
catchphrase.
another, allowing for that flank
Who's gonna
counter to
stop
get the
X
spike
team?
down. Everything
And then
just
it
felt well
fucks 'em
timed
up.
out with one another. So let's see
Not
what
this
they're gonna
map,
do.
though. They got this
Shopify
in the
this
bag.
time not opting
GG.
to buy up. Well, last
What's
time
the
we
next
saw them
map?
lose the pistol round, they bought up on the second one, got those
I wasn't
stairs ready
here.
to go, but
So
not
it's
gonna be the case
Fracture,
this time. So we're looking at M80
Lotus,
really hitting
Haven,
that potential 11th round,
Bind,
which is definitely not
Pearl.
how a lot of people were expecting this first map to go.
I expected it. No, I'm just kidding. Like,
Okay.
Bro, I probably
M80,
jinxed
they
my
just
sports bets
level
now that
up
I just
against
fucking
tough
told them to
teams,
you
I
guys. I should
swear.
have fucking said
Their
anything.
ceiling is so high, but so is SRB's. Like, there's a whole reason they haven't lost the series yet.
Bro, my director still hasn't approved this shit, and it's
SRB
fucking
have
almost
defied
5.
everyone's expectations. I think we're definitely in the top 4, top
God.
5, but to be in a top 2 is
Say goodbye to that $10. Well, I'm
surreal.
putting another $10 bet in tomorrow,
180.
bro. I'm gambling with
Flank
30
flash from
bucks.
Bao. You have a mixed buy, and what's their anti-eco? But M80 go towards A, and who awaits them is Spaz. You can molly and delay things if he wants.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, spots out.
Holy, you
everybody
sure
from
can?
the
You sure you
conditions.
can afford all that?
Already on a line.
I don't know, dude. My putter,
Yeah, exactly that.
dude. This
Oh my
putter I
God,
got.
the satchel in from
I got
Sato.
new putter and I got new
Catch up,
irons.
And holy, is hosing down.
Man,
the
I might be
SRB
broke soon.
before they could even get
I need
set up, before they
Hauntic
could
to
even
get some
positioned on the
subs, bro.
site. And they are so proactive with their protocols.
Support me.
And Motzi has a flash. And won't even
Support
have time
Saudi
to join
Sports.
it with pancakes. Just the timing is so superb from M80. And it's just the pace that SRB can't keep up at. It's 11-3.
It's like a ranked
Amazing
game.
Stuff coming out from M80. I mean, once again, we talk about that coordination. As soon as they move in onto the site, you see Bao get into prime position for that flank. And that's the thing about how Fracture works. You can't really set up those Cypher trips to make sure that you're preventing
Where
a
my
single
regulars
aisle
at?
because, you know, there's 2 different entry points on both these sites
Um,
and both wraps around.
I don't know.
And so Cypher, you get kind of
Should I do a
really
at everyone in our Discord?
And then it's a weird little
Should I do that,
wash
Hammy?
you see happen just outside of A. And Shopify really not able to sustain anything. And so this is a clean bonus coming in from M80 right now. And you
At
can see Shopify they're
here.
getting a little bit more antsy here. They want to go explore.
Please come watch this with me. I'm lonely.
SRB 2 rounds away from facing their
Amy
first
is
loss ever on
getting
the snap
weird.
and in a grand final scenario. And Okianos
Send
can't rope his way
help,
to safety.
please.
And at least caging up Bao. I don't know if he can get the full escape towards B, and he's going to be pinched from both sides. But hey, the silver lining is he has the attention of 3 people.
I did at here.
You just
I didn't do
focus on the
everyone.
objective and bunkering down, but Sato is pushing up aggressively. And Motzi
Ooh,
doesn't even
let's
need
buy
to
some
fall in too much
viewers.
to get this free kill.
Let's buy some viewers, Hammy.
Sato really overcooked. We'll have Showstopper for next.
Hammy, I'll tell you what though, next stage is gonna be lit. This channel's gonna be lit again next stage. You know why, Hammy? Because we're gonna be the alt stream city for people.
But it's ticking down. SRB got to get it to half.
Next stage is gonna be awesome.
They need, and it's gonna be close, but SRB should have it.
Wow, just squeaking in the defuse there. Shopify, they're able to find their first round on this half, but it was such a fun, weird round where M80, they spread themselves out. Shopify Rebellion, they crunched the bottom part of the map. And
Or you needed help? I do need help. Please refrain Hammy from touching me.
Them. But they're so far away. I think that Monty finding Sato right there made it a Shopify round because the defense could have stalled them for just that second longer, which would have made it so much more difficult for Shopify to come in.
Send help. Hammy's trying to touch me.
Great job just playing it down at the very end there, Shopify. But we got to see that be just a little bit quicker because you don't want to be put into those extremely time-sensitive positions.
Hammy, you want to see my snack that I had today?
M80 low on credit.
Look, this is what I had for a snack today. You ever had these?
SRB a chance to get back into this map somehow. If
they're jalapeno Cheetos. They're good as hell, man. I got a little bag of them.
1-4 split from M80 coming through arcade, satcheling in. The showstopper.
A little snacky today.
What a kill from Pancakes.
I had that, some carrots, and celery. So I had a little cheat snack.
Salvage, and the damage has been done to SRB and M80.
Yo, why do I keep getting bots, bro? I fell off.
With equal numbers.
Fuck!
The smoke's about to dissipate. He
Shit!
The flash timing.
Shit!
Beautiful. And it's just up to paint.
I'm closing up shop, chat.
Revealed. Stun. That Caillou dodges.
It's over, dude. It's so over, chat.
Last laugh for SRB.
What did I do, Hammy? How did I fall off?
I gotta find my kills, and that time around.
How did I fall off, Hammy?
Full display at the very end there, just finding an excellent timing onto Okeanos, and then just sliding all the way across, making sure that there's absolutely no chance that the frag comes through.
Hammy, this is like a therapy session. I'm like talking, and you're just taking notes and.
Cluster of a round there. A lot of smokes, a lot of just stepping out individual timing to refight in order to make sure that that spike is dealt with. But ultimately, Shopify, they come out on top. It's going to be a save coming in from M80. They've got sheriffs across the board.
So Hammy, my favorite golfer right now is Australian.
Crazy.
Can you guess who it is?
Good at clicking heads, as B-Dog actually has a Bucky coming into this one. So let's see what M80 got.
Can you guess who it is? It's an Australian.
6-round buffer though from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, if you're gonna insert that Bucky into B tower, this could be so deadly. Just needing to get close though. Is M80 gonna play inside of the smoke? And Sato can't surprise Spaz, who was right on the other side. SRB know what's up. They have their backs against the wall. They're just spraying through. Having the range advantage is the defense. Staring down M80's approach. The spike slips by into tower. We'll get a plant. Smokes protect this for the moment. SRB have better numbers and better guns. And from the flank, it's a good shutdown, a good trade for Bao.
What up, Nazim? Thanks for being here.
Up when he's dead. So SRB converge now, and Pain gets caught. These sheriff lineups are something special, but somehow the salvos have fleshed out M80. And SRB still have to defuse, and it's just Okeanos left, and the salvo's just been used. You won't have anything else to zone with, and no time to pick up the rifle, but Okeanos is deadly.
Where's the guy that said M80 would get destroyed by TSM?
And SRB just barely get away.
You can't guess? His name's Min Woo Lee.
Once again, that was a thrifty round coming in.
Min Woo Lee.
Something like that should not have happened. Shopify should have been a little bit
my favorite
more
golfer.
on top of it.
They call him the chef.
M80 aim coming through.
You don't know any golfers? Damn it, Hammy.
Incredibly intelligently there. As soon as the spike goes down, as soon as they find that little bit of a scuffle happening at the beginning there, you see Okeanos immediately just dip away, hide, and play the life in order to get that stall there. And honestly, if one more
Min Woo Lee is that guy, bro.
Definitely could have slopped back.
He is that guy, bro.
M80's side. So little excellent play coming through from Shopify Rebellion. Shut that one down. And now they've got 3 ultimates coming through.
Golf is not only for rich people, bro.
Is going to be, well, up against the herd of M80, though.
3-round streak for SRB. Have been able to halt quite a bit of B pushes. How will they do against the 3-2 split this time from M80 coming through top side? Just not the immediate jump down. Paint hoping to get the cut off, but the read on this Rolling Thunder will suppress Paint for the moment, but wait for this overdrive. And he's got friends behind him. With Spaz even able to use the orbital strike if they wanted to be on prevention duty, and it's used immediately, and M80 had to scour. And they scatter into the corner as well, and M80 just wait to see who emerges from the door. It's the firing squad for M80, and the pressure is there as SRB weren't able to delay much longer for the spike to go down, and Sato closes out any entry. Now his aggression, well balanced, well
Do I watch
measured,
EMEA
30
stage
HP
2?
though. This is giving a chance for SRB to clean up these kills. And it all comes down to pancakes in the
You guys
1v2.
think I
It's
should
still
do
the spike
that?
to be defused. And a neural theft. One final ping. One
You
on
know,
the site,
there's
one,
nobody
2
watches
left.
with me in this
Isolates
shit
the
now.
one.
Why would people watch
Goes
that
for
shit
the
with
final.
me?
Caillou playing his life.
and
Knows
you?
the approach. And a well-timed swing. Match point M80.
Caillou tap
People want to
dancing
watch
over
it
there,
with
just
me. Yeah, I'll
waiting
do
for
it.
Knows
But
exactly where that cipher is coming from, and secures that.
we can't
round.
even get
Now
people in
suddenly
here
M80
now.
On map point here.
We probably won't
The
get
map
a
they
lot of
got
people in
decimated
here until
13
stage
to
2 when
1
I'm
last
streaming
time they
like
faced
fucking
Shopify
the
Rebellion.
other
So
games that are
Shopify
not on the
Rebellion will
mainstream.
be going ahead and calling
That's usually
a
when we do
timeout,
numbers.
their second time out in this series thus far.
Shit
And
gets
I
weird
just
in
wanna
here.
comment on that M80 post plant because they've been very consistent at
But
making sure that spike goes down. They've always
I
got
think next
the
stage
crew
should be
just
good. There should
slipping
be a
through
lot
the
of
back
games
door,
on
making sure that
the
that
alt
plant
stream.
is going to be nice and easy. And
No
so what
loyalty
you
and
saw
followers?
was both
I
the
guess
Brim
so,
as
bro.
well as the breach slip in onto the site, plant that spike down.
I also
while
gotta
the
figure
rest
out
of
what
the
I'm doing
squad
with my
ended up
team.
Pushing out, trying to catch timings onto Shopify Rebellion.
Probably have
And
to
if you're
replace 2
Shopify, you
people.
know, you've done your due diligence, you've waited for it, you've gotten all the utility there. You're expecting them to be a little bit more turtled onto the site, and that's why we're seeing M80 walk away with so many like free kills.
Oh yeah, we're playing the next split for sure. Yeah.
One by
Yeah.
one
It's just
into
I don't
the
know what my
M80
team's
squad,
gonna
and
look
they're
like.
not
I just know that
expecting
I'm
to take
keeping
those
at least
fights
3.
so far forward. So
But
it's a
our
little
team
bit-
definitely
you
is
can see
changing.
the mind games
So
kinda
that's
going
kinda
on here,
cool.
and it's
exciting.
keeping Shopify Rebellion on their
I've had that
feet,
group for a
but
while though.
M80, it feels
kinda
like
sad.
once again they've got so many protocols. They've really done their homework here, and they figured out how to counter strat Shopify Rebellion so much better in this matchup.
We'll see if Paint will be able to activate with the overdrive. The Bucky buy, that could be a better tool, but it's been
I
shut
think
down
like
in
I'll
the
always have a
past.
team. I mean, it
Shots.
happens. Take it in stride, work with
Aces
what you
out
got.
there from M80
Yeah,
really
yeah,
putting
I
it
work with
all
what I got. You know, I do what I can.
for this map.
I'm not a
Good
bazillionaire, so
spot
I
on the
can't
camera.
probably get
Defense
rosters of this
have
caliber.
their suspicions, and it's a
but
full stack from M80.
They'll be close.
No split this time. With an
You're
Armageddon,
the best.
if
I'm
M80
okay.
want the real estate in an easier way, and it's a smoke, they should expect Sato to cross this. And SRB don't
I'm
have
just
an answer
I'm
at
always
this time.
I'm
As
like
SRB
content
wait
with
for
what
their moment to lurk.
SAT
With
has become
pancakes on
though.
the site, the
With
aftershock
how much
won't
effort
touch
I put
him,
into it.
as M80
I mean, I did put a lot of
one
work
by
into it.
one. It's Battle that capitalizes the
So.
overdrive, brought out the Armageddon. Oh, and the orbital strike. It's an old
GG.
man's land, and M80 have the numbers. It's up to BCJ to save the map in a 1v3. And a stinger isn't going to be too good, but at close range, didn't want to spray down the spike carrier. Doesn't want to reveal his position.
Wait,
But it's still going to get
did the season
confirmed this
finale
kill.
come out
And
yesterday?
to the Phantom. Salvos
Let me go
will
see.
peak, but Okeanos finishes
You might
off
be on the
this
same
map
episode
like
as me
he
now,
did
Tim. Let me go see what
yesterday.
episode I'm
M80,
on.
Fantastic win.
M80 just having the positions
see this
of
real
Shopify
quick.
Rebellion downloaded, it felt like. They knew exactly where all of the
Severance.
members were going to be. I was just about to compliment Shopify Rebellion doing such a fantastic
No,
job
I've
at
seen-
using their utility to slow
Wait.
down the M80 rush. Force them into these
Is
uncomfortable
episode
positions,
9
and then get a couple of kills in addition.
Episode 9
And yet
is
somehow
I don't think the
I mean, they're
finale.
like, hey, we like what you did. Let's just bomb you from the sky instead and blow up the entire team. And it's just
see.
absolute pandemonium there. But once again, that just goes to show how much prep M80 have
Severance
done before coming up
season
into this matchup.
2
And Shopify Rebellion simply
finale.
looked unprepared against them on this map.
Yeah, M80's protocols have always been clean, but who was really going to be able to pressure them off that game plan? And how were you going to be able to force M80 to adapt? If you can expose those weaknesses, that's when M80 can start
Episode
to
10.
falter, but
No, there's
so
one
far,
more to
The only
come.
weaker team right now is SRB. 13-6 is an insane statement to make on a map that SRB were previously
It comes out
undefeated
tomorrow.
on. But coming up next is Lotus.
You're on
That's
episode 10
M80's
how?
pick.
It comes
Find
out
what
tomorrow.
happens after this.
I feel like my team is a really nice place to be at.
Bro, it comes out tomorrow, Tim. So you can't even watch that shit, bro.
We're the most resilient team.
Now the paranoia M80 closer to the grand final. Sato and his 1v1 he wins.
Comes out tomorrow, Tim.
We kind of have the edge on these teams that are playing. There's just some like mental factor to it, and we really capitalized on it.
Bro, I love this fucking putter, bro. I love this putter, man. You sure it's not available earlier somewhere else? The pirating site I use has it. What? Are you kidding me? Can you send it to me? It's out? No way it's out. I watched episode 9 like last night. I watched this shit last night,
We
bro.
started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of
Yo,
practice.
Tim, do you think it's weird that that guy's wife is like low-key cheating on him with himself? That's kind of weird, no?
It's absurd. It's like an hour and a half.
Like, is that cheating?
2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework.
It's you,
afterwards, right?
but it's
So
not
we're,
you.
like, gelling together, pretty consistently. Obviously, every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now. So they obviously have that level of prestige to them. And so that's
Probably the most understandable form of cheating.
As well, when it comes to just overall,
Because it's
how I
like
present
her
myself,
husband.
right?
But it's just
right
like
now,
the
I'm
other
just
part
an
of his
analyst
brain.
and representing like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm
I don't know.
representing like a high
Could be
profile
worse.
organization that has had tons of
Could be
gravity
worse.
in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, fill in the shoes.
Bro, his putter feels so good. Yeah, exactly. Like, he's like innocent. It's like new. It's like he thinks she's new, but it's not, It's a little weird.
It's an M80 that had to fight their way through the lower bracket, an M80 that lost the last 2 times these 2 teams had faced up, and it's an M80 to take the first map in such a strong fashion, 13-6 to end off Fracture. Dan, the very same map they lost.
Bro, I
1 to
love this
13
thing.
to not that long ago. What a drastic turnaround from the squad, and this M80 squad, dare I say it, they've never looked better.
That 13-1 that you just talked about, it was against Shopify Rebellion Black, but guess what? Now they answer back stronger than ever. I could not believe it in that first half. I was seeing, okay, they won the bonus. Surely at some point it's gonna stop, right? At some point,
Look at this
Shopify
thing.
Rebellion Black
Guys,
is
it
gonna
can
start
grab
coming back in
balls.
these rounds, and it just kind of never
Pause.
happened. We saw that
Pause.
11-13. I was always believing the comeback was gonna
Pause.
happen, by the way. We saw that 11-13 or 11-3, and I'm thinking, is this gonna be
Pause.
is this gonna be a Fnatic Loud? I'm just trying to bring every single reference to my head. But never mind. It's M80 who closed it out. 13-6. They look amazing, by the way. I think they struggled just a little bit on that second half because their retakes for Shopify Rebellion Black were pretty good, even when they were coming into the 1v1s. But it was just, they had such a strong advantage that it was just a matter of time before they closed it out.
Yeah, and I want to give a kind of a quick reminder that M80 loves to start on this defense side, but yesterday in their match versus Winthrop University, it felt like they could never really get anything going early on their defense sides, but this time,
Yo,
they
me
have
next,
a
bro,
9-3
chill.
half. The first time
Do
we've
like
actually
10.
seen M80 have such a fiery start and just have such a hot, not having to claw their way back.
Damn, you're
from
like
a cold
5 years
start.
old, bro.
So this is a really interesting change in turn of events. They're coming in really hot. Of course, Caillou and Sato having a great first map as well. But I mean, look at the stats. They speak for themselves. 12 first kills for M80, 7 for SRB. They find a way to shut down Paint. They swapped over to the Cypher. They made a lot of SRB's pacing on their attack side awkward, and it really felt like they threw them off for a loop.
And for M80 to look so strong, so dominant against the team that, well, last time we saw Shopify Rebellion Black play, we were praising on the growth that they've had and just how clean and disciplined they looked in the servers. So to see such a result on this first map is insane. And I think the really cool thing for M82 is this wasn't a, oh my goodness, look at this absolute pop-off masterclass by this one person. Instead, Droy, it was such a coordinated team effort. You see that across the board with all the stats too.
Yeah, we talk so much about the contribution, right, from each player from the M80 side, and it was definitely in full force on Fracture. It really did feel like everyone had their moment from utility, from combinations, from like fragging power, from all these things. Even the IGL, of course, Caillou going 16-9, leading the charge for the young boys on M80. It really is honestly just insane to see this level of fire just coming in from M80 and having such a crazy start. It definitely has changed my opinion on this potential best of 5.
And we really could have highlighted anyone from M80, but we had to pick. So we ended up wanting to talk about
Reaching
Caillou
Unk
and
status
Sato just
soon?
a little bit more. Sato, of course, it's always the Dan infamous.
Wait,
How's
what did I
Sato doing
miss?
this map? Pretty good. But Caillou as well had a huge impact in the
What did I
server.
miss?
And as well, when you're looking at the IGL of the team, making
Returning
these
20?
calls
Oh,
for
Tim, you're
M80
20?
to just always be on top, and then also showing up is crazy.
It looked really good for Sato. We talked
Bro,
about
they
it
had
before we went
smart
into his
boards in.
first map,
Bro,
that
are you
his
kidding me?
race
Dude, when
continues
I
to
was in
be,
elementary school, we
the
had
best
smart
agent
boards.
for Sato to play. So it was
Dead
something that
ass.
we
When I was
saw
in the
with the
5th grade, they
17
had that
kills,
shit.
with a few of the first kills, but also when you have Caillou, your IGL,
It was like it had like smart pins and shit, like on this like.
yourself and being able to
It was
perform
dope.
to this level, it has to feel good. Everything was connecting for M80,
Not that old,
and you can
chat.
see
Chat, my
that they've
birthday
been
soon.
working on this map for some time after that 13
Should I do a
run
birthday
happened.
stream?
I think, too, my biggest takeaway from that map is throw out the
Do a birthday stream
expectations
for
for
me?
this series
Yes.
ahead, because that was...
My best friend's coming into town for my birthday. Maybe I'll do a
I
stream with him.
could have thought that this would have been really close. I maybe like double digits for both these teams, but for a 13-6 and an M80 that looked like they could absolutely do no wrong, I am not looking at any of the history. All I care about is
Birthday
the right
stream
here,
W?
right now and what this means for the series up ahead. Of course, again, this is a best of 5, but M80 to take the first
I don't know. I
map
tried a couple
and
community
SRB's map
streams.
pick, now they get to head to Lotus, Roy, and this is
They didn't
gonna
do too
be
well.
this is going to be a fun one to see.
I think I'm just gonna stick to
because,
watch
I
partying
mean,
Val.
SRB, they know how to fire back,
Till,
but that's a lot of momentum.
maybe
that
our
M80
community
have to
grows a
go
little bit more. Maybe after stage 2, we get like a bigger
Just one thing
community.
that I wanted to
We
add
do shit like
before
that
Roy
easier.
goes is that we talked about this race, right? We talked about the race, Sato on the race. He always ends up
Yes.
positive, more than positive. And guess what agent he's going to be playing on this Lotus? It's a race. So now, as you guys were saying, it feels like our predictions are changing a little bit. Like we're seeing a different vision right now because it might be a Sato on race that is going to...
I'm just putting while the
do a
game's not on,
masterclass
guys.
on this map and
I also
potentially
been
put
sitting in
M80
that
into
chair
a-
all day.
Yeah, and I think the
Like that's
interesting
why I
thing for
work.
this map specifically, like outside of just
So
players, is the
I like
fact
to
that both of these
stand and
teams have
shit,
had
you know.
pretty solid results on this map
Sometimes I
recently.
stand while
It's not
working,
like
but it's
a
hard to
counterpick or
focus. Like if
anything.
I'm
I think
running a
M80 is just
call or a
playing to their
meeting.
strengths. They've seen that
I had a few
SRB is
meetings
good on
this
map as well.
afternoon.
It's not like it's a weakness for either team. So we're going into a map where both of these teams have their superpowers. Of course, M80 having their win from last night, continuing their
Also
momentum
put
into
like
this
while
first
I'm on the
map as
phone with
well.
people.
We're gonna have to see SRB really bounce back
Helps
and
me
start to
focus.
get everybody on the board because they're all
You
gonna
know?
need to shoot back if M80 is gonna.
It also makes me sound
for the rest of this
busy.
best of 5.
Definitely
to
a
people.
good recent result.
They're like,
but
"Oh,
when
God,
we
this
talked
guy's
about a
busy."
Shopify Rebellion Black that maybe hasn't been tested too much going through.
least you got a fire chair.
M80 now.
I do have a
on
pretty good
Lotus,
chair.
They've had a lot of reps.
Got the
here,
Herman
and
Miller.
then a defeat against Cube Academy.
Maybe we should do a
defeating
chair
Winthrop
command.
Here.
Huh,
So a lot
Hammy?
of very recent accomplishments in this lower bracket, whereas Shopify Rebellion Black, we've only really
Herman
gotten
Miller,
to see it the once
embody.
recently, but I still think that going
Embody.
into this, it should be a lot of fun. But let's talk a little bit about expectations with the agent compositions, because Dan, you had already called out Sato, Rays, absolutely fantastic. The most recent appearance we've gotten to see from Shopify Rebellion Black, though, was paint on this Yoru.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I love seeing Sato on the race. I feel like that's his best Asian out of all the three that he plays and we've been seeing on the duelist role. But for paint on the Yoru, that's I feel like his weakest Asian. So we're gonna be seeing this match where I really do think that the map should be clearly going the way of M80. Not only do they
Harmon
win a
Miller.
map that was not really in their
Harmon.
favor, but now they're winning a map, or they should be winning this map.
So
of
we're
Lotus,
spelling
where
Herman wrong.
Sato is really comfortable with. They've been consistently playing this map. They've been consistently getting better at it, and then it just seems like Shopify
Harmon is
going back
crazy.
with this Yoru. Yeah, they've been winning matches as well.
Guys,
but I
maybe
feel like
that's
they really
maybe
haven't
Hammy's
found
onto
themselves in
something.
it just yet.
Guys, I have some bad news for the desk. I'm jumping ship. I'm swapping over to. I'm swap my
Hello?
production.
Bro.
Swap my
There
pick.
is no
I'm
way.
going. Yeah. I've seen enough. I've seen enough.
Wait,
I've
you
seen
can't
what I
do
need to
that.
see,
You
and
can't
I'm going
swap your
M80 for the rest of
picks.
this series. I'm jumping ship.
All right.
Wow.
Roy,
Yo,
you're
Chad, I'm gonna
most
go to the
wishy-washy.
bathroom
I
real
think
quick.
prediction, you should just take his prediction away. Roy, I think you've just lost the right to predict.
It's just blank.
Yeah, just leave it blank. Unacceptable. I mean, Dad, come on, going into the series, it's one map that doesn't go right. M80, I definitely think deserve a lot of praise, but I still think we got a great series ahead of us.
I love how Roy just doesn't have a prediction.
No
anymore.
prediction for you, Roy. No prediction for you. No prediction for you. Enjoy that, buddy. Now you'll never be right. How's that?
No, but honestly,
Or
I
wrong.
get it, Roy. I'm not gonna change it because I already committed to what he said, but I get it. And if I could, I would do the same thing.
Y'all of little faith. All right. Dan, BCJ is going to have some words for you, but it's time to
God,
head
I
into-
know that. I know that.
All right, second map ahead. It's time to start looking ahead to Lotus. Again, M80, they've had a lot of recent reps on this map. This is where we get to see Sato come to life, everything else. But for Shopify Rebellion Black, the most recent appearance has been good, and we'll get to see these battles of the duelist heroes. Roy, you're jumping ship, but we're still going to keep you around at least to analyze how you think the one's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, getting serious into business right here, I do definitely love the way Shopify Rebellion Black looked in their last Lotus appearance. Despite them having their coach, I still feel like the structure, the comfortability, the versatility that they had on this map with the Yoru works perfectly for their style. I think the Yoru adds a lot of elements that are just so awkward for the Sentinels and the controllers to deal with, specifically the Yoru ult, specifically the flashes to brute force and be self-sufficient. So I think overall, I reinforce my opinion this is going to be a battle, absolutely.
It's interesting because now you're selling me on this composition for this Sato Shopify Rebellion Black when you just changed your prediction to M80, by the way, just to make sure that everybody knows. But I do like this composition of M80 more. I do like Sato on the raise, and I generally like the raise and the fade here. I feel like it's an old one, but it's a classic one. You can make some simple combos that we've seen Oki and Sato do in the past, and we can see it a lot more with this combination of the double controller. It's a nice composition as well, where you need to keep your eyes on Bao and how he's going to be strong holding these sides on the defense, because he's been doing it in the past, and he might be once again the key piece to put M80 in a 2-0.
Well, it's time to see, after a little bit of an upset on that first map, if Shopify Rebellion Black can now throw in a little bit of revenge, as it's time to head into Lotus. And back over to your casters, Jen and Marks. And I'm sure Jen's going to have some words about Roy's abandonment, or I guess joining her.
I'm gonna have a series of words, and y'all are about to hear it for the rest of the map, okay? And Marks will get to talk to you, don't worry. But like, we got a lot of map 1 Mirandas here, Marks. Like, even though I'm an M80 predictor, did we all forget how good M80 looked yesterday before we, for some reason, went to game 5? Like, all the fans are gonna be stressed until they see like the 3 hit the series counter.
Man, the flip-flopping on the desk right now is something else. And you know what? I'm sticking to my prediction. I still think that Shopify Rebellion Black can come through. The desk raised a lot of excellent points surrounding that duelist, surrounding the support and how these compositions can work. But at the same time, Roy did lose his overall prediction, so this makes me feel a little bit better about myself right now predicting Shopify Rebellion. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to go. Other players that I do want to highlight, I do think that Bao looked amazing on the Vise yesterday when we saw Lotus. M80 overall feeling very strong, but BCJ is a player that I want to highlight on Shopify Rebellion Black. Playing that Tejo role has really understood it extremely well, and lately we've been seeing him frag out just a little bit more, and so hopefully that can kind of show up a little bit more on this map.
Yeah, we'll see how the Yoru interacts with the Vice and the Raze versus the Cypher, but, well, interact with this barrel. Shalia, Pancake's first blood. SRB, did just catch M80 walking towards spawn. So when you do go to the enemy's spawn, you may just find the enemy. So with the double controller, though, can M80 play at the slower pace that I thought they would intend to?
Yeah, and it's just super slow right now for Rebellion as well. Finally, we're seeing a little bit of that utility going through. Paint should be able to just get through everything, but M80, they completely vacate that site. They're going to be playing for this 4v5 retake.
All right, smokes in place. Waterfall position for Bao. He's even putting some triple damage into BCJ and actually confirms the kill. I didn't think that was going to happen. Kind of no suppressing fire for SRB. They're just going to let that fly and just the aftershock to keep Bao in his place. Now you got the haunt in the rest of M80 retake, but a well-timed paranoia from Spaz to blind M80's approach. And there's still two left. Okeanos and V-Dog have time against them, but Okeanos has great shots. One spotted at Mound, has to wrap around through the corner. So many goals for Okeanos, and the only one that matters is the one to win. A slip up as Pancakes just has to finish off Okeanos, who was at 2 HP. That was way too close, Mark.
It's like sometimes you right click and you're like, wow, somehow I landed all three with the classic into a head. That's amazing. And sometimes you right click like 3 times and you find nothing, and Okeanos just taps you one time in the head and you're like, oh, well, that's great. He got a full reload in there too. And unfortunately, that's just how the stars aligned a little bit there as Okeanos really made a run for it. But at the end of the day, Shopify Rebellion playing a little bit more slower this time around, and we're able to get that spike and make sure that they secure that pistol round. So a little bit close for comfort, but it is going to be Shopify Rebellion finally getting a pistol in this series up against M80, as it is going to be their buy up as well.
It's a well-timed haunt from Okeanos too. He's just been such a flex god for this team, giving up that duelist role, but still fragging like one. A little sketched out by who just stepped into the water, but you gotta expect the unexpected when there's a Yoru on the other side. You don't know if that could be a decoy. So M80 take a step back, and that Viper wall is to protect the right side of the map. Caillou decides to conserve his life and get away from the Tejo drone ping, and look, right at the front door is the ultimate bodyguard of Paint. If Caillou takes a peek, he could be peeking at heaven pretty soon. As M80 have to retake with pistols and a flash. I like that M80 expect SRB to be aggressive here. So it's one flash out. Paint still has one more to go. And just with the rifles too, this is just going to be advantageous fight for SRB. So I think M80 are going to want to go down with the ship and with the spike.
And you can see they're just kind of grouping up here. Finally, we see a little bit of those salvos go. Paint's going to be swinging around looking for some kills, but it is going to be just M80, the firing squad of pistoliers, making sure that they can secure at least that kill. They will be going down with the spike, but all things considered, Shopify Rebellion, they're happy with that round. They keep 4 of their members alive. This next round bonus is going to be nice and easy, especially too, Spaz only had a ghost going into that one. And so they should be able to buy up just enough weaponry in order to really contest against M80's defense. So let's see what they go, because, 3 Bulldogs already, that's kind of comparable to bringing in rifles, especially too if you can kind of get that ADS 3-tap headshot.
For sure, and I don't blame Paint for trying to 1v4 there, because the dimensional drift is just one of the best ultimates in the game. To just, I don't know what Paint's gonna be up to. He went crazy with the Bucky. I remember, especially on a Haven map, him jumping around. Yeah. But this will be a big win con for them to work towards. Now M80 sending a lot of util into that A lobby, and it's all up to Caillou again to delay the molly. And it's SRB with the fake. They've opened the door. It's all been heard. Viper wall has an immersion. There's a vice wall too, and Pink gets separated. Well, limb from limb and from his team. And M80 just try to get sightlines above the cage, and no one else is going to come out from SRB. Not yet.
And on top of that too, like there was a shear there, so really Paint just had to kind of commit to it, and you could tell that Shopify Rebellion were waiting for that timing. But M80, they take all of that space outside of A, which means that all of this utility has to be used to try and clear it back out. And this is why that Viper wall is so good. It allows B-Dog to escape when things get hairy outside of A. And M80 love controlling that A pressure. And so they force Shopify Rebellion to swing around into Caillou.
Oh, great trade from Caillou. I like that suppressing fire, just like the counter pressure from Sato at A to help his Omen escape. You're going to need that paranoia for the retake for M80 as they all rotate into C, and Okeanos is getting kind of ahead of the game and wasn't able to make a splash. B-Dog paranoia. Motzi sprays close. B-Dog advances, confirms the kill, wraps around. Better Omen, but Bao the better Sentinel, and it's M80 that denied the bonus from SRB.
And once again, it's like, you know, the question of like, well, why would you bring a Viper in onto this map? And that defensive wall right there is one of the strongest reasons why M80 have always relied on it. Not only is it making sure that you can just smoke off that B entrance in order to close that out to make it more difficult for the people to pass through, but at the same time, it allows for that escape opportunity, especially with how much they like pushing up a main. And that way they can just dip behind the wall, everything is fine, get a little bit of spam in there, but you essentially deny all of that space and a potential pick from your attacking opponents. So a good defensive round from M80. This is where Shopify got their weapons. And once again, it does feel like C is their favorite site to hit, especially in the early part of this round.
Omen teleport from Spaz just to get info, and M80 got aggressive A lobby and haven't had the engagement that they've been hoping for. SRB have hit C pretty directly every single time, and Caillou has had to adjust to trying to go for a trade close, trying to condition SRB to check corners. But ultimately, Caillou playing his life. And his Bucky could be deadly. The paranoia too, up close. SRB will be blinded, but M80 were cut off by a smoke placed by Spaz, so they didn't want to trickle in after the paranoia from B-Dog. And here's the entry, here's the retake. Doesn't start off well with Sato down. Okeanos trades coming from Waterfall. SRB only own the corner, but can they still keep the sight? They just spotted the haircut. The bob from the Viper wrapping around. Spaz can get into the cage. And man, SRB about to be put into a cage. Can they break out? Can they keep the plant intact? And it's not gonna happen. M80 tie.
M80 back into things. An unbelievable, a really interesting post plant that we got to see from Shopify Rebellion. They all anchor down onto the site just in case there's a lot of aggression from M80 initially. And then they're like, okay, Paint's got that dimensional drift. We can use them to scout out when they decide to move through. Then the call gets made, hey, let's use our utility, stall them for a second. We see the aftershock, we see the salvos fly out, and M80 Shopify try and back their way out of the site based off of the information that Paint's able to give. But M80 just walking in like executioners, waiting for their timing, using their flashes appropriately to make sure that they find their timings.
Oh, Spaz, he's been trying to get rubble position, and M80 were quick to dislodge it. Somehow Paint breaks through all of their defenses. What a nightfall from M80, and I don't think B-Dog can do much about this. First, he has a judge, and it's on the other side of the door, and secondly, there's a Viper wall, so M80 couldn't capitalize on that ult.
It's just a slow standstill right now, but this is the first time that we're seeing Shopify Rebellion contest A.
Just the timing of the swings from SRB. It's just so synchronized. And Paint gets away with 4 kills that round. That is why he is the best duelist that's left in Challengers or in playoffs right now.
I mean, to be fair, Jen, there are only technically 2 duelists left in challengers
Well,
right now.
you know, I gotta hype them up. You know,
Yeah,
you're the
not
best
wrong,
out of
you're
the
not
two.
I mean, you look at the scoreboard right now, and it's like, yeah, that's a pretty easy claim to make. But yeah,
I'm
once
just
again,
listening to Dryad stats, okay? She knows numbers better than I do.
that's true. This is why we have analysts here, so we don't have to punch the numbers in ourselves. But yeah, Pate just kind of teleporting through, breaking the stranglehold that M80 had on that A site. I mean, we see them play so aggressively that last round to try and catch a couple of timings, and they're finally able to do that. The wall doesn't necessarily quite work out the way that they wanted on that round, and then that, you can tell, it immediately causes a lot of concern for M80. They have to wrap their defenses back around. They have to reinforce that A site because they don't seem like they really want to play that retake, and a lot of utility gets expended right off the bat. Paint just somehow able to walk away with murder, and the rest of the squad on a thrifty as well, find those long range shots. And so Shopify Rebellion, they get back into the lead as M80 are back onto a save this round.
Was that a teleport play too? Like, Payne is just so fearless. In the middle of all that fire, he just pops out and gets a 4K. And catch the adaptation from SRB to protect Spaz, who wanted that rubble control. Knowing Sato has satchel there in the previous round. Great turnaround from SRB.
And that just felt like such a good read on the defense. They know exactly what's going to happen here, and then they immediately swing over to C.
Hi, you. This is aggressive. Oh, he was so close to getting the 2-piece as well, which would have been a serious dent into SRB. That was a one-and-done spot. And he got his one. Paranoia in position as Bao was in waterfall. He's kind of setting himself up for success in the Prowler, too. Didn't actually get into the site, though, for Moki. He has the Outlaw, but won't be able to see nothing from this smoke. He got the Steel Garden, though. The playing field is equal thanks to Bao. As SRB just are gonna use the Armageddon, and Motzi picks up too. A possible thrifty, but no, SRB will still get the clean win.
Yeah, it was such a good flood-in from M80 as well. As soon as they realize they've got that Steel Garden, hey, like you said, just even the grounds up, make it a fair fight, just pistols. And on top of that, too, if you're buying up rifles, you're not going to buy a fancy pistol, except for Monsi with a sheriff in hand, standing guard, being the vanguard in, as the rest of the squad just, well, honestly, we're crumbling under the pressure that we saw M80 applying here. B-Dog almost went on a sick run, and Monsi somehow walks away with 2 headshots, making sure that Shopify, they get yet another round. This is going to be the buy-up this time, and an adaptation. You've seen this before. They move Sato around onto that C site. If the Viper's Pit is available onto A, it is that dimensional drift from Paint to scout things out, and will have to teleport back in.
Oh, just barely ran out of time. On the other side of the pillar, gets the read on the Omen. Now has to find where that darn raise was, and it's putting a showstopper into your team. So SRB wrapped all the way around your waterfall with that dimensional drift, and clearing through main was the clear issue. SRB still bulldozed their way into the site after having to buy up after an almost thriftied round from M80 previously. Paint forward, sees the walker from Bao and hesitates, and the crouch gives Bao the edge. And not only that, the double kill. It's a 1v1. Spaz is the spike planet, so he has time, and Bao, what? Bao gets 3 off of, I feel like, not the greatest shots from SRB, I'm not gonna lie.
That was an easy round for SRB too. I mean, they're able to get some of the key ultimates out. Sato flies in. They know exactly how to play it based off of where that Viper's Pit is. They know they can just pressure that C site, and it's going to be nice and easy. And they do exactly that, yet just miss some very important shots. It is so hard when it comes down to just those individual gunplays happening with somehow it's going to be the Sentinel yet again on Vise. Bao finding headshots where necessary, flicking so cleanly to make sure that M80 scoop up yet another defensive round, as Sato is interested in getting that ultimate orb, but will have to back out. Only has a Guardian in hand, so The economy from M80 is very close to breaking. This is a must-win round if they don't want to go into an eco next time.
The nerves setting in for SRB after almost getting thriftied and then Bao getting the most gifted 3K. Such a charitable Shopify Rebellion Black team. But Shopify did take that B control so they don't get flanked by a random omen. Decoy gets shot. Caillou has to play safe. Did get not only the decoy, but also the fault line out. How aggressive SRB are playing. They could try to extend, and Caillou's trying to get vision early. Isn't going to wait for the team. You got the Prowler that even reveals one close. And M80 can't really capitalize the rolling thunder, and SRB walk past the smoke to make the most of it, and the smoke can't protect you now because everyone's just spraying through the smoke. Man, SRB take full control. But wait a minute, Okeanos, it's not fair if he's in the lobby. The Nightfall 2 and the 2 versus 2. Okeanos wanted to clutch. He sets up Sato,
no way.
But it's Spaz that makes up for that last round.
Spaz can't use the gun after all. Finds the most important headshot there. Okeanos just kind of coming in where it should have been an open and shut post plant. So easy for Shopify. I loved how they pushed up with the Rolling Thunder, found the kills that they wanted, and were just walking away for free. And then suddenly, Okeanos only has a Guardian in hand, finds 2 headshots, evens the playing field, gets the Nightfall, and suddenly it becomes a very winnable scenario for M80 to clutch this one out. But Spaz, coming alive when the team needed him most, makes sure that Shopify Rebellion continue to sustain their lead as M80 are now forced onto a save.
Oh, this Guardian's gonna do work. So does the Vandal too. Spike now be able to progress after weakening M80's eco round. Kind of a big risk that M80 took, thinking SRB were just gonna go right into C and M80 could plan a flank, but the gamble doesn't really pay off. But M80, wait, we're about to get into position with the Guardian. He may have managed to pick up, but there is a trip that he has to deal with. So M80 are so desynced right now. We're hoping for the 2-to-1 pinch against Spaz, whose job was to watch that flank. And he dispatches each of these problems. And SRB will create a solid lead from this encounter.
Yeah, just an excellent understanding of where your opponents might be there. And Spaz being extremely disciplined, not showing himself for a second, while the M80 are still getting themselves set up, and that Omen can kind of fly out and get that backstab perfectly. And you see a lot of that utility as well coming through from BCJ to support Spaz to make sure that that happens. So excellent round from Shopify. They're now up 6-3. They had an idea on what was going on here, so they prepared adequately to make sure that they could counter the push that M80 was going to be doing here. And let's see how this next one is going to come out, because this is going to be M80. They have to change things up a little bit. And we're seeing just that, just relying on that Viper to anchor down that A side with the Vise utility, while the Dimensional Drift will give away a lot of information as to where these players are playing.
A good waterfall wraparound from SRB, but the Paint shells in the Steel Garden from the defense delays things. And Paint now has to try and backstab the defense that moved to Mound to deal with the SRB attacker spawn. It's a good reaction from M80, but now they're getting pinched. And there is the flood back in from SRB for the retake and the follow-through. Okeanos with the forward position, wants to do his best to go big. But now Caillou may just have to go home in a 1v3. See if he can do it. Just have the molly. The spike goes down. Not a lot of time for Caillou to work with. Places that molly on the high ground. Now with the spray down, he reveals his position. So may just have to save this rifle after all.
Yeah, you could tell that Caillou was looking for a little bit of a timing, but as soon as there was one more trap wire in front, the cage goes up. It's just simply not possible. But I really want to just highlight the impact that Paint had on that Yoru. I know on the desk we were talking about how Paint's Yoru isn't exactly the most inspirational out there, but this time around, using the Dimensional Drift, scouting everything out, M80, they feel the pressure. They have to move out of that C site. And then Paint stays alive, puts a little bit of pressure onto the back line. This is something that the only Yoru can do. We saw the moments of a similar strategy try to come together on that last map when Paint was on the Neon, but just the ability to teleport yourself around, hide from all sorts of craziness, and then regroup with your team in order to re-engage, that is something very unique to Yoru's kit. And Paint right now has been playing this Yoru immaculately. It is fitting in so well with how Shopify want to be playing this attack. And quite frankly, this is honestly, at this point, M80, they look a little bit nervous. They aren't too sure what they're going for. They're swapping back to their pretty classic defense here, but they don't have the buy really to support it, so they're hoping to just run people down outside of A.
This is so deja vu from the M80 Lotus that was against Winthrop. It was that 8-4 half where their defense was, M80's defense with this exact comp was so floppy. It's good at delaying, but not as good at retaking, and M80 are fragging out a bit better compared to yesterday on this map. Will the delay be enough? The aftershock pushes M80 back in. A good catch from Paint. And they'll keep their eyes set on this room as Paint just tries to do trickle damage, and he's brought down to 6. The rest of SRB try to cover their bases. M80 go around, but it's just kind of a death ball from SRB to wrap around and just face M80 with an army. Kianos doesn't even go for the Nightfall. It just seems like too much of a gamble.
I wonder too if they're just going to try and grab some weapons here, find a couple of kills, but Pancakes is definitely still lurking, and this one is all but over. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Wow, I thought Okeanos would want to leave at this moment. Winnable, I guess. Okeanos. There's just no time to do this, but hey, shaving down these credits from SRB is always nice to do. I don't think he'll get to keep this gun either, so that's unfortunate.
It should be all right, though, because we're moving in now to the final round in this half. And they should have more than enough money to be able to buy up all the weaponry that we would expect from them. One thing of note is Sato has not had an operator in this half just quite yet. We've seen Sato have some ridiculous operator play, and I'm going to be honest, I was expecting some of that to kind of come back here, especially with some of these longer sight lines that M80 have really been positioning himself on. Shopify Rebellion, on the other hand, like they're showing just enough changeup in their offensive strategy that they're keeping M80 guessing, and that's when they really just kind of get to capitalize on some of these crunches. We talked about M80 looking like an incredibly coordinated squad on the first map, but so far on this defense, M80 has not looked that coordinated, all things considered. Shopify Rebellion Black are just kind of catching them on these off angles and making sure to punish all of their individual mistakes.
At least M80 aren't just going to waste all this util at A main lobby and just keep their half. They do reinforce C, try to help Bow out. B-Dog will be on the opposite side to give a blind. The op is on C, and that won't help M80. This upcoming fight on the right side of the map. And the B door is open. SRB trying to sell the fake of opening the A-Link door. And Mady fight on it too. They set up at stairs. They're rolling thunder through B. Okeanos has a counter Nightfall. He may just have to activate it before the team is ready, but who needs an ult? When you got a 3K, he really is unbelievable.
30 seconds
Now the spike is down in such a weird position, and yeah, it looks like they're still going to be committing here. Sato now has that operator. 30 seconds left. They might, though, walk right into B-Dog, who these last couple of matches has looked on fire.
Still a salvageable round. B-Dog doesn't shoot, has the peak, plays the life, could prevent the plant. Decides to play it safe. SRB. Oh, they just walk out towards the bait, towards the only target that they knew that was in tree. But wait a minute. Pancakes has been the GOAT before. A top fragger for SRB. Has the dance against Caillou, but there's a second burst technically entering the tango.
The ace.
And it's Sato with the op. And the ace denied. Sato with the defuse.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that should not have happened. That should not have happened at all. Pancakes somehow isolates down 1v1s. Unbelievable just awareness as to where some of those M80 agents are. And quite frankly, it was looking like for a second that Shopify Rebellion were going to be able to win that 2v4 scenario. Okeanos doing the most for M80. Make sure it is a winnable scenario. And then suddenly, it's all up to Pancakes as the rest of the members did fall down. And Pancakes taking advantage, like I said, of M80's mistakes, just trickling in, assuming that they can win the duels without any supporting utility. And honestly, that was their final mistake, as Pancakes is ready to capitalize on it and make sure we are on that 8-4 half.
Yeah, SRB have really locked in that first half, but M80 on a 4-8 half. There's something special about this, and especially on their offense. They went on like a 7 streak or 8 streak yesterday from Winthrop and only lost a round to what, like a Thrifty or something like that. M80 turned around a 13-10 Lotus against Winthrop on their attacking side, and then Sato with a good start, and he's blinded. Spaz, lock in, bro. Okay, we got the kill, and we fade back into the site, and M80 just could have had Sato's back there, but they got smoked off. Now they're gonna decide to pivot at A.
And the defenses for Shopify Rebellion have already started making their way over. Most annoyingly, Pancakes is here, but Payne has got himself a good position.
Caillou gets rid of the util, smoke, and isolation. The jump down. Oh my god! Caillou is gross on that one. And Spaz knows he has to clutch and he has to go big with Motzi on his way with full util, flash, aftershock, fault line. He's gonna join him at the staircase and not face Caillou at the backside yet. And the smokes are just forcing SRB to have to stagger in. Now tree pressure. Spaz gets the attention of 2 from M80. The 1v2, and Spaz could have used Monty's help, and the fault line just came too late. Under pressure when nerves setting in. SRB have 1v2 with no time to defuse. And it's M80 that take the pistol and hope to climb back in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen M80 do it multiple times already. An 8-4 half, and suddenly M80 are the ones who win it, even though they looked a little bit down and out of things. But a very decisive first pistol round. Of note, this is their more preferred side. They love attacking on Lotus, and I love that, you know, we're seeing Shopify try and trap them early on, try and isolate some kills before things kind of get out of hand. But this M80 squad will rise to the occasion, especially now that they're on their preferred side. We're seeing just Shopify Rebellion not go for the buy-up this time. It is going to be M80 with quite a few weapons in hand. Okeanos really feeling himself. Going to have that Vandal coming into this next one, as once again, it's aggression from Shopify.
Hold the high-low, and the paranoia from SRB to collapse on the spawn and actually being successful. No, Sato. He just shifts and pivots so well to not let SRB build too much momentum. And even Sato had to dial back. Usually he's just so aggressive at Mound. He works with his team to scale up the map. And okay, the random kill there. Crossfire from SRB. Motzi with flashes. No time to use it. No time at all for SRB. M80 running it down on anti-eco.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion, based on how their composition is built as well, they still want to be taking that offense, especially to bring in the Tejo into the mix. It feels like those combinations of paranoia as well as the fault line, you know, there's a lot of things that can happen in just surprising your opponents very early on the defense. So I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing a little bit of a mix of that aggression coming out from the Shopify defense, but also too, a really strong retakes if they can coordinate the retakes to make sure that that utility gets utilized appropriately. Already Caillou going in deep, but will go up against a little bit of a Spaz who's a little bit more dangered.
And Payne has to teleport in to support Spaz, or he would have been cooked. I'm surprised Spaz is even just trying to jump peek. Not knowing that M80 would be there so early. And it's an early plant that's going to go down at C as well. With SRB around the corner. And Spaz on his way to deliver at Paranoia. He got the lurk too from Bao to not let the B-Link door go through. Aggro push past sight for M80. And a satchel. Sato thinking about it. The aftershock makes him hesitate. Tejo drone to assess the site and the double push past the waterfall. Spaz suppresses them both. And now M80 are really stuck on the site with Thorns coming out too from Bao. And M80 left with a 2 versus 2. But not the best weaponry to face the rifles. SRB on the high ground. Bao locks in, and it's 2 to save it for M80.
Wow, unbelievable stuff too. Keep in mind, that was M80's bonus and they're able to walk away with things. Okeanos really just clutching up, being that star player that M80 needed. I mean, obviously, Okeanos extremely strong in that duelist role. Previously, this is the first time that we're seeing the swap onto the initiator, but has looked so clean with things. We're getting a little bit of a replay of Bao just at the end here, but you can tell M80 are very cognizant of how Shopify Rebellion want to play some of those retake tactics. We see them trying to push up and force out a lot of that utility early on so that those tools aren't available to reposition the members on the site. So honestly, once again, this is still M80 doing their homework on Shopify Rebellion and not giving Shopify any room to get themselves set up for the fights that they want to take.
Both Stingers are on the right side and 1 down thanks to Caillou. Very solid lurk. It's a very survivable player. Doesn't push his luck. Gets his 1 and stays put. He has the Vice Wall there too, thanks from Bao. And they could be isolated there, and I think they realized it before SRB got isolated. And the Molly too, which would have been deadly. Another trap goes down on M80's side. Pancakes collapses. M80 will get a plant soon. On their way, at least SRB can thank that Mozzie's still alive in this. The 2 flashes. And BCJ with full util too. They could try to salvo to delay the plant. Here comes BCJ, but doesn't really land on the planter, but rather forces the support back as M80 set their sights forward. Mozzie in trouble, and Spaz unable to help.
Yeah, maybe taking a day off yesterday for Shopify Rebellion was not the right move because we saw M80 struggle. And when a team like that has to go through a brutal best-of-5 series, they only get better. A little bit of who's who on the other side of this door, and finally Caillou is able to clean up that kill, but all the members of M80 right now feel like they are turned up and ready to win it. So fantastic stuff coming through from M80 on this on this attack, as right now that is 4 rounds in a row. I highlighted how this is their preferred side, and they're really showing why. Even though Sato has not been able to turn up as much as they would want, we're seeing M80 have very decisive early gunfight wins and being able to back things off. It feels like, once again, a lot of the utility, a lot of the traps that they set off go in for the first contact, hope to get a kill or at least get out, and you're going to be nice and safe. Get the information back out. The utility is going to be there in order to support you. And now Shopify Rebellion, they call that timeout because this map is slipping away from them.
Yeah, because SRB feel like they have to go for flanks and be cheeky, like the lockdown mids or to come through the A side, but Caillou's had such an important role on M80 to be that lurk that keeps everyone in their place, and he sort of sticks out to me on this team like such a crazy banner of M80, such a legacy. As Caillou got discovered from Ambrosia, was that Dark Horse team last year, and he has provided so much to M80, such consistent play, not too aggressive, not too passive, but really just right. And M80 have caught up, and this is the same sort of win streak they went on against Winthrop yesterday when they were in that 4-8 half.
Time is just a really big circle, Jen. I don't know what to tell you. History repeats itself. Do we learn nothing from the books? It's going to be an early nightfall, though, so putting on pressure here as Shopify Rebellion are just kind of swarming out of C.
There's so many smokes, too, that M80 is this... They're trying to sell a fake right now. They have 3 pushing through A, and with the Viper Wall, too, they're hiding their tracks, and M80 are putting a decent dent. Okeanos has 21 kills plus at this moment in time, has a 1v3 on his tail, and he's trying to cut them off. Dimensional drift. Yeah, I was just gonna sail right past him. And the plant happens at A. Paint wasn't able to discover much besides what's left of the corpses his team laid in front of him. We're left with a 3 versus 3. And what's good about M80 and their progression in the late game is how they stack their economy with the flawless rounds, which they did get away with previously. E-Dog, Paranoia, shifting forward, and all the ducks in a row!
What?
And slaughtered!
Oh my goodness me. M80 just with excellent positioning, excellent timing as well. And the reason why you see a lot of the members flood off on that post plant, not play things close, is because of the composition that Shopify Rebellion Black are bringing in. A lot of the utilities still available to them is purposefully done just so they can flush them out of their positions. And so you play in these very strange off positions, play your life as well, and then obviously just in case you don't win that crazy 3K, you got the support coming in from two very different angles in the pinches there. Once again, it just feels so well practiced and thought out. M80 are putting on a tactical masterclass right now on this attack and post plants.
Salvo's suppressed Caillou. Will be up in a little while. Maybe giving a chance for M80 to take some real estate as SRB have their trip set up deeper into the site and a camera to watch over. With B-site control for SRB if they wanted to try and wrap around, but their flanks have been punished almost every single time. And they've mainly tried to flood and retake back into C through Waterfall and top site, and that's been not happening, as you could see by M80 not dropping an offensive round so far. But this fault line's gonna hurt Caillou, but Spaz can't really be aggressive. He just spams through the smoke. M80 haven't had much map control progress. They are going to start checking out C. Where is this Cypher util? And the paint shells to get after Waterfall. The blind, the showstopper. Okay. Sato from behind. 6 feet under is where SRB finds themselves with nothing to say back. But it was a save, and SRB did their best in this round. But M80 are looking like an unstoppable force this map.
Unbelievable, right? When we were talking about Sato not really showing up here and Okeano's really taking the reins, being that star player, he pulls out a round just like that. Of course, we talked about Sato's operator play, but one thing that I've been extremely impressed about from this duelist is the raise with a phantom in hand. Every single time, so effective at just knowing exactly where to go in there and can turn around on a dime. We've seen M80 consistently use Sato almost as like a John Wick style. You go over there and deal with everybody, and the rest of the team is going to be elsewhere. So just a Sato masterclass here. Like, look at this. The rest of the team wasn't even in on the site at that point. They were like, all right, like, do we move it now? Sato's still killing people. Okay, I guess we're good to go. So yeah, okay, yeah, let's go for that B side, I guess. It's just an unbelievable play. That's 6 rounds in a row on this half for M80, as they're now 3 rounds away from making this a 2-0 in the grand finals.
M80 have hit C so many times that you have Spaz just posted up on Mound, and M80 will commit fully towards A this time, having their Viper wall set up, and SRB hanging back with trips ready for it. It's a good read from Pancakes, and this engagement means a neural theft advantage or a win con removed from SRB. It all depends, it all hinges on if Pancakes can live. You also have the Armageddon, a great tool from BCJ. It's M80 that have been able to dictate a lot of this map.
And M80, they already know what's going on. BCJ with Armageddon in hand can use that as a deterrence, but once again, it feels like they want to just use that utility to try and go for that retake. Monsi as well, having the Rolling Thunder. A lot of tools available, a lot of ultimates for Shopify to claw around back from the clutches of M80.
Okay, the pit. You're using a Rolling Thunder, but you're going in blind, and you put the Armageddon on top of it. BCJ dies, but it still goes through, and M80 have Caillou still kicking, and this is what protects the spike. This is what protects only Caillou as the rest of M80 play around the perimeter. SRB infiltrate, hope to evict. The Viper's removed. The spike is exposed. And M80 are playing out of sight and away from this util. The paranoia from SRB as the rest progress forward to defuse will get halfway, and I don't think M80 or Bao can do much about this. SRB will get their first round of the half.
Caillou, just a little bit of unfortunate timing there. Hops out of the pit, almost gets the kill through, and then goes for the shotgun pullout and has to reload. That could have been a pivotal moment because that would have kept the Viper spit online. M80 would have had a decent chance to be able to survive that. and yet still Shopify Rebellion, they're able to pull things back together. Unbelievable good combo of utility coming through, specifically of those ultimates to make sure, like I said, they're going to do a great job at forcing people away from their positioning. So an excellent round coming in from Shopify. That was a very strong retake from that team.
We haven't seen this 2-2-1 look from M80. It's been usually a 4-1, leaving Caillou or maybe sometimes Bao to watch over A. But SRB are really gambling on this, pushing through to A. Teleport back to trigger the Vice wall. SRB now have to retake through B because they left that open, trying to help pressure A lobby. And BCJ catches B-Dog pushing past B. That's really aggressive from M80. Really experimenting with how much map control they can really go for. This Paint can't get the cutoff. He's thinking about crossing through the cage, but the salvos from his own teammate make him think twice. Does M80 know there's presence around Waterfall? And they don't have smokes at the moment with B-Dog missing, so it's going to be tough to seal off C the way they want.
Yeah, it looks like the call's been made. They're going to be going into on to B, but I want everyone to keep an eye on Sato here because the timing could be immaculate onto Pancakes, and that is going to be a big threat for this Shopify retake.
M80 have no util right now besides Satchels, and Sato knows he has to go for a play. Got SRB's attention. But it's just M80 solo pushing randomly. Like, look at where Caillou is. He's towards spawn. Monty gets a fault line set up. Bao and Caillou hold the site down. You're waiting for the flank. But it's Pancakes that thrives. Halfway defuse, being stuck. Caillou has to peek down low and can't do much about that and has the rifle denied. SRB are not done yet. They've tied it up.
Yeah, a great job coming in from Shopify Rebellion. You still see a lot of that same planning coming through from M80 where they're like, hey, let's just go exploring because once we get that spike down, we got to back off. Make sure that the utility that Shopify Rebellion is not going to be stunning us off. We can just rely on at least 1 or 2 members hanging out onto the site. And then hopefully by spreading out, we can catch some opportunities and get those backstabs. But this time around, Shopify Rebellion are a lot more decisive in how they move it. And they're watching, most importantly, for a lot of that flank pressure, making sure that they don't get away with bloody murder anymore. So Shopify Rebellion, they tie it back up 10-10 here in map number 2, as it's going to be still full buys coming through. Keep in mind, M80, they've got 2 ultimates, Okeanos with that Nightfall and Bao with the Steel Garden. I imagine this is going to be excellent tools to really deter any of these retakes that Shopify have been doing.
M80 just have to go through their normal game plan, but the change is the kill trip in the cage, and Pancakes catches Sato and exactly where he satcheled onto. M80 just overcooked last round, just gotta go back to page 1. And the Bao Steel Garden in case SRB were lurking around the waterfall. SRB flashes. They do get the catch on B-Dog. The Nightfall pushback from Okeanos. SRB, the 3-man push through waterfall. They flood on in and they get great isolations off the smokes placed there by Spaz. They follow through, 1 left or 2 left on the site. Okeanos and Bao cover their angles. Okeanos, how does he keep pulling off these heroic plays? 1v1 though, 9 HP, Paint splatters him, and it's SRB back in the lead.
Yeah, I was just about to say, amazing retake coming in from Shopify there. Like, they know exactly what M80 might be doing as soon as they realize that the Steel Garden gets utilized to honestly just buy space. They immediately just back off, and then they know, let's flash it right back in because they're pushing us back to try and push into our territory, and we're going to make sure that we are going to punish them for it. And Shopify Rebellion come in perfectly. You can tell there as well, I think it was Caillou who was just playing on that angle. The other team, the rest of the team should have had him. Okeanos was watching that angle, and an excellent timing with a smoke from Spaz isolates only the top part of that site to allow the flood in from Shopify Rebellion to systematically identify and take out the post planters. So great stuff coming through from Shopify. It was looking a little bit dire as M80 were really running away with things, but they've really pulled themselves back in and will force this M80 timeout.
Yeah, the only reason that was close was Okeanos, the GOAT. but it's been just big playmakers on both sides to even get us to this point. Ever since the SRB timeout, they've been 3-1. They've really cracked down on how to retake the C site. And M80 kind of faltered, getting away from that game plan, solo pushing to those pieces falling apart and needing to reassemble once again. Now, after having their C plan downloaded, how do they want to push through A or B as a pivot plan? With no ults and an orb play that wouldn't gift them much. Okeanos approaching the 30 bomb too.
Very early dimensional drift here from Paint, just simply to scout them out. And you can see that Monty is trying to get the fault line lined up so they could potentially get some frags, but understandably, M80, they're nice and spaced out. So the dimensional drift, sure, it scouts them out, gives them a bit of an idea as to where M80 is, but nothing too aggressive from M80, more or less neutralizes it. Shopify at least will be able to
Sorry,
gain part of
guys.
this map control.
I had to,
Bow's wall was in place.
one, go to the bathroom.
So SRB could think about
Two,
it.
start a load of laundry. Three, take my dogs out. Four, feed all my animals, my cat, my dogs.
Really tried to play the mind games against them. Now that Vice wall is
I had to do a
used,
lot of stuff. Like you guys know, I just got off of work, so I went from work mode to starting to stream. I didn't get to do any like my. I gotta take care of my house, you know.
This one step at a time as a result.
You know what I
You
mean?
can tell that M80 are starting to go back to their tried and true method of playing nice and
No,
slow.
dude, I did not
Saw
go
there
to
be
the. I was not
initiation
going to the
inside,
bathroom that whole
at
time,
least
chat.
one of the trips here, hopefully not just go down in the middle of this tripwires.
Oh my god, Pancakes gets pressured and he overcomes. Still goes 1 for 1. Salvo's delayed that. It gets Caillou and emerges from the smoke. And smokes Monty. Holy cow, BCJ and Spaz are left with the paranoia too.
Dude.
Getting low. I mean, it's mixed on the SRB
I'm gonna have to
side,
pay out
but
the gamble.
they
Okay,
know
just
they can
remind me.
get
I'll
up to
do it.
match point and tie the series.
I'll do it.
Salvos to drown out the corner, but the synergy from M80's good. The punish from Spaz. He knows one more is around the corner. It's time for him to be the laser. And Caillou has to be the sniper. All he has to do is keep this spike alive. Spots the cross from Spaz. And he's going to try and get this defuse halfway. And Caillou gets the spam through the box. And he finishes it off.
shit.
Decision from Spaz that'll haunt him. 11-11.
It's supposed to come out tomorrow, Tim.
We're at 11 to 11. M80 still alive.
Chat 11-11. Make a
It's
wish.
a little bit tough. They're starting to figure out how to play around this cipher, and they're starting to get a read on how this defense is going to be set up.
I think my cat's stuck somewhere, bro.
To try and keep this series competitive.
Hang on a
here.
second.
But once again, I think that Pancakes with that sick fadeaway
You got him?
kill really just makes it that
Where was
much
he?
more difficult here for M80
Huh?
to be able to squeeze out this victory.
Oh, he's in
And
here?
You can tell that both these teams are really sweating. Spaz, honestly, really making up for that little bit of a hiccup that we saw earlier on as a Shopify Rebellion are going to take another time out. This is their second here and a very important one because
Yeah, it comes
they
out
will
tomorrow.
not be able to buy fully into this next round.
Kinda
which
sad.
could potentially put M80 on map point. And on top of that, too, have quite a few ultimates available. I'm looking at one more for Okeanos to get that Nightfall online, 2 more for Caillou to get the Viper's Pit. Things are looking really good for M80 coming into this next round economically. and
Yeah, because
ultimately
it's gonna.
speaking.
I started watching the show
so
when
stressed
season
out that these
2
last
had
couple
5
rounds have been
episodes
down to
out, so I
1v1s,
started watching all season 1.
Even
I
when
caught
you have
up
a
to
team with,
season
like, a
2, and then now I'm at the
strong
week-to-week
advantage
episodes, and then
versus someone
now
with
it's
a
like
multi-kill,
I don't even. I
and
think
go
there was
back
like
to
2
just
years before
who can clutch
between
at
season
the
1 and
very
season
end.
2.
And M80 post timeout
So.
were able to stabilize themselves. SRB did the same thing on their first timeout, going 3-1. Did SRB cook up the answer? It's a 2-3 stack, leaving B open. M80 haven't prioritized B too much, maybe a small handful of rounds. M80 leave that Vice wall behind. They don't want to open up themselves to a flank from SRB.
I'm assuming they're gonna do a season 3. Like the show hasn't been teed up to
Feels like
end.
that full intention of this round for Shopify Rebellion is just simply to play for the next one.
You know what
We
I
see
mean?
Immediately that it's Monty who's going to be picking up that
I don't think
ultimate
it's
orb there.
ending.
Now Monty 1 away from having Rolling Thunder back online, and they're playing so conservatively. Monty finds a kill, dies, doesn't matter. That ultimate will be available for this squad as M80 are just so patient. They're expecting Shopify Rebellion to be the ones to aggress them here. And with that haunt inbound, at least giving Okeanos.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a good show. They could do so much with it.
I think that Monty was playing in cover. He knows how important his fault line is with how limited SRB are in terms of util. SRB have a crossfire going at C.
No smokes. Only have Viper, I guess.
Default after kind of an early catch from Paint from B, but this is what gives him a Vandal. But that Vandal's on the other side of the map. Double satchel in from M80. Sato with the showstopper. No one home at a distance. That means M80 need to take space. They have the objective and the power of friendship on their side, but SRB still have a fault line. Caillou, Molly knows how close they are to just buy time. That's all they need. And the Nightfall doesn't hit Sato. And he gets the surprise on Monsi. No fault line, no rolling thunder, no retake for SRB.
Yeah, quick at M80 3-0.
Okay.
Who's gonna stop M80, bro?
Just the 2 kills left. And try to carry as many rifles through, because this last round is everything. Will M80 go to series?
What up, RCS?
Or will SRB
I just noticed that you're here.
Overtime?
And a fantastic post plant being played by M80.
I just noticed,
there.
bro.
You see, just as soon as Sato makes contact, all the utility flies through. They make sure that it's so much more difficult for Shopify Rebellion to go and try and retake that. Okeanos using the Nightfall as well. Make sure to secure the round. You don't want any more shenanigans like that early pick to happen. And it kind of forces the hand here of SRB. You see just the crunch that happens as they run through it. Paranoid, flashed, and bombs exploding all over the place. It is a good round played by M80, but this is going to be the decider as to whether or not we are going to be going to those overtime. The last round in regulation, and Monty does now have that Rolling Thunder online.
Monty wants to capitalize on anyone getting that trip, and what a read from M80, taking care of that quickly. All hinges on this Rolling Thunder. And if Paint wants to push his luck, knowing that pretty much every round M80 have had a Vice Wall there. And a post plant. It's going to be sturdy from M80. If Caillou can pull off the pit, he pulls off the first kill. You remove the duelist, the star of SRB, their best player. But M80 know the fight is not over. The pings come out from the defense as Monty prepares either a fault line or a Rolling Thunder. How much they want to invest to prevent.
Wait, 80 what? 80 channel points?
M80. Knowing this pit.
You're gonna get VIP. How many points do you have, RCS?
The Rolling Thunder for that. It is the Rolling Thunder to prevent.
How many points do you have?
Get sightlines. They get vision from Pancakes wrapping around the corner for BCJ to catch Caillou at the heel. It's Plan B as M80 rush on in to catch
Plan B.
It's Monty with a flash. Throws that out. 12 seconds. To shake up M80.
Oh shit!
Just in time.
Oh my god, RCS might be the first to redeem? No way!
That M80 don't overcook.
Who's gonna stop M80, bro?
Cooking the chef in the kitchen.
Who's gonna stop M80, bro?
Who somehow knows this is coming. X-ray vision. Okeanos. Oh my god, almost checked the wrong angle. Wait, he has his knife out. He breaks his gun out. But at the wrong time.
Oh no, RCS.
SRB, the retake there.
Oh no.
So clean.
2v2.
And he will not.
No time. No time.
M80 just have to protect the spike, and Monty gets on it. With Spaz, his backup is huge, and his shots are clean too. It's overtime.
It was such a questionable call coming in from M80. They still decide to hit C, even though they had such a hard time trying to deal with the multiple
oh no!
Putting down onto that site.
Oh no, 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 no.
Very early Rolling Thunder catches M80 off guard.
No, no, no.
They might have overcooked just a little bit.
Not like this, bro.
And then it's just Spaz cleaning up the
What up, Ninja? Where you guys been at, bro? All the regulars haven't been here, bro. It's just me and fucking me, Tim, and fucking Hammy, bro. That's all it's been in here, dude. Me, Tim, and fucking Hammy. That's been it.
That should be able to swing things back around. So let's see how
it's okay, guys. I'll allow it. I fell off. I fell off. It's okay.
4 more stack from M80.
I know I fell off.
And as the later rounds have gone on, M80 has
Hemi makes
left
fun of
B
me for
open
it, bro.
purposely with how quick they can pivot from the side door. M80
So sad,
so
bro.
quick on map
So
control.
sad,
as SRB
esports.
have to cross through, and where that vice wall is, that will
Every day in
trap the
DMs.
player in the corner into Thorns.
Hemi,
It'll
bro.
be a free kill for Bao. He's on the high ground. The vice wall is tripped. Kill onto BCJ. Monsi hopes to follow through. The fault line will catch Caillou, but he's in a safe position. Or I should say, Bao is in a safe position with Caillou supporting through Waterfall. But SRB have smoke.
Who's leading the series? M80 is, bro.
And that's a
It's gonna be a 3-0. Who's gonna stop M80?
As paint falls, they've been able to turn around a 3v5 before.
Oh!
Flash with the firing squad for M80 to make a flawless first overtime win.
And that is honestly just
RCS. RCS might be the first to redeem and get VIP in the chat. I'm so fucking excited. I am so excited. Be the first time somebody redeems it, bro.
Live in the midst of all of that. Fault line, yeah, gets tossed out there. And then we see Shopify Rebellion falling back a little bit and not clearing out all.
What should we bring VIP to next, Hammy? If somebody redeems it, what should we jump up to?
Getting to the punchline a little bit too quickly before the joke is really established. And as
Hey,
a
what up,
result of that,
Ethan?
M80, they're getting their foot in the door to be able to shut some of this stuff down.
25%.
Now, once again,
What is
have an
25%
opportunity
of
to force the series to
increase?
0
What is that?
if they're
What's
able to win
25%
this
of
next round.
50,000?
So difficult to win a defense too.
Is that 15,000? 15,000 more?
From M80. Somehow their attack has been
12.5?
the strongest point.
Okay.
Protocol's clean. But SRB, look at the stack, look at the trap. Monsi, flash and fault line. There is the fault
So
line.
we'll bring it up to 62.5 thousand.
The spike is down. Where's the rest of M80?
Oh no! Oh no! M80 masterclass throw for
Play it
RCS.
safe. They smoke it off. They let M80 get
Oh
the spike
no! RCS. Who's gonna stop M80?
It's all calm and collected right now for Shopify Rebellion.
I'll round up to 65, but we could go 15. 15K.
Coming through, relies on their
Bro, you know I'm the master jinxer. I'm the master
nice
jinxer,
easy.
bro.
But Shopify Rebellion get the
The
advantage,
master
and everything
jinxer.
starts to slowly dismantle itself. We're seeing right now Caillou take a lot of space onto B, but I have a feeling that this is still going to be an A side hit. Caillou is calling that the site is open here.
I'm excited for
Yeah,
stage
looks like
2
they're gonna
though.
be going in on A.
There is the decoy or some paranoia to initiators.
I feel like this season was hella long. Maybe because
to shake things up.
they made it the franchising league. I mean, they should have won like 2 years ago,
On
bro.
a different angle, gets the
About
attention of
fucking damn
Monsi
time.
As the plant pivots
Get
to
him
B.
out. Get him out of the
Mario
league.
waits, can't be
Get
a
him
good
out.
Bodyguard has done some damage. It's just the aftershock that Monsi has, and Pain is exploring the map and takes care of Bao. M80 are doing the thing of overcooking and solo pushing, all trying to be heroes at the same time.
Chat, I'm calling it now.
It's all up to
Sad
B-Dog
Esports goes to
save this
playoffs
for
next
M80, or
stage.
SRB will extend this overtime. Everyone's looking away. The patience.
Oh!
No!
Oh, so close! Oh, so close, RCS. You were 1 kill away from VIP.
There's so many timings where
You were 1 kill away.
and for a second there, it looked like
Oh no!
Especially too with the stack that was coming
Oh
through.
no!
The round on the right foot.
Oh, that hurt.
Necessary as M80, instead of kind of relying on what you would expect them to do on their attack, where they play a little bit more slower, they just try and hold back a little bit more. This time, scoring and Shopify Rebellion were ready for that level.
Should I can't raise it now. Nobody's redeemed it. That's not fair.
Once again, on M80's mistakes.
But this is RCS's chance. He can get it this stream. On the last game of the stage 1 would be kind of lit to see somebody get it.
Decide to yield that site, and Caillou is going to reinforce this B side, but there might be a timing coming through here. Can back out.
Monsi was just huge last round.
Ethan, your VIP was given, not earned.
So
Okay.
sick that you can't make an upper final to
RCS's
be
VIP,
here.
if he gets it, it's gonna be a
So
fucking
insane.
dogfight.
That could have just been over.
BS earned.
Now a very slow default for SRB. Maybe have to be careful with these solo pushes, and they have B-Dog inserted at Rubble as they usually do, who can teleport out. All depends on.
I'm kind of hoping and
SRB
praying
will
for a
allow
clean
it.
3-0, to be honest. I'm trying to watch college basketball with my dad.
Get some salvos out.
I love
from
you guys, though.
BCJ, which is always nice.
I love you so much.
Oh my God! As the wall comes down, Paint with
Oh
first
no,
blood.
not like this,
You can't be
RCS,
missing
dude.
Okeanos. You can't be missing the GOAT. That's an important agent for the retake.
Bro, 4v5 on
Now the
defense.
preventative.
Oh!
Sato with the
He couldn't even see!
Covers the floor with bodies. And the numbers
Nick, we need
start
4
to
more for
dwindle,
beer league.
And even it's B-Dog again.
I
that
told
has
you
to
I would
clutch
do it.
This time easier, but this time Monty has built up to a rolling thunder.
So do you need me to
They
get the
sense
people?
B-Dog. It's
Do you want me to get them?
This dog is gonna be put
Because I
down.
have everybody in my personal Discord is a fit for it.
Oh, he's gotta get these
Okay, I'm gonna
rebounds,
tell you
Monty.
my people that I would try and get in the beer
Rolling
league.
thunder. B-Dog, can he get the safety? He's going out. He clutches almost mid.
We will be an
ultimate,
uncapped
and it's
league.
B-Dog versus Monty
What does
again,
that
except
mean?
Monty gets the last laugh in both occasions.
Wow, I mean, they just were not expecting Sato to be there.
Yo, what
And
up, Elk?
Sato just gets flashed. Okay, I'm out of this one. Let me just quickly hold my left mouse button down.
Ethan, what does
Okay, they're
uncapped
all dead.
mean?
Wait, that's crazy. What just happened?
Silver 1, diamond cap, and then
Sato
uncapped.
almost won that one
So
back,
we're gonna
but Monty
so we're
very
gonna
importantly
fucking
gets
play
the Rolling Thunder
in
online
sweaty ass
after a
lobbies
string
in that
of
league.
insane kills. And then you see immediately.
Hammy,
Spaz
you would
is
be a
like,
person
okay,
I would
I'm gonna
ask,
be
but
the
you
one
live
who
in
has to go out
Australia.
here and play my life because of timing here, and we can just play off of that Rolling Thunder.
Okay, so I need to get good people then, huh, Ethan? That are 21 and up.
As soon as he got scouted out, that round was over. A fantastic
Ethan, they need to be
job
21 and up.
coming through from Shopify Rebellion, who now find themselves here on match point and potentially tying up our series.
Okay, well,
And SRB did just win their previous defense as
Ethan,
well,
I'm literally
so
diamond 1 right now.
they have been conditioned to always be on their toes. So always
So,
expect that M80 could
just
be pushing.
Get somebody
people
else,
through
bro. I
to
won't be
their
on your team.
spawn,
Fuck it.
but
You're just
M80
not
do
gonna
it
let me play
solo.
anyways.
So that's SRB's chance to punish.
No, you're
that
on my
yet
team.
again.
Okay.
So SRB cannot overcook this round.
Okay, then,
It has to be the fundamentals.
brother.
Has to be the normal game plan.
The people that I am friends with that are Immortal 1 Plus are the most inconsistent people that'll be on the game ever. Like, if you want me to get people that'll always show up, they'll be like Diamond and Ascendant.
But Paint has
So I can do
an
that.
operator coming into this one, and I don't think we've seen the Yoru operator just quite yet. So
Like, you'll be able to
something's
carry
going
us,
on
bro.
here.
The flash. Wait, B-Dog gets collapsed. on.
Honestly, our average rank might be to be where it might be
Take care of
when
that player that pushes through
like you
rubble,
might be
usually
the
Bioman and
reason it's
B-Dog
weighted higher, but
being able
I
to
can make it
escape
to where it's
and teleport away.
diamond. Our
Now
average
the
rank
door
is
opens,
diamond.
There's a lot to worry about for M80. They've got plans to push through tree, the prowler to clear it, and SRB are close
I can get
too, and they're just
No,
gonna
I'm saying
pivot
like
and
like
swing
these
into
guys,
Ryu.
their
The
ranks
horse
right
is
now
on with the
are like
paranoia.
not good,
Gives
but
the
they're
edge
good
to
as a
Spaz.
game.
Spaz,
So
Pancakes, makes up for the
and our
numbers.
average rank will be
Spaz
diamond, bro.
finishes it.
Oh, that is so unlucky.
Fantastic
RCS.
hold coming in from Shopify Rebellion at the very
Oh.
end. And yeah, we get to see all of them just at the end there. That was
Oh,
a little bit too close
no.
for comfort. But at the end of the day, Spaz shows up when you needed him most.
I'm sorry,
We saw a little bit of
RCS.
a whiff earlier in that matchup.
I'm
and
so
yet
sorry,
still
RCS,
comes
dude.
alive. And that is an excellent showcase
Good
coming
try.
in from Shopify Rebellion.
NT.
M80, they almost
I
made
love
the
you.
comeback
Please don't
happen.
leave,
It was
RCS.
looking a little bit
Please
dicey
don't
there,
leave.
But at the very end, Shopify just really locked things down, and M80 simply were not able to get out.
What an intense map from being down 4-8 to M80.
What do you mean
taking
before
the
prac?
lead,
Are you still playing
10-8,
for
to then Shopify Rebellion taking
Collegiate?
a timeout to coming back, timeouts all used in the second half to M80. The first round of overtime win, back and forth they go, 15-13.
This guy's
Our
wearing a
series is
sport
tied
coat, bro.
1-1, and this series could go the distance.
playing on
And
land?
SRB
Hell
will have
no.
our next map pick. It's Haven coming up next.
They're just playing at
Let's
the
hear from
probably the
best. See you
Shopify
after.
place. Bro, this shit's gonna take for fucking ever. We got 2 more maps at least. God damn it, bro. I just want to watch college basketball. What am I supposed to do with all these points, chat? Hammy, how many points do you have now? 39K. Congratulations, Hammy. All in on pistol. Ooh, I like it. Let's play roulette. Let's play roulette. Let's play roulette. Either you guys just go either or. I love this. I love this, actually. It's going to make pistol round absolute cinema.
I think bringing back Brock from last season.
It's Hythe. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. It's Hythe.
And so when we were looking to build,
Thank you so much.
The coaches kind of looked at, you know, who kind of fits the same mold of.
Wouldn't there be a ping diff or something? I think they like choose the server. I think they choose a server for their map. I think it's how it works. Like each map they pick the server. I think.
I mesh really well with both my coaches. I'd say some of the players have, you know, either worked with some of the coaches or, you know, talked with them before. So we're all pretty friendly people to each other, and we're all like, you know, likable.
Ooh. RCS gets the first choice.
We're gonna be committed from the get-go, like unless.
Oh my god.
Player just stops caring, which I don't really.
Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good.
Just improve as this 5. Really focus on like this 5 being like the best 5 you can, and go all the way to Ascension.
All in on SRB.
I think the biggest
I like it, bro.
has been on the fundamentals of the game. I think a lot of us came from different teams that kind of were taught different fundamentals. Some not taught at all. You know,
I think I'd like to formally complain Hamdog has been slacking and broke spending on my gambas.
For this team, it's
What do you
really
mean,
combine
Bluzzy?
all that experience together to kind of get on the same page. And that leads into.
If I lose, I lose. Wait, so on pistol, you could get VIP still?
I think the view
RCS?
have on the game had been slightly different because we came.
Okay. So somebody can still get VIP. Somebody can still get VIP. Well, you won 2 mil in extras chat?
To call it, like, 'cause I still have the knowledge, but not have like the whole job of doing it.
Must be zone 18.
You know, BCJ, he's very vocal. He's our co. You know, and Avantzi's our IG.
Yeah, I see what you
Honestly, it's
mean.
just- everyone has their own role. Like my job is to relay information and be a turd.
Ethan, bro. All right, this is my idea for our beer league roster. Me, you, John B. Who were the last two? 21 and up. We could get Duque.
It almost looked
And-
unstoppable. It took a while, but Shopify Rebellion Black finally found the key and shut it down.
Yeah, an absolute tug of war between both of these teams from the
Ooh,
get-go.
and Maz.
Shopify Rebellion Black having an impeccable
Okay,
first half.
me,
Okeanos doing his best to keep
Ethan,
M80 in that game in
Duque,
the first half.
Maz, John
But
B.
Ultimately, SRB, they closed
Ethan,
it out. Spaz waking up
Maz,
towards the end as
Duque,
well, having a
Nick, John
pop-off
B.
game. We
That's a
saw
killer
so
5.
many moments from these two teams
And
that were just like,
that's like an average. We could be in diamond with that, because Maz is like not what he used to be in comp. We need one more for sub.
It was beautiful to watch.
Especially because
Who else
as
could
we
I get?
remembered, this all started 8-4, and we were thinking, okay, is this gonna be another one of those M80?
Okay, Maz can be our sub, and then I'll get
They came really close, right? It
who
went all
else
the
should
way
I
to
get?
overtime, and
21
then that
up.
overtime is Shopify Rebellion Black, the ones who were able to close it out. As Roy was saying, though, it's an insane map, a lot of back and forth between the two, and it was crazy to see. I mean, how many rounds on?
Let's see,
the,
who
on the
else
attack
could I
side for
get?
M80 group, where we seeing them come back, pivot to the B side, get that.
Let me look at my
spike point,
Discord,
play
bro.
Into that post where it was a 1v2, a 1v1, in so many scenarios. I mean, it was incredibly close between these two, and I like it because the grand finals is building up to exactly what we expected, right? A match to be this close.
Exactly. When I see these two teams and I think of these two teams, of course, I thought Shopify Rebellion Black had the upper hand going into the series, considering how their previous encounters have gone. But for it to be this close with only 2 maps already, getting a double overtime, and a lot of heroics too. We got to see a lot of individual step-ups. That Sato 3K was a huge one.
Who else could I get, man?
With the 4K
That always is
just in
gonna
time in that
play.
second OT to make sure that M80 could
Dude, what
be
if I got
suppressed. It
Skarn?
was just
I'm just kidding. I can't get Skarn.
beautiful I think too. Just
I
a
could get
testament that this could
Keegan,
be a
but he's
series
like
that
hit or
goes
miss. He's
all
not
the way.
consistent, bro.
Yeah, I think it's shaping up to be that for sure. But yeah, look at the stats right here. 16 first kills for the SRB side. Paint.
I feel like Maz. I feel like I told Maz about it. He'd probably do it.
Bloods under his
I can
belt.
tell
It's just
Keegan
insane
about it.
victory.
He
That
could
is
be our
insane from
sub.
the SRB side from
John
Paint
B
as well.
definitely
And
will
of
do
course,
it.
There's just so many layers
Duke definitely will do it.
strategy of
Ooh, I
timings.
could get
They have
Connor.
such a good
No,
read
I
on
could
each
get
other. It really
Connor.
felt like a chess
I'll get
game
Connor.
throughout from the beginning
So
all the way
Connor's like a
until the end.
shitter. He's like a fucking plat peak, but he would help our average be to where it's in diamond.
Down. I'm trying to find words like I know it ended up being a loss, but Oki's
No, we don't want good high
on that
ELA
map
players,
is
Hammy.
just-
We want people that like average our whole
goodness. And to
team.
see him hit the 30
Eric,
and then them not quite
don't
being
even
able to close
act or
out, like,
pretend like you would play this fucking game, bro. I beg you multiple times a week to play Valorant, and you never, ever play. Ever! No, you would not. Stop. That is cap. You would not play in this league, Eric. You would get in pistol round, you get shot in the head, and then you'd fucking quit. That's what you would do. You would not play in this shit, bro. That is cap.
For M80 and for Okeanos,
Cap.
it's not enough to get those 30 kills because Shopify Rebel and Black, they had
No,
the advantage
dude, you would
towards the
make it
beginning.
one match.
It took a
You might
little
play
bit
one
to get the
map,
grip on how
and then
they
you'd be
wanted to
like,
play
I'm
this
done. I
game.
hate
They
this
wanted to
fucking
play
game.
these
I'm
ridiculous
sick of it.
runs
I hate
without it.
I hate
It
it.
doesn't
And
matter
you
of
quit.
time. And yeah,
I'm your
it's
biggest
cool because
hater,
now
bro.
we see them getting
No,
away
I'm
with
not.
each
I
other's
literally
map
beg
pick,
you
and
to play
now we have
Valorant
Haven, we're
every
things are
single time I
going-
get on my computer.
Yeah, we're seeing the reverse.
And you're like, nah, I'd rather play golf. Or no, I'm selling cards. Or no, I'm looking at golf clubs. Like, dude, it's okay.
Makes it entertaining. Make sure we're always on our toes over here. My thought, looking at the player performance,
It's an organized five. You would fucking, one, you would fight with Duke. Two, you would be mad if you didn't perform well and you had a bad map and you'd fucking freak out. Like, dude, Eric, I would love for you to play. You could be our sixth man. How about that?
And then really was just able to
So you don't have to be fully committed. How about that? You be our sub.
I was completely forgotten Paint. I mean, it's just
Eric,
again, Paint, you're awesome.
I would have
Keep playing
totally
it.
gone and asked you first if you play Valorant, but you don't play Valorant. You literally, you tell me every single time, I hate that fucking game. I hate that game so much. Fuck that game. I hate it. Like, that's all you say to me. Every single time I ask you to play. And now I'm talking to Ethan about playing in a 21 and up league. Now you want to play?
And of course, Spaz had to step up after he heard Lemon Kiwi telling him to lock in on the cast. So as soon as he,
Okay, well then you could be on our team then, and you'll help. So okay, Ethan, then that's perfect. So me, Eric, you, John B, Duke. That makes it to where we can play in the diamond cap. Because Eric is fucking like silver right now. He's not actually silver. He's peak diamond 2. We have a silver player. John's literally gold right now, and he's a ascendant 2 peak. Me, I'm literally fucking immortal 2 peak, and I'm fucking diamond right now. Duke is like diamond 2 right now, and then you. So you'd be like the only person that makes our average higher. We could play in diamond, the diamond cap.
New map ahead. We're guaranteed at least 4 in the set.
That's our 5. Right there.
We were talking about,
And then we could have Connor be our sub.
Each other's map picks. This one, I think, though, is especially interesting because Haven.
Oh shit, they're gonna use our trackers. Are they going off of our peaks?
And tore M80 apart, and already M80 writing a different story.
Fuck,
on
dude.
That first map of Fracture Dan. So then Haven, what's in store there?
That's what we were talking about. And
Why
for
can't
those
they go
who
off a
missed
current
it,
rank?
That map of Fracture, last time these two teams played it,
I'm not
it
as
was
good as I
Shopify
used to be at the
Rebellion
game, bro.
win on Fracture
I don't
with
play it. I don't
13-1,
play it.
and a map of
When I was
Haven
when I was
with
Immortal 2, I played
13-2. It was a
5 games a
2-0
night.
Shopify
When I, even
Rebellion
while I was
back,
working.
And they moved forward in the lower bracket or in the upper bracket. But now we're seeing something different because you're seeing this 13-6 for M80. They
I don't
look
even play like
insane on
a few games a
Fracture, and now as
week.
you approach Haven, it's one of my favorite
But
maps to see
the
for
amount of
both of
Valorant I
these
play,
teams,
I'll play in that
actually.
league.
They've
It sounds like a lot more fun than
of
comp.
really cool ideas.
I'll get you trackers.
On the neon, something that we haven't gotten the chance to see just yet
Wait,
today.
let's
It should be.
let's go look at
a
the
lot
trackers
closer than that
for our
13-2.
teammates,
Now,
shall we?
I learned my lesson after seeing Fracture.
Guys, I have some bad news.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I am jumping ship once more. I've seen all I needed to see. The resilience coming out from SRB. I'm back on the
All right,
train.
Ethan, I'm sending you these
Shopify
trackers.
Rebellion. Let's let's go, production.
There's no way.
Yeah.
All right, so there's me.
Right now, this is unreal.
Let's look at Eric.
I thought we were just not gonna allow him to make predictions anymore. What happened?
Last active a month ago. Criminal.
Yeah, let's just say production and I have an agreement now.
Oh, I see how it is. That's crazy.
Let's get John B.
You got them to take that. You got to make them take that prediction back away.
Producción, él no tiene derecho. No tiene derecho a quitarle la predicción.
Perfect.
Let's get what's Duque's shit?
I mean,
what's Duque's fucking name?
Series is back in
Furia.
order. Is this? What? Amazing. Oh, let's go. That's the goat. That's the goat. Roy,
No way.
stocks are not going up. But hey,
Furia.
I'm gonna blame you for changing the prediction because that is unacceptable. But I don't blame you for just.
Well,
not
I don't have
knowing what is
Duque's,
going on in the series and
but
how
I'll
this
text
can
in and
go
get his.
It is literally anyone else's.
I'll text Duque and get
anyone's
his.
game,
I'll
and
tell him to
it's
turn
just
his tracker
so
on.
Fun to watch. So let's head into the 80s.
He said
right now
current-ish.
for this
Okay.
map of Haven. Again, M80 torn apart the last time they faced Shopify Rebellion Black here, but we have seen them on there since. They're running back the same comp then, and it was a win over Winthrop University, so they definitely have a lot of fight to give here.
RCS, you got this, bro.
This is an interesting one. We just talked about the
And I'm gonna get, I'll get Connor's tracker, and he can be our sub. It should make our average better. So let me go.
Only those 2 rounds for M80, but we've seen the improvement. We talked about how consistent this team has been at growing as a team, at fixing those mistakes, and we see it day after day. I mean, think about it. M80 have had to play the past 4 days back to back to back. And
There you go. That should be everybody except for Duque.
I wouldn't see why this map
Ethan.
should be as one-sided as it was the first time that they played it.
That should be everybody but
Duke.
Duke.
You were expecting these 2 maps to be played very early on in the series, and it's probably the reason why M80 looks so prepped on this map, and probably they're going to be equally as prepped going into Haven as well. But I want to point out the difference in initiators here, the info initiators specifically, the Sova.
Duque is he's legit diamond, like he's diamond 2 or diamond 3 right now.
Because the Sova can deal with the Cypher gadgets so much
Can
better
you-
than the Tejo can. So I feel like the neon setup for Sato, he should have a much
Is
easier
your
time getting on sites and not
tracker
be so afraid to
linked
make space for his
to
team
your
and just dive on the
account?
sites, get those opening kills, and hopefully set up M80
I
for some
want
success
you
here.
to be on
Last time
my
we saw M80 on
team
this map
for
too,
this
if we're talking about individual player
21
performances, Bao dropped
plus
36, going 36
diamond
and 22
capped
on this map.
league.
So I'm definitely expecting a lot of great things from Bao and M80
I
as they look
need
to
your
try and
tracker,
get revenge against Shopify
please.
Rebellion Black. And what happened last time? It's time to head to Haven and
All right,
back
bet.
over to your castles for the 3rd time. It's
So,
the
dude, I
Undead
deadass think we'll be in the Diamond League.
Thanks so much.
I think we'll be in the Diamond League,
Our
Ethan,
series
which is going to be
all
fire,
tied
because
up
that
in
means all the
this
games are going to be
grand
close. We have a
final,
chance to
and
win.
You cannot underestimate the changes that M80 have brought. Well, maybe the change we care about is that they don't
You
close
know?
out overtimes, and that's why SRB are here.
You're 100% correct. And honestly, like, that is a little bit of a tilter if you are M80, just because, you know, that was completely going your way. That should have, by all means, been a 2-0.
No, yeah, that'd be sick, bro.
And
That
somehow
like
you just
makes
dropped the ball in
people like
overtime
us that like
after a
competitive
strenuous
Val,
match.
like
But we see
it gives
these
us a
guys,
platform to
like
play.
Dustin's been saying, they've been playing
Because we're not
so
as good as
much
these
Valorant
fucking
every
kids playing in
single
fun
day
havers
in
and
order
shit.
to fight for their position here.
Like we would get
So you know
smoked
they've
in a
got
fun
mental
haver. We would
resiliency
literally
built
get
up.
fucking clapped. Our cheeks would get freaking bounced off the concrete. Okay, here we go, chat. RCS, baby! RCS, baby!
Foiling some of that cipher stuff, but at the same time, too, allows for better information.
Oh, this is absolute cinema.
These duelist roles.
RCS?
Tends to be just kind of a send it, go in, and unfortunately get punished. I think
They're on defense, too. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, they've already dealt with some of the utils. Shot down a camera. I'm not sure if there was a trip in main, but there was a trip in garage, and it was all a fake. M80. It's so much noise at C, and look, these rotations as SRB try to keep up. It's the lurk from Bao. That looks for the first blood.
Oh, I know RCS's heart is thumping right now. It is beating out his chest. Oh, yeah! Oh, no! Oh, no!
Right into the loving arms of SRB that were
Okay.
M80 went
Okay.
far. I thought
Hey! He did it!
if they had more kills.
He did it!
Yeah, it just felt a little bit interesting. There.
Wait, do
It
I
felt
need to
like
do
the
it?
game
Do I need to
plan
choose
from
the
Sato
outcome?
Was just dive in, duck underneath, and then the rest of the game
SRB,
can kinda get those kills there.
complete prediction.
For M80,
He did it! He did it! Yeah! Oh, yeah!
A bit here. in just being going through.
What a
just
fucking...
really sliding towards
That
the
is... I
open
respect
as
that.
Omen's just
I
desperately
respect
hopping
that
out of the
so
way, trying to
much,
survive
RCS.
that.
Holy
But
shit, the
all
first
things
one to
considered,
redeem
a
it,
good round
dude.
for Shop
Who
Five,
would have
starting
thought? I
things
thought it
out
was going to
on
be
the right
Kieran.
foot. And M80, they're only down to pistols.
Take that
on the
VIP,
defense.
boy. Take
Never
it.
shot this outlaw yet. M80 don't know.
What a
They
call.
laugh. Well, with the
What a
outlaw,
call.
No. M80 are still walking into it. And what a flick. What a snipe. So
What an
Keanu's
absolute
catching him
call
in
by
two, and He's
RCS.
got
He
cages,
bet it all
he's
on
got
black.
help. And M80 try to scatter
It's my
away
kinda
from
guy.
The outlaw, and it's the Guardian that emerges too. But wait, Caillou and B-Dog got trades. But
Those
SRB have
trades
the
were like,
numbers
it was like
and Valor, the
even,
one,
bro.
two,
I know you were
three.
sweating when it was like 3v3. You're like, oh shit, they did trade 1-for-1 trades like back to back.
Concerned.
Yeah, they just kinda settled that
RCS.
time, and you can tell that Shop 5 Rebellion,
First time.
they're super comfortable playing.
That's
out there.
legendary
They're
VIP.
ready
That's
for the
legendary,
trades, they're
bro.
ready for
You
the
earned that
shenanigans
shit,
this
brother.
M80 squad might be pulling through.
Holy
And they just simply
fuck.
hold their
All right,
ground
we gotta
and
up
play
the viewer
effectively off
rewards.
of one another to make sure that nothing goes unpunished.
Let me go up
Paint
up
looking
the viewer
so good with the outlaw in hand. Of course, Monty
channel
in the back
points.
line with Spaz. It all just feels really well accounted for. And
Manage
so,
power
great
ups.
job coming
Let's
in
change the
from
VIP
Shopify.
to
Now M80 are the ones who have those rifles in
65.
hand. It is going to be that bonus from Shopify Rebellion here. A good hit from Paint, but not enough to get through.
All right,
that
VIP has been updated to 65,000.
Holy smokes.
Wow.
Get a punish.
What a
Messing with CI there.
fucking
Kind of how that went.
bet. Same team next
See if
split,
M80
Nick?
can
No.
have a decisive hit on the site without
No.
overcooking
Oh, he
or
just dinked
overextending
his
it.
ass.
Oh my god. How's Monty still standing? Fake teleport? Pros don't fake. Right?
Who's changing?
SRB not gonna peek. They're just kinda
I
waiting for
technically
noise
don't
and one of them
fully
gets
know
flashed
yet,
up with
but
Monty, but
I think
SRB
Ferb's
playing
gone.
really safe. And I could say the same about Spaz just walking out mid-court. But that's good info. And something that M80 had to re-clear going through garage. No one waiting at the window for SRB. There are some trips, and in the cages.
Frips has
it's
gotta
gonna be
grow up.
tricky for
Frips is
Sato,
growing up.
and Paint will catch him as M80 flood in, try to find each other, try to find the site, and they've taken it over.
And it's immediate flood in coming through from Shopify Rebellion, not yielding just quite yet.
Oh, Caillou.
Wait, Duque has a
Good
tracker.
coordination, the wrap
Let me
around
see. He
both
said
sides
it's
of that
linked.
middle box, and look,
He
M80
said it's Furia,
can
hashtag Yo
attack.
Mama.
And usually that's their cleaner side in terms of protocols, but this is more of a stable look.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, I found him.
It's so funny to be watching
Wait,
Sato
no.
walk up and then immediately just hits
Yo
the
Mama
brakes.
together.
We're walking into a cipher right now. I did not enjoy this at all on Lotus, so maybe I don't go in right away.
Furia.
And then you can see the rest of the team comes through, and there's a little
Hashtag
bit
Yo
more coordination to
Mama.
try and flush this cipher out. So I like that just little pause in moment. Make sure
No,
that these set
dude,
executes
that's
can really
not
happen,
it.
because I think Sato's gonna get punished a lot less as long as the rest of M80 set themselves up to be responsible to make sure that that Neon can get some kills.
I don't know about responsible. Pain is up to trouble. And Caillou.
Wow, what a
makes sure
dope
that he did
like
not get
last
back to
game
his
of the
friends.
season
how
for
the
our
story.
Twitch
So SRB
channel.
will have
Somebody
Monty
redeemed it, dude.
with
Somebody
flashes
got it.
that can help support the Southern
RCS,
Initiator.
bro. Congratulations, dude.
Also
Holy
hold
shit.
down to the drone. Not sure how M80 are committed. There's some presence in sewers. SRB are so passive. They're so far back, and that's what the style that M80 hated to play against when they went up against Winthrop.
Yeah, and you can tell.
Oh my god,
They're
bro.
just not a fan of what's kind of going on here. Immediately after flushing a lot of
Watch
that
this
info,
go to
they
fucking
slightly
5 maps,
back up,
bro.
And now they set themselves up
Oh
for
my
this
god.
re-engage. Not a ton of tools, but keep in mind Caillou still does have that fault line and should be able to at least find somebody. Pancakes, though, is going to be the one to slow this down.
You see
Fault
5
line
maps?
doesn't hit, and a flash does, but Oki trades. And he's not done yet. He's on a rampage. Guts a third, and it's just Spaz, and Oki's on the hunt. He knows how to clutch up in the best of ways for M80.
Yeah, Okeano's getting a 4K.
5
there.
and a
I know
BO5 is
Kara
kind of fire,
was
though.
Fixated on Pancakes.
Yeah.
As you can tell, as soon as M80 flood in there, Shopify Rebellion had a protocol down and ready. The flashes came out extremely coordinated, but they weren't counting on Okeanos.
All right, let me go check on
right
my slip for college
swinging
basketball
through,
chat.
finds two. That was
I'm scared to look.
unbelievable there. And then scoops up pancakes as
My
well.
bets.
Leaves Spaz for the very end.
Oh, it's
and
Yo
that's going to
Moms,
be a
not Yo
decisive
Mamas.
M80 round. Okeanos making sure that the squad is still very much
All right,
alive in this map.
guys, I'm 3 for 5 on my parlay.
At least the orb
I'm
grab.
3 for 5 on my
BCJ
parlay.
Armageddon.
I just need Michigan to win by 3,
at a different
and then
angle this
Memphis to
time.
win tomorrow, period.
Wanting
And
to
then I
take full
fucking
advantage of
cash.
Bucky, as M80 don't even bother. They use the paranoia, the teleport, aftershock to get all the way into C. But they haven't smoked off the top of sight, so okay, the cages do come up for bow. And went away from the neural theft, and they do get a kill trip somehow on Monty, or maybe just a spray through the smoke, I guess. And they've SRB left garage open, which was an unnecessary drop. But they can only do so much with the weapons they have, but they didn't manage to take care of, or take a Vandal from that M80 aggressor. And now M80 just have to line it up and knock him down.
It really feels like Shopify Rebellion have to do so much, and then M80 just pop themselves out and are able to find a couple of kills here, a couple of kills there.
What's going to happen to redeem when you get max VIPs? I'm going to take VIP away from people that I've given it to for free.
It still looks really easy for M80. And now on
How many
both
do you
these
get a
sides,
channel? Is it like
3
50?
ultimates available of very differing capacities.
How many
here,
do you get?
But I have to give the advantage over to M80. I think that the ultimates
It's
they got
100?
coming into this next one.
Yeah,
are a
we'll
little bit
be
more
fine,
effective
RCS.
At being able to clear out some of the stickiness, because you can tell M80 very fast at getting the spike down. Shopify Rebellion really like to take their time.
Even if
make
it's
sure
20,
all
bro,
of their
like,
ducks are in a row
I'll
before
just
they
take it away
decide
from
to go
somebody.
in through. And a lot being used right off the rip.
Yeah, holy cow, the M80 Rolling Thunder for Garage, the defensive Armageddon for...
What up, is that? How we
BCP
doing?
For SRB. What the hell? And
You spelled my
M80
name wrong, is
are
that-
just stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I don't even
Trying to
think
find
anybody knows how to
themselves in
spell
the
my
bad
name.
place. But they drop the spike, and the double swing is so beautiful from SRB. And they cut the win streak
Here we
down
go.
from M80.
Yeah, that was just a pure execution coming in from Shopify Rebellion. As soon as they hear what is going on, they are ready to counter it with their own, what do you call it? They get ready to use their own ultimates just to make sure that
Where are you from?
everything is
America?
taken care of and everything is nice and easy for the rest of the squad to be able to move in there and find their decisive
I live in Florida.
kills. So a good job from Shopify Rebellion. That was one of those rounds.
Basically a giant
Yeah,
swamp.
you used a lot of ultimates, but it definitely is worth it to make sure that
It's
you
always
are
hot.
stabilizing your own economy while making sure that M80 are going to have a little bit of a tougher time moving into this next round to buy.
It's your last game, bro? Well, I'm really glad you got it.
Yeah, I think
No wonder you
M80
put it all
gotta
in on
activate
pistol.
a lurk, and
No wonder.
it's kind of tough when the Armageddon from the defense funneled you into just such a narrow passageway. SRB, just their counter reads, their counter pressure is what was able to help them claw their way back into the previous map. Okeanos did drop a Vandal there too, which gave a leg up to SRB, but ultimately in that save, SRB couldn't really do much on the retake, which is Sheriffs and Ghosts.
These guys are just playing really good Valorant.
We've seen some crazy
You know, they're
things happen with
trading.
Sheriffs and Ghosts, but nothing too elaborate
They're just
yet
playing good
in this
Val.
matchup between these two squads. And I do want to talk more about Okeanos because we talked a lot about the utility that Silva offers, but just being a highlight player, going in there and just lining up, getting honestly the clips together for some sort of montage after this one, because Okeanos
Oh,
has
that
been
was
so
stupid.
clutch at winning out a lot of these fights for M80, and if he continues to do that, that is going to be very difficult for Shopify Rebellion to kind of contest. You can tell
Why they
that
keep
they're
showing
playing a
the
little
same
bit more
highlights over and
carefully,
over, bro.
making
It's
sure that
giving me a
OP is
headache.
not just walking away with murder, but still it feels like it needs to be collapsed upon just a little bit more, because if they can get Okeanos under control, then I think this map really opens up for Shopify Rebellion.
So far, SRB have done a good job of map control and keeping M80 under control. Sato just has to be really careful of, well, when you just eat the barrel like that, nothing you can do, but just the trips.
What are we
that have been
doing,
set up
chat?
For him. Oh, it's just an obstacle course. You kinda
Production
expect
has
that every cage
schizophrenia.
is gonna have a trip in it. tough. Pancakes has been having a lot more time on the Cypher compared to Bao. And less priority on the Vice there for Pancakes. but
Got
it
word
also
back from
proves that
Mav.
he's so adaptive at
Are we in
shifting the
Diamond?
trips, because he's gonna have his primary job is gonna be to deal with that neon.
Yeah, and
Hell
honestly,
yeah,
like, you
that's
can
what I
tell
wanna
that there's
hear.
A little bit of fear instilled in Sato. Any single time that there's going to be the potential.
Okay,
of
well,
a
stop
Cypher
playing
being
comp.
on that site, there has to be just a little
Stop
bit
playing
more
comp.
care being paid to make sure
Ethan.
that everything is going to be fine. So Sato has
Just
really
stop.
been kept under control, which is that kind of like X factor that
Just go lose,
honestly,
honestly.
maybe have relied on in the past. However, Sato has been a little bit more quiet this series, and really the biggest solution for that is Pancakes doing a fantastic job.
Yeah,
Playing
so Diamond
very
is perfect.
Sentinel agents and having a good variety of setups.
Diamond is
making
literally
sure that
perfect, bro.
it's always
Everybody
maybe
that is
guessing
on our
what
team
is
can keep up.
potentially going on,
Except
which is
for
so
maybe
much more
Connor, but
difficult
that's
for
why
that
he's our
Neon
sub.
to just fly in and get those high
No, the middle
kills.
division is
We
going to
saw
be
Sato have
ideal.
One of those moments on Lotus where he just kind
We're
of
gonna have
flew in
to.
there
I'm
and
gonna
was
have to
able find
drop
a multi-kill. But it
20
becomes so much more difficult when you're
every
flying in the
game
Cypher
myself
caps,
to
when
keep
you're
us
flying in the
afloat
Cyber cages. We
in the
haven't
top one.
had-
Me,
Sato
you,
hasn't simply been
and
offered
Duque
those
will have to carry.
opportunities, and that's why we're
John
seeing
B
Sato
maybe
have
could
a
keep
much
up.
more
Eric hasn't played the game
slower
all that
performance
much,
this time
so
around.
he's probably gonna be a util role playing guy.
I think something happened to our lobby.
But he
folks
says
with
he's
some
gonna aim train
technical
again.
Issues, so we're gonna give you some
So
music to listen to instead of the Valorant
I hope we get the
yapping,
middle
so
division.
We'll see you after.
That'd be fun. What days are we playing games, Ethan? I got basketball on Wednesdays. A tech pause and a BO5 when we still have 2 maps to go. I'm gonna freak out. Current 2 days are Thursday and Sundays. So do we just have to play one of the days? So let's just play Sundays. Yeah, we'll just play Sundays then. Everybody's available Sundays out of that group. Three hours in, we still haven't finished the first match. Yeah, I hope we get the middle division, bro. Putting us against all immortals is gonna be ugly. We won't win one BO3, bro. We might sneak in and win a map. You know? That's a good idea, though. Putting a bunch of unks in a league and shit. That's a fucking really good idea. Yeah. I mean, I did start the stream like a little early. I didn't even start it that early. I started it like 20 minutes early. And we're still not done with the third map. Fuck out of here, bro. Yeah, I like to compete too, and I like to take the game serious, but I'm not good enough. These kids that play like all day. We'll play 10 fucking comp games a day. I've seen some duos will fucking play 27 comp games in a night. Stay up for 24 hours straight. So many 14-year-olds that haven't went to sleep. Exactly, bro. It's ridiculous. I mean, I can like stay up late sometimes because I work from home. And I just have to get up and like drink some coffee like 30 minutes before I have to work. But some people have to commute and shit. I understand. I don't even have an office in my city, so they'll never call my ass in. I just have to travel for like QBRs and shit. So like that sucks, but well, since the game's not going on right now, chat, I'm gonna putt and read chat. Gonna putt and read chat. Lucky dog, I guess. Ethan, I got a new putter. Do you want to see it? It's a Lab DF3. This baby was $400. But I love it. The thing looks sick. Yeah, dude. It's like completely centered and balanced. Like the technology they use in these putters, like it's really, really nice. I also bought a new set of irons yesterday. So I'm excited. My new irons get here on Monday. So if I'm going to play golf this weekend, I'm going to have to use... The reason I bought new irons is because my 7-iron, I hit a nice drive down the fairway on this par 4. And I was probably like 160 yards out on a really long par 4. So I grabbed my 7-iron. And what's funny is I was literally telling my friend, I was like, yo, I hit a flush shot with my 5-iron like a couple months ago, and it snapped. My iron just snapped because I just hit the ball, and like it, for some reason, like the way that hit the ball like so flush, it snapped it for some reason. I didn't hit it. I didn't hit the ground or nothing. I just only hit the ball, and then my club snapped. I was telling my friend that happened, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm pulling my 7-iron out of the bag. I'm going up to the ball on the fairway. And I'm like, yeah, like it snapped, and I just hit the ball flush. It didn't make sense. He's like, oh, that's crazy. And I just got my 5-iron fixed, and I literally go and swing and hit the ball. Perfect. It sounds amazing. It felt good. And then the tip of my, like this part of my golf club, like right here on my iron, just broke off and flew with the ball. It just went down the fairway as I hit the ball. And I'm like, dude, I just spoke that into existence. It happened with my 7-iron too. So I'm like, I'm paranoid about using those clubs. So I was like, fuck this. I'm just going to buy new irons. I'm tired of investing money and trying to fix them, you know? So many streamers have gotten into golf. Dude, the game has been growing recently. I got into golf March of last year. So I've been playing golf about a year now. I've gotten way better since I first played. It's really cool to see like a lot of people get into it though. And it's something that it's like real life ranked, you know? That's what it's like. Apparently there's some cool golf animes that my brother was recommending. I got my brother into golf too. And he just started playing like a few months after I did, and he's been hooked. He's got a nicer golf bag and all kinds of shit than me now. I think my clubs are better than his though now, with the ones I just got. My putter is dope. My driver's nice. And I got some nice irons now. My buddy helped me find them. Actually, Mad Cake, the guy that's on our team, Ethan, helped me find them. You won't play in real life, Ethan? You won't play in real life? Why not? You got to get into golf, bro. I'm telling you, golf is fun, bro. You just have to give it a chance. Like once you like hit a good shot out on the course, like, and you just that feeling, like you chase that feeling, like the rest of the time you play the game. It's like the best feeling in the world. Like hitting like a great shot with your irons, like, and it plops onto the green right by the hole. God, it's so good, dude. Feels so good. Dude, I love how I can just pick up balls with this thing. That's like really convenient. I play disc golf occasionally. I used to play that with my dad. My dad He plays both, but now I think he's like more into golf again. My dad's played golf like 30 years. But he was a pretty big disc golfer. But now that I'm into golf, like he's like, I don't think he ever stopped, but like, he definitely plays real golf more than disc golf now. Yeah, because disc golf is literally free to play, and it's not as easy. It's not as hard to get started. Like you just got to buy a few discs, and then like you're good to go. Golf is expensive to get started. Well, not really. You can go get like a Play It Again, you know, Play It Again set of clubs. Like you go to Play It Again Sports and get like some used clubs. And you could probably get a nice starter set of like used clubs for probably like $200, but like with the bag and everything. But you know, you need balls, you need probably a good set of golf shoes, you know. Honestly, I go through like a lot of balls. I used to buy like used balls from my buddy, but I literally lost all of them when I was really bad at golf. I lost all of them, but I don't lose as many balls now. But that's where most of my money goes, other than clubs. It's just buying like premium balls. I'm on Bridgestone Tours right now. They look like this. They look like this. These little guys. I love this ball. You guys don't give a shit about what I'm talking about, but I really like golf, so I don't care. This putter does feel really good though. Hopefully I can stop 3-putting shit. If I can start 2-putting, bro, I could probably break 80. And what you guys don't know about golf is there's like a ranked system to it, kind of. It's called the handicap system, right? It's kind of like real life ranked. So like it takes like your best like 10 running golf rounds that you've played that you log on like this system that you pay for, and they literally will give you like a handicap number. So like I haven't paid for like a real handicap, but I use this thing called 18 birdies. And they give you like 18 birdies is an application on your phone that you can use while you're playing golf. And you can like keep your score and stuff on it instead of using like a paper scorecard. And they have their own little handicap system, but it's not like I'm not like the handicap that they say I'm on there. So if you add like probably 5 to it, I'm probably like an 18 or 17 handicap on average. You haven't played golf once in your life? You gotta try it. You gotta try it. Australia has some crazy like wildlife on their golf courses, bro. I literally saw a video of this guy like there's like a pack of kangaroos on the green with this dude that were like staring his ass down. Bro, why is this fucking game still on a tech pause, bro? It's been 3 hours. Make them FF the map. Let's get it going. I've hit like 100 putts this one stream, bro. What if I got a putt cam? Yeah, I watch a lot of golf videos too, bro. Like YouTube golf has blown up too recently. It's pretty easy content to make too. Even if you're bad at golf, if you're just funny while you play, people will watch your videos. I haven't made any YouTube content, but I've helped my buddy, my neighbor. He has like a golf TikTok, and I've made golf TikToks with him before. Like play like 3 holes with us type thing, and he shows everybody's shot. That was back when I'd only played golf for like 4 months though. So when he's getting like a par, I'm literally double bogeying the hole. Any good golf YouTubers? Oh yeah. Well, there's the best one, I think, in my opinion, the best golf YouTuber I would say is probably Bryson DeChambeau. He's a pro golfer. He plays in Live Golf. He's pretty popular. He has a lot of big names that he plays with. What up, Joshua? Bryson DeChambeau is my favorite YouTube golfer to watch. He's pretty much the only one that I watch, personally. But I know Grant Horvat is good. Garrett Clark from the Good Guys are good to watch. Bob Does Sports is really funny. It's a bunch of fat dudes playing golf. How's the game going? Well, we've been in a tech pause for I don't even know how long now. It's fucking annoying, so I've just been talking about golf. Yeah, Bryson has the best like production and best like I think like golf content on YouTube. And he's got like the most famous people. Like he's played with like Tom Brady, President Trump, God, who else? All like golf legends. He's played with like all kinds of people, bro. All kinds of famous golfers in the golf, like John Daly. You name it, bro. He's played with like a lot of people. So I think he has like the best like camera production, and it's because he's like filthy rich, so he can pay for like really good cameras and editing and all that good stuff. And he's like the best golfer out of anybody that posts videos because he's literally on tour. And he literally won the US Open last year. So yeah, they should call this shit. God, bro, this is so annoying, bro. We have this map, and then we have another map 100%. Like, dude, hurry the fuck up. Kieran, you're late. Kieran, RCS got VIP before you. So VIP is now 65,000. Kieran's probably really upset. Kieran, where the hell you been? Welcome, Kieran. Welcome. You're queuing comp right now? Good luck with that. GF was watching her series. Alright, have fun. See you, Ethan. Don't play comp anymore, Ethan. Don't play comp anymore, Ethan. I'm trying to play in the Diamond League, not the fucking Immortal one. Guys, vote yes to win big on what? What is the thing? Will they FF the map? Oh my god, bro. How long does this have to go on before that becomes an option? Does anybody have the rule book handy? Because this is fucking annoying as fuck. Like, this is annoying as shit. What do you guys want to talk about? Somebody give me a topic. Wait, I gotta send, whatever. I don't think Ethan needs it anymore. There's under 5% perfect brackets. Is it because of McNeese? It's gotta be because of McNeese. I didn't even pick McNeese, but I bet on McNeese. What up, Slayer? How you doing? Bro, I think I picked Montana because of you, Joshua. Let me see how my bracket's doing. Wait, do you guys want to look at my bracket? You guys want to look at my bracket or no? Oh shit, I'm in 5th place right now. I'm fucked. $50 points. I'm 20 points back. Okay, I got this one wrong. Wait, where's my bracket at? Is this my bracket? Why does it say to be determined? Alright, there we go. How's the stream going? It's okay, I'm just tired of the fucking tech pause. Well, I bet on Michigan to win, so this is, I don't know why I picked this. I literally only made one bracket. I did it in front of you guys. I got this wrong. Oh, I got these two wrong. Wow, Gonzaga blew them out. Oh wow, they came back. Wow, they were up by 20. You looking hella cute in that polo? Thanks, bro. Just I went straight from work to doing this shit with you guys. Bro, I'm gonna miss the fucking KU game. I'm gonna put this shit on the other monitor. What random picks do these guys have in my group? What does his bracket look like? Did he get anything wrong? He got McNeese wrong. Which is, everybody got that wrong. And the rest of his bracket looks good. He picked Michigan. He picked Yale, North Carolina, Iowa State, Marquette, Michigan State. He didn't pick anything crazy. This could go either way. I need Memphis to win for my bet. Oh, he picked Drake over Missouri. He picked Kansas here. How was the Montana score? What was that? What happened in that game? Where was that? Right here? Where was Montana at? What bracket were they in? What bracket were they in, bro? Am I missing it? 85-66. GG. Well, whatever. I lost. So a bunch of what this is, guys, is I'm in a fantasy football league, and like a lot of the guys that are in fantasy football also watch basketball, and so we all join this. We all put in $50, and like it's winner take all. And so Basically, like, however your first day goes is usually who wins it. So this guy's probably gonna win. Cause like my bracket is so stupid. I didn't want to use this bracket for this shit. I made this on stream and I like just entered it real quick, and this is like the bracket that loaded in there. Like all these picks are bad. All these picks that I have are bad. Like, I knew this was gonna happen. I still picked blue. Like, why did I do that? And why did I pick this? Like, that's stupid. How many more bad picks do I have? Okay, so I could come back here because he picked Drake, so I just need Missouri to win here, and that's different. What else did I pick? Did I pick anything else crazy? I don't think I picked anything else crazy. I picked Vanderbilt over St. Mary's. Yeah, I didn't really pick anything else crazy except for the Vanderbilt game. So, we'll see. Yo, dude, how the fuck are we still on a tech pause? Do you watch all these outside of March Madness? No, I just pay attention to college basketball. I watch every college or Kansas basketball game. Oh, this is... Chat. Bro, are we fucking serious? If this goes on for an hour, I'm ending fucking stream, dude. Like, this is crazy! Which team is it? I don't know who it is. I feel like it's been forever, Slayer. I don't know. Hammy, do you know how long it's been? It's been a while, dude. I was like putting. I was talking about golf. I went out there. I came back. I watched my whole bracket. Like, fuck's sake, bro. Yo, if I have the sound of college basketball going, will I get like TOS'd? Like, if you guys can hear the game?
I think they're gonna have a good chance going forward, but nothing. That's the thing, Ernie. None of that other regular season stuff matters now. Everything started back at 0-0.
Kansas is trying to reestablish themselves, and where Arkansas is trying to.
It's been 30 minutes, bro. Fuck this, dude.
So different things.
I'm literally watching college basketball on my other monitor and just looking at chat.
Go head to head tonight here on CBS.
I'm gonna like
back with more right after this.
divide my windows in half. Chat, what's the command to have two tabs like directly down the middle? Is there a command for that or no? Can I live stream it on Discord? I would love to watch college basketball with you guys in Discord, but I don't think I can stream in Discord while streaming on Twitch.
Did the little piggy cry wee 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 all the way home?
Maxwell. Yeah? You're home.
Oh, cool.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank you
Mrs.
so
A.
much for your
Switching
patience.
sides.
As of right
Get
now, a
more
little
with
update for you
Geico.
all. There ended up being some
The
issues with the
periodic
previous
table of
lobby, so a new one has
Everything
been started,
from get
which
Laudium
means the admin
to
and everyone
on your
else
feet
have
for
to
us.
re-go to
Professor?
the previous board
Is this
state
not a
with the
final?
3-3. So they're
This
getting
is
that
how you
all
get
fixed
to the
up so we
final.
can resume where we were. It'll
That's
be just a few more minutes more. Thank you all for
prepared
waiting.
to get loud? Oh, you're ready.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Because it wasn't the grand final, probably, Hammy. I don't know. Yeah, you're good, Josh. Joshua does make YouTube content. He's a good YouTuber. I watched all of his videos. Does he have no internet? GG. Oh my fucking god! Bro, I'm gonna go get a sandwich, dude. Fuck's sake, bro. This is crazy. Yo, chat, this is stupid, right? This is stupid, no? Haven canceled. Players are currently traveling to a location to arm wrestle for who takes the map. Yo, what up, Drazen? Your guess is as good as mine, brother. It looks like they're restarting the map and they're getting back to a 3-3 scoreline in another lobby. Bye, RCS. Love you. Why? I don't know. There's something wrong with the lobby, I guess. Yo, Hammy, if I stream YouTube TV of me watching a basketball game, am I gonna get banned? Because like if this is gonna be like another 20 minutes, we should watch basketball. On here, yes? Fuck. Whatever. You guys are right. No, but somebody will like come in here and fucking report my ass. Somebody random. Some kid that'll think it's funny. I'll get you banned. Bye, RCS. Love you. Amy, are you jacked, bro? How long has this tech pause been going on for? I've had 2 birthdays so far since it's happened, so. You got a killer Applebee's burger? Bro, I fucking love Applebee's. People talk shit about it. I love fucking Applebee's. It is so goddamn good. Yeah, Kansas is losing this game. Fuck. They're gonna lose, guys. To Arkansas. Yo, is that my wife loves that burger. She loves it. I'm eating a fucking Publix sandwich right now. It's like cut up into a bunch of pieces. It's got like pepperoni, some like Swiss cheese, a little bit of ham on it. Type shit. Chat, I'm not gonna lie to you. We could be like halfway through the next map at this point. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Should I just fucking leave? Like, this is stupid. Like, Hammy, bro, what do I do? We're gonna be here till fucking 11. Like, we know this is going to 5 maps, bro. No, I'm not trying to leave if you guys want me to stay. It's the last game of the season, but this is ridiculous. Oh my god!
For your patience, we are so back.
Jesus Christ! Look at this!
SRB with the pistol. But Marks, I'm ready to get the energy back up in here.
You know, I got a good stretch in, I got some food in me, and yeah, let's bring back the energy because these two teams have been going up against neck and neck against one another. And well, like you said, tied 3-3, 1 map each. A lot of ultimates available though for Shopify Rebellion. Just hopping right back into things, we're already seeing Sato gain so much space in this A-long area. Spike over there, but M80, we know they like to play it slow.
Like this map control from M82, because having B-Dog get some help, they want to think about Garage, or they want to see if anyone's peeking out B early. M80, just that pick alone could be what inspires them to make their next move. Now also not allowing SRB to go on any flanks based on where Bao's trips are have been good, and that opening pick could also let Bao get neural theft. But M80 have to pull the trip in Monty. Peekaboo, fault line, not gonna get the catch on Sato.
Yeah, honestly, just good awareness. As soon as Sato gets spotted out there, just backs out completely. Knows that there's too much utility that could potentially stun it out. Aftershock gets utilized, as well as the fast lane, but it's all just a clever ruse, as once again, they're going to be playing off of Bao's presence.
More trips being taken out. Like that, M80 are slowly scaling up the map. Sometimes they overcook, but this as a team, Sato just runs into the gunfire.
Oh,
but
no.
Spaz gets 2 before going down, and that's dwindling M80's chances of starting off post-pause on a good foot. Neural theft from Bao.
Wow.
Knowing where this retake is coming from, and it's from Garage.
Sorry,
and
is that?
Paint
I don't know why I
that
did that.
pours through the forces. He only gets 1, but that's enough to take care of what's left of M80.
Yeah, an excellent.
That is crazy though. You literally like did a bunch of errands.
Good they are when they do play that retake. We saw a little bit of that being flexed here, but more importantly, it was just a little bit of a forced error from M80. They didn't check.
I'm so pissed that this is like we're almost 4 hours in before we get to fucking map.
Should not
Fucking
have been
4.
able to be kept alive, and honestly just finding 2 kills to really just slow down the M80 wave. Even gets flashed out as well, but it felt like more of a formality than really doing what they needed to do to clear that spot out. So just a good round coming in from Shopify Rebellion, and right now they're definitely looking like a bit more of the dominant sided team, as once again most of the M80 rounds were just taken right at the beginning.
And neural theft for overdrive. Decent trade. The early peek from Paint. The stunt from Sato. He goes for the 3rd and walks away with 2. As SRB have to face where this teleport could be coming from. M80 getting info. Sent the spike to see. The trips haven't been triggered. They're set up for flanks. And it's B-Dog with another opener. And SRB don't have a chance to really come back with just the 2 flashes. They have plenty of money though. They'll have to confront M80 on the flank, but the trips reveal that, so I guess SRB will save.
Yeah, at this point, you just keep those rifles in your paws. A great job using.
If it happened in Tier 1, there'd be absolute outrage.
And cause a lot of chaos.
Dude, they're getting absolute outrage from my ass. It's Tier 2.
A couple of kills. The reinforcements from SRB have to get invested back there, which allows for the flood through completely perfectly executed by M80, and then at that point, the round is just simply over. So a good understanding coming in from M80, utilizing Sato, especially too with that explosive firepower, to cause such a ruckus outside that A site and run that distraction. The question, though, will remain, if Shopify Rebellion are starting to expect this Neon to be that aggro, be that aggressive, once again, if they put Sato back into that box, make sure that Sato can't get set up for moments of success like this, a lot of the rest of the M80 plan really just starts to crumble. So I'm expecting to see SRB really just try and clinch down on that single Neon player.
All right, I'm less cranky, guys.
Between Paint and Sato, where
I got a little bit of
Paint
food.
has shown a lot more hours.
I'm good.
Matches on this agent, but Sato has been so versatile in the past. Speed Demon forward. Sato, the overdrive, slips past Paint. Even with the stun, Paint wins that. That's why he's the GOAT. But a 3 push from M80 starts to take over sewers.
Silver lining, though, guys. Silver lining.
Even drone out. The pace that SRB would have played at is
This is what we're gonna do.
Smart.
But Bao gets the edge.
Whoever wins this map is who we're rooting for in the next one in this fucking shit.
Spike down nice and easy. Keep in mind that the paranoia
I don't want 5 maps.
there, so they're only
I don't want you guys to want 5 maps either.
Pancakes does have the
5 maps now is criminal. After that shit, we waited a whole map.
Plenty of bodies to use along the way here, but in a bit of a dangerous situation in this 1v2.
Whoever wins this, no Hammy, no 5 maps, bro.
Pancakes has a real chance. He's on the flank. And the neural theft will be invested in Bao and B-Dog. They've been the ultimate duo. Both pings. And he's got to address this. And one by one. Catches B-Dog reloading. But Bao had us going. Oh my god. M80 have a lead.
Yeah, M80 pull themselves right back into it. Pancakes going with the ultimate just at the end there too. It was a little bit tough, especially too knowing you're going up against Bao, and B-Dog hasn't had
SRB is lame. Bring back Moist Moguls.
Compared to yesterday, but it's still doing
that name was pretty dope.
Amazing job. And so
they also had
now,
cool merch.
M80, they're right back into it. When these little moments are happening here, it looks like they're just coming out in these little micro plays a bit more aggressively, a bit more coordinated, and it's making all of the distance to make sure they are winning out the fights against their respective SRB players. Already, a lot of util dump going to be outside of A. I imagine we're going to be seeing that almost every single round from both of these teams, as M80, their attack pressure always begins at A and can end at any of these different sites.
Yeah, the salvos to try and slow down M80 are smart from BCJ to not be at the front door, but the back door of that A lobby. Forces M80, even if they slip by the first door, they definitely
had a cool logo. Yeah, that shit was dope.
Peek that box. It's either Moxie or it's BCJ. And what a not play. This Paint catches the lurk from Bao in mid.
Does that mean like
Stealth drone doesn't spot out
like
so they only know that Sato's here, but the rest of the members too.
The old Moist people, are they not involved with the team anymore? Like Ludwig?
Moxie is fault lined, but there was a
I feel like
response from
Ludwig stopped
SRB.
giving a fuck about it.
Stalemate. As M80 retake for the perfect moment. How does that miss?
You know what I mean?
He still has the option.
It sounds like he just doesn't care about it anymore.
M80 with real estate. Paranoia though hits M80. What a play from Spaz. SRB stabilize.
And Shopify just had the read on M80 that round. They knew exactly how they wanted to play it, understood that that A site was their most preferred site of attack. And so
they are. I think they just didn't want the team to be a content creator team anymore. I mean, were they really a content creator team before?
They are ready to
like, I get Ludwig and what's his name? God, what the fuck is his name?
And that is more than enough to make sure
the ponytail guy, the long hair guy. What's his fucking name?
From even getting in and
this penguin guy.
We talked previously
Moist Critical, yeah. God.
So
Moist Moguls, I should know that. Moist Critical, like,
as soon as they get that spike down,
like yeah, it was their team, but the people on it, like, you mean they didn't want them to like be the face of it anymore?
Really good job at not even allowing them to get the spike.
Or are you talking about the players being content creators?
A lot more dominant, so that feels like another just key to success that Shopify Rebellion have to keep in mind if they want to win out this third map. Sorry.
M80 are trying to pick up the pace sometimes, but SRB, they either play fast or just molasses slow, just like playing at the very back of A to just pushing Okeanos.
All right, at halftime, I'm going to go get my vape, and I'm getting frickin' vapey in here, chat.
I heard
getting
chat
vaped up.
Pauses, so M80 gave you guys another just to think through these last 2 rounds.
Shopify wanted to have their name more obviously on there. They felt their community was forgetting them.
Oh, it's
Always
a
a good
fault line
time.
this time. No salvos quite yet from
Well, now I
BCJ.
feel like, to be honest, the Moist
just
Moguls aren't
need
even a part of it
SRB.
anymore. So maybe they just flipped the script on them. It's kind of funny.
Pink
I mean, rightfully
foul
so.
too last
Shopify is definitely a
Yeah, very
bigger
slow
entity
and
than Ludwig
quiet,
and Moist
and
Critical.
This is the style that
They have a product that
M80
millions
are
of people will
very
use.
comfortable playing off of. The last couple of times we saw them, they spread themselves out just thinly enough to be able to
Yeah, like
find
it's a
one or two
corporate
kills,
entity.
and then it's full send on.
Like,
the
why are
side.
people
Sato
fans of it?
Getting very aggressive on Spaz.
It's like people saying,
Spaz gets the win though, and
man,
Pink
I really like
earlier, too,
Coca-Cola's
with the op.
team.
And it's kind of out in the open somewhere that
I feel bad
Monty
for
can't
Coca-Cola.
easily
Like,
pick up,
boo-hoo.
and he needs to play his role with the Rolling
You
Thunder
have
and
billions of
really be able to
dollars.
retake Tool.
Shut up.
The real question is,
Let's be real.
can M80 actually
You
get
know,
on the site? That's been the real struggle. I feel like we haven't seen as many plants as we're used to.
they are
with
still
M80.
merged.
There goes the frisbee, and Monty's at the back.
It's just kind of funny
forces
that,
the Rolling Thunder to just maybe keep himself safe.
like,
and
who
take
is?
time.
They're not fans of the
BCJ
entity.
at his side.
They're
The
fans of
off-angle,
like the
as M80
players.
got pings, they salvo
It's
out
not like the
that
players
Timo.
built the entity,
M80 advanced
like
towards
Sad
B with the
Esports.
paranoia that maybe clipped Monsi, and the Huntress Fury from behind from Okeanos.
And let's be
just to
real,
pick the site.
Shopify
Need to get
100%
plant,
uses
and
that as a
SRB
tax
re-engaged with the
write-off.
paranoia and Spaz.
That's why they have a
Look at
team
his
in the
one.
first place,
And SRB are
and why they
rapid
have a
two through being
esports
made
sword.
possibly with
It
that
is a
Galactus
tax
from
write-off
Pancakes. Plant
for their
goes through
business.
Nonetheless, Spaz and Pancakes are pretty split.
100%.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they became co-owners of Shopify
think,
Rebellion.
Spaz looked like he wanted to save, and Pancakes.
So Shopify's
hope.
entity,
This T-Dog has
Shopify
to watch two
Rebellion,
entryways.
they gave part ownership to those people.
Spaz has his own smoke there. Oh, when he catches, B-Dog hesitates. It's the execute. It's the 1v1. He's needing to buy time, and Spaz has come alive.
Right,
SRB
Hammy. Yeah,
are
that's
back
right.
in the driver's seat.
That's right.
And it was just so labored for M80 to try and claim that B site. Honestly, Shopify did a fantastic job at making it that much more difficult for M80 to even get that spike down. And they whittle them down.
I'd say the Moist Mogul group was pretty successful though. Like all those, like Vic and all them, like they all went. Mada, they all went like tier 1, right? Did anybody get left behind?
So ready to just pounce on any inch that M80 give to them. And it honestly just came down to that final thing. Obviously, we get to see Spaz with the crazy just wraparound, but doesn't quite link up with Pancakes. It all works out well, though, for Shopify in the end. 6-5, last round in the half. Shopify Rebellion are looking to make this a 7-5, but here comes the flood through with not the best weaponry from M80.
Pancakes with a trip and the smoke and the cameras. And the M80 were just grabbing the orb because now Rolling Thunder and an Omen teleport. But it's the Pancakes op
Oh, it's
on
okay, is
A1
that-
worries me.
I do that all the time.
I really like getting on that site because their post plants are strong. Drone. I like that M80 scale up. They take their time and fully utilize. the
Is
kit of
Sova
this
breach
Sova.
like normal on Haven?
Oh,
no?
Paint gets clipped. Has to be careful.
Oh, Armageddon coming in.
Why does their comp
That is
look
gonna
weird?
just
Is it because of the
force all
neon?
of the members of M80 to rethink their strategy there, and they haven't gotten any more space on the map. So they're just going
Why are
to
people
have to
still
do this
playing
one nicely
neon?
dirty. Spaz and Pancakes on the other side.
Oh,
Important job for Pancakes. He does get hit by the
Poor
Rolling
guy.
Thunder and absolutely clapped. And Spaz was hit by that too and jumps and still gets a kill. But I don't know if that really matters.
oh,
I
this
think
game
M80 are
is
pretty
it's
stoked that they don't
this
have
shit
to
is
worry
playing out
about
like
that
it's gonna
Armageddon that
take
was
max
used at the
time.
30-second
They're
mark.
going round for round, trade
M80
for
are taking away
trade.
a lot of tools and it's just
Fuck's
Pancakes
sake,
working
man.
on the site.
Somebody
Think about
win.
it. Slips past the fault line and Caillou locks in 6-6 half.
Oh my god.
Great understanding of what the potential protocol was going to be from Shopify Rebellion. They knew, M80 knew that Armageddon was on the board. They knew that at this point, Shopify are really expecting us to go onto this A site. And so you see that level of hesitation where they might use an Armageddon here. We don't want to get stuck into this crunch. And thankfully, Sato is the only one who is there. And that Neon can get the heck out when necessary. Off of a single Rolling Thunder, M80 take the site by storm. And everything that Shopify
New meta's
were
Teo
trying to put
breach.
together
Why are they
to
not
stop
playing?
M80 to
Why are
go
they not playing
was
Teo?
just completely
Is
just
Okeanos like
ransacked, and
comfortable
it's an
on
easy
Sova?
round for M80 to win. So 6-6 now
It's
in
interesting.
this half. Things are swapping around, and M80, they preferred to be attacking, and unfortunately, we're only able to get 6 rounds, while Shopify, their preferred side, is also attack, and now they're going to be the ones to try and dismantle this M80 defense.
And it's going to be which Neon gets really activated on that offense. The speed paint gets tagged, and it's not enough information for the Cypher of Bao to really capitalize on. They did bring paint down to 21 HP, but that was enough suppressing fire to get the spike down. Wrapping around, though, is M80 on the flank. Pancakes had his tripwire triggered, so he's gonna call for BCJ to drone.
You don't like Teo? I think they just need to invest time on Teo, or they maybe just think he's gonna get nerfed. You know, they're like, fuck this, like it's gonna get nerfed. Why get good at it?
3 versus 3. SRB pushed to the perimeter of the site, and it's so back and forth. And Caillou is clutching up, and it's just Bao versus BCJ with the spike ticking down as well. SRB with back-to-back pistols.
It felt like for a second there.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Is that? I see what you mean.
Especially on Garage, which allowed M80 actually to have a pretty successful
chat. This is what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stream this map in the next one, and I don't care if it goes to 5. I cannot watch 2.5 more games. I can't do it.
Was fantastic to make sure that M80 had a real shot of getting that defuse online. But thankfully, BCJ just went hiking for the hills.
I'm gonna pray to God that this is over next map. I'm gonna pray to fucking God.
And it just worked out perfectly. So a little bit of a close round, but once again, this is the finals, so you would expect this to be as close.
Teo is the initiator equivalent of 2021 Chamber. They're just wasting it. Oh yeah, that shit was so awesome. Do you remember when you could like TP to either side on fucking bind? That shit was so broken.
Just protect, he also attack. It's just one of the best Sentinel fraggers we could have, so criminally underrated in challengers, and now he gets to show off.
What are you laughing at,
In
Kieran?
the grand final against
You laughing at me?
opposition, who's playing safe in Garage. And SRB, who haven't been able
Got a
to lock
refill on
eyes
3D
Sato.
printer filament,
early peeks
printing
from the
some
B side
battery
either.
holders for a family member who works in the
work
trades.
Back control towards the right
Battery
side,
holders?
And that's first blood for Monsi. The rifles too at range. That's what SRB depended on.
No, it's just crazy, Kieran. Like we had like an hour almost fucking tech pause.
All their bases
Like this
covered.
shit should be on map 4 right now, like
Have
approaching the end of map
flank or
4.
do something crazy, and they're just
Or at
gonna
least like at halftime of map 4. We're on halftime of map fucking 3.
Nice
4
and
hours
simple.
into the stream.
You can tell that M80 really were
Like,
just
that's
in more of their
insanity.
exploratory phase of the map on that defense there. They had no real idea what was going on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Not
I
too
know it's
sure
the
what was
last
happening,
game,
trying to
but
play off
I
of
want
a
to like
couple
at
of
least have
contact
some of
plays,
my
get a bit more
evening
information,
tonight.
And Shopify are just ready to punish them as soon as they spot someone out.
Thank you for the
immediate
follow,
kill
Adrian.
to the
I'm sorry I
Shopify
missed that.
side, and it just works out perfectly for them. So M80 are going to lose this one. We're going to see them go down.
Thank you so
to the
much
spike
for
here.
the follow,
The next
Adrian,
round, they're
in
gonna have their
CH20.
rifles, and let's see how they want to try and reinforce some of these defenses, because so far this is still looking like Shopify might be able to run away with this map.
Bro, they're up 2
See how
rounds.
much depth that SRB can show us from a C side hit to B side, and we haven't seen how they'll try and infiltrate with A and with the Tejo over the Sova.
Some of that guys goes 12 and 20 on Pro and like 40 something on Haven the very next game, hitting the wildest pre-fire.
How does BCJ
He's
try to
cheating.
zone out these power positions on the map with the salvos? Get early info.
Well, you played Valorant in high school? Like there's a high school team?
Behind SRB.
That's cool. I wish I had that shit.
The default normally
school.
and sent paint and a bit of a sprint.
Fucking
Recon
dope.
down. That's quite a few shots hitting that that recon too. So Okeanos is just gonna wait to see what SRB do.
Oh, Sato. Yeah, in such an excellent position.
Yeah, that'd been
there.
so
Punishes
cool to like
Monsi.
compete
Thankfully
in
not
high
the
school
spike,
against like
but that
other
is some of the
high
pressure
schools. Like
alleviated
that sounds
going in
awesome.
through the garage now.
Good spot. Teo all the way at the backside.
Yeah, like just like how
Looking out the
football and
breach.
basketball
SRB
is. Like they're not getting
aggressive,
paid.
But holding his own is Bao, and it's just BCJ. SRB really went for something different, trying to push through the defender's spawn. Gonna take away some of these rifles. And the bonus on the line there with not a good chance of succeeding in a 1v3. Just waits to see. Knows that they're close. Taps the spike. Gets the attention.
Oh, no.
And it's the awkward timing there. M80 denied their bonus.
Yeah, Valorant timing strikes again. As soon as BCJ decides to actually tap that 4 button, spot someone out immediately. And I talked about the exploratory defense that we're seeing M80 do. That time around, it works perfectly. They're able to navigate through all of the little rifts that the Shopify offense has, and they gain so much control of the map and can find some of these timings just like this. And B-Dog as well, just
We took it so seriously, it was fun.
Garage and just finding
I
all
would
the
have
kills
too.
necessary. It just felt like M80 were in
you guys
the
practice
right
and shit?
positions to really just capitalize on some of the confusion going on from the Shopify Rebellion attack.
SRB back to just the slow default. Even though there's a forward smoke from M80, that hasn't stopped SRB from scaling up through A long. No sewers vision though. Drone from M80 to.
Oh, are you from Canada? Is that?
SRB have to find where these trips are too, which have shifted towards the garage window to a split, sort of a split trip.
That was pretty cool.
Paint.
Or are you guys just in America and you had a French exchange student that you wanted to communicate better with?
How deep inserted Bao
Oh,
is.
okay.
He's
That's
to
cool.
let the site go, but now he has to be on the flank.
That's dope.
To stop this, and our SRB is gonna check that. The smoke's in place. Bao just gets concussed, and he manages to catch Paint nonetheless and get the double kill. What an impact player. But SRB found the trades to equalize the numbers and have gone past the site. They will not.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck that happened.
Sato on the flank. Caillou right there with a flash too and an aftershock.
I know you're both there.
SRB
And you're dead, buddy. Nice. Good job, Sato.
Man, these neons have been stifled, but Caillou just can't line up the multi-kill. And it's SRB that continue on.
Unreal stuff coming out from Bao. I mean, we've highlighted this Cypher player so much, but there was a real shot that M80 were going to be able to win that round.
How does Bao?
Somehow gets 2 kills in the midst of all
How
of that
does Bao?
there.
And we're calling a timeout. Let's go.
Looks amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, let's really juice this clock.
Still doesn't feel
Let's juice it up.
Figured out. And to me,
Fuck's
obviously,
sake, man.
we've talked about how M80 are continuing to grow every single match that they play. Every single time, they're getting a little
Let me
bit
get my
stronger.
vape, bro.
It feels more cohesive. The use
Get
of
my fucking
combinations
vape.
are looking just a little bit better. But still, Sato's duelist, specifically on that Neon, isn't meshing very well with the rest of the team. The strategy so far has been, hey, let's just rely on Sato to find a couple of kills, and then we can kind of go off there. But that is a very rare occasion, just simply because it's a bit more disjointed and not as supported by the rest of the M80 squad, and thus it defaults back to the rest of the squad having to kind of pick up the slack. This Neon really hasn't gotten that active and has been actively shut down by Shopify Rebellion, and they're doing a fantastic job of keeping Sato in check, leading to this 9-7 scoreline on this map.
M80 have used both their timeouts, and the first one was just to try and secure the last 2 rounds of the first half, to just trying to stop the momentum of SRB, who are 3-1 in the second half. It's the Armageddon setup from BCJ. How early do you want to see this in the round? To just try to get the A site for free? Or do you want to try it on the post plant? Need information to work off of. You heard that Neon as SRB.
Yo, chat, can you keep a secret?
The fault line, Sato.
What does this look like? It looks like a normal vape, right?
Down A-long, but that Neon slipped away.
It just felt like a bit of weird positioning coming in from the Armageddon. If it was spaced out just a little bit further, that could have really forced Sato's hand to move into you instead. So unfortunately, just kind of misses the mark on that one, and that Armageddon gets almost no value. A great
This
job
is not my
from
bedroom,
M80
this is my
to
office.
make sure that they bait that thing out so that
Okay.
it's not another thing to worry about. I want to point your attention, though, to where Bao is hanging out. Very deep outside of C, so they at least know that it is going to be this
Potato,
east side.
tomato.
And I'm imagining we're going to see a little bit of a Cypher duel on the southern part of this map.
I'm like bored as fuck, guys.
Paranoia has been lurking in the
Let me lock
shadows.
into this game.
Waits for Sato to be ready, and the pistols emerge, and Spaz closes the door, but the sheriffs ring true, and M80 have the advantage. Playing from main, though, is SRB watching over their spike. No, just battle with the utility. Wanted to cage up somehow, and Pancakes
Tomato.
tap on the spike.
Tomato,
Battles on the
tomato.
flank, and SRB have to keep him in check, and Motzi watches the front.
Potato,
SRB
potato.
so well under pressure
You know?
to go up
Potato,
again.
potato.
And just good understanding of your
Potato,
weapon advantage coming in from
potato.
Shopify. Listen, we've seen
Tomato,
M80 do some
tomato.
disgusting things with those sheriffs in hands, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I was strapped in ready to see
Hammy,
them
bro, where do you get all
somehow
these
turn that
fucking
thrifty round around. And yet
things?
still, Shopify Rebellion making sure they are doubled
Okay.
up, watching
We
for
want
long
SRB
angles,
to
and
win,
most
chat.
Importantly, Pancakes is watching the
SRB,
flank against
end
Bao.
this
The fact that Bao
fucking
was
shit
not able to get
now.
active in that specific scenario,
God,
meant
why
that
couldn't we
lot
get a
of that flank
fucking
pressure
3-0,
just
bro?
immediately evaporates, and Shopify can
That would have
sit
made
nice
Twitter
and
all
pretty.
spicy.
Now 3 rounds away from getting their second map. It's an early
I would have
fault
been
line
super
here, as
happy.
Pancakes just kind of sending it.
Oh, the neon concuss hits M80, but
Let's
they
go,
played
SRB.
well.
Who's
But
gonna stop
losing the
M80,
breach,
bro?
Losing Caillou had Rolling Thunder. Speaking of that, comes from the
Let's
offense.
go, SRB.
Moxie bulldozes
Let's
through
go,
M80.
SRB.
B-Dog had
SRB.
nowhere to run.
SRB.
Okeanos has no support.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
This round is already cooked. Sada wants to keep this up. M80 are not going to have
Fucking
a lot of
go.
second chances, and SRB are just demolishing them on this offense.
Yeah, Shopify are starting to run away with it a little bit. You know, a lot of that kind of weird, awkward gapping that we saw from Shopify, where there's a player not checking this corner.
Watch them
or
revoke
they're
this
a little
map and we
bit
play
too far
6.
ahead of
I'll
the
literally
utility.
fucking...
It feels like that is
I wanted to say
slowly
something
being
bad, but I
pulled
can't.
in together. They're crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and just playing this extremely
Dude, I love
smart,
this thing,
making sure that
bro. I
these
love
clutch
this
moments are
thing.
not gifted
I
to
love
M80 because-
you.
especially too against a player like Okeanos.
I'm so happy I
against a player
finally have a
like
good
B-Dog,
putter, bro.
If you show them some
So
of those smaller
happy.
mistakes, suddenly the round can completely
happy.
turn on its head. And we've seen, honestly,
Eggs getting cooked in ranks.
turn things around before. So Sato gets that kill onto BCJ. We'll keep this operator into the next round. And Jen, I'm excited to see what Sato wants to do with this.
You a
operator,
golfer? I
because
am. I'm a recently new golfer, I guess, in the large scheme of things. I've only played for a year now. I started in last March.
To just dip out.
So
Also, they've got
this
5
is like
months
my
in,
year
so
anniversary of
this
golf
could be potentially
this
a
month.
pretty good M80 round.
And I've fallen
No,
in
I
love
think
with
I'll
it. I
have a
really
sad
do.
top,
I
or
love
I
it.
really want to go
It's like
with
my
that,
favorite
'cause
thing.
He's just so deadly on it. Like he'll get
be honest, it's
multi-kills.
like
It's
I'm
not just
obsessed
the
with it.
one and done. Sato will
I kind of want to show you guys my
peek
golf
you,
bag.
But he also got
You guys want to see
10
my
alone.
golf bag?
Just looking down.
You play
being in the
tennis?
past,
Never stop
SRB
playing
have a
golf.
lot of
Go
eyes
back to
that
playing
could
golf and tennis.
Challenge this and deny the op. Sato could try to.
Because
also
like when you
sit
think about it like this,
back
is
into
that like if you get a
safety.
corporate job
SRB
or
have
whatever,
been good at
or even
punishing
if like
the
you
neon
have
in the
in your own
past.
you own your
The
own
Rolling
business,
Thunder
right?
at the
It's a
ready
great way
for
to
Caillou.
network with
Ready for contact.
professionals.
Rolling Thunder,
It is.
but
It's like
Sato
it's like I'm in enterprise sales, right? So like if I want to like if I find out a guy that's like that I'm talking to and I'm trying to sell to is a golfer,
And
I'm
SRB
gonna be like,
walked
hey, I'm gonna
right
come to
into
your
the
city
trap
and
of
we could play golf and I
M80.
could talk
He
business
needed
while I'm
to see
playing
that
golf with them.
timeout. Build up some
You know,
good ideas for
it's
M80.
I get 3 hours with this guy.
Still have a long
While we're
ways
playing
to go to
golf. I
catch
get
up
3 hours of his
against
time. I'm gonna
SRB.
make do with that.
Yeah,
You know,
once again, I mean,
further
just-
my deal along by
if
talking
you
to that
give
guy.
them an inch, they're gonna take a mile.
It's
M80
a
played
good
that one
skill to
perfectly.
have.
Just had the Rolling Thunder ready to go from Caillou.
And
As
if you
soon
get
as
good at
Sato
golf, you
makes
could be
contact,
fucking
the
rich.
Rolling Thunder rips and roars, allowing for the rest of the M80 squad to go in. You see,
Oh,
just
it was an
pop
hour
out
away.
garage.
That
Everyone's
sucks.
focused
That
on trying
sucks.
to take out Sato,
I don't know what part
trying
of
to
America
take
you
out
live in,
Caillou,
but
and
I
that
live
allows
within
B-Dog to just rip and
6
tear
different
with
golf
a
courses
stinger
within
in
like
hand
10
out
minutes of
all
my
the
house.
weapons. And
So
the
I have
50
like a
round
home
goes
course I play all
towards
the
M80,
time.
and they're
And I've
able to
played
keep
there
that
so much and
operator
paid
just
for so
off
much
of
golf.
a
Like
couple
most
ultimates
times
there
when I
to
go
make
there,
sure that that
and
one
if my
works out.
my golf
I think
pro
we
is there, like
actually
you know
saw
every
the,
golf course has a club pro.
overdrive pop as well.
Whenever
A
I
little bit
pull
of
up,
tight
like they just
timing
give me a
there,
key
but
and just let me
all
go
things
play.
considered, great
Like they
stuff
love
coming
me.
out from
So I
M80.
usually just play the
They're
same
definitely
course
not
a
out of this
lot
one
because
just
that
quite yet.
I save some money by that way.
And the paranoia too from
They'll just
B-Dog,
hook me up and give me a key to go
just
play.
knowing that all of SRB were there. M80 are built.
And also it's like
differently.
when you play a course a lot
It's a lot of work
and like you tell
to
like
do.
the groundskeepers and
SRB
like the pro
have to
like
go
stuff
through
that
the
you
obstacle
notice, like
course
they'll
with the
actually
tricks
like
that stand
hear
in
you
its
out because you
path.
play it all the time and they'll want to make it better
And
for you.
hello there, Omen.
So
but Bao just gets 2. How does he creep up into the site?
Everything's
No
in our way. Do you live in the
just
country?
vibes.
Oh, you live in
And
Central
SRB
Mass?
get caught with
So
their
you're like in
pants
the
down.
country, huh?
This looked like such a more stable setup from SRB.
My wife
What
was
the
in
heck
Massachusetts for like a
happened
month, like 2
in the
years ago.
comms? And
Or I think it was, I don't know, I can't remember what year it was.
Catch up now because of this.
But I went up there and visited with her for like a weekend in the middle of the. She was doing like an internship up there.
Right? And once again, it's those weird gaps that we're seeing. You see M80 really respect it, and most of the players just back off there. And yet Bao just decides to stick things down, and they catch Shopify Rebellion off guard. The look of just confusion that Pate had when spotting out the Cypher just kind of playing up front. And then on top of that too, you have the From the Shadows from Spaz to take that additional space, provide that additional support, and it just gets completely negated by Bao. So excellent job from M80 on really just standing their ground. The spike goes down.
Come on, Pancakes, bro. 1v3 time, brother.
Pancakes, but this is going to be a very tough, Jed.
With all that he has to watch and one tripwire. Already one exposed. The Omen there as well. And the recon that doesn't catch him. Pancakes with the pop out. The timing is good. The defuse gets halfway. Pancakes could clutch this 1v3.
Oh, no!
Too much with the shorty. But still, an
if he doesn't have a shorty there, actually he probably still wins. Never mind. He just right clicks him. Never mind.
Being the ones who can just kind of like clutch things up, but
never mind. He still wins regardless. So he was cooked.
Finds two, almost finds the third as well. Sato smartly goes for the slide instead and just uses the.
Bro, now they're calling a timeout.
But M80 now two.
Oh my God!
From tying things up, Shopify Rebellion, they will be taking their time out here because M80. It feels like, you know, they were feeling
chat.
rough at first. But
I don't care if I miss map 5. I'm sorry.
These players have a bit
Fuck
more
this.
of pop off. Honestly, opportunities.
Fuck this, bro.
Swing the man advantage for their favor.
Like, are we serious?
It's gonna be the adjustments of M80's defense and these tripwires, how precise they need to be at C, and maybe
oh my God,
be a bit more forward into the site, so you can get an earlier opportunity.
Sorry, chat, you had to see that.
Neon and the rest. Because as soon as SRB get established, it's really hard to take them out. But this is also a 2-round win streak for M80 with Neural Theft and Hunter's Fury. A lot of good retake tools with an overdrive from Paint. How can you fully activate him? I look at the.
I'd be down if the casters had any, but this is just lame casting. Is that why you're here? Is that to hear me just freak out at shit?
When they go towards C, in the past, Bao has hung out in the Nook, but he's gonna stick onto the site and fall back to a safer position.
Very early salvos. Trying to see if there's anybody there, force them away from some of that positioning. Thankfully, it is only on a cooldown, so that one.
I gotta say, dude, Hammy's the best mod ever, bro.
Over to this B site.
I'm here because you're cooler to listen to. Okay,
like
I'll take that.
Aware of something going on.
Hammy's here if nobody's here, and he's here when a lot of people are here, bro. He's just here.
SRB open their eyes.
He's a fucking stud.
Well, look how quick M80 are.
Oh, this guy's dead as shit. Please, please, please.
He buys some time. The neon walls allow SRB to get close with the shotties, and it's a bloodbath that M80 go toe for toe for.
MVP? That's actually dope. We should change his name in Discord to that. MVP is
Bao thinks he has a window. They
genius.
Set up to look at the back door. Bao has cleared the corner. Oh, and just
okay.
For the back corner instead of a hell look.
Let's go.
He will pay the price.
Let's go, SRB.
And 1 round
win this round. Win the next map.
Grand final.
GG's, chat.
And SRB, like, they were looking the wrong way, but I actually think that was the right way for them to expect the Cypher to go through. We know that Bao is so good at being that flank. And that, so Shopify Rebellion were like, hey, there's a good chance that the Cypher all the way in our spawn. Let's just watch that way forwards. And unfortunately, Bao just isn't looking the
Please
right
do not
way,
take us to another overtime, bro.
That final kill.
Please, 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 no.
The trap was expertly put together from M80 there. They were ready to just pounce on them, and yet still could not just make it happen. Of course,
then we map 4 and go to stage 2 with a dub.
Range there, as the numbers definitely work out for Shopify Rebellion. At this point, they're looking to send this to map number 4 and claim their second map over M80.
Very different look to the 13-2 result that went in favor of SRB the last time they clashed on this very map. M80 turned around the last loss. SRB got the last laugh in overtime. And it's SRB with the full setup and an Omen teleport from B-Dog.
Oh my God!
Somehow, and he's in the corner. And he gets a stun from
All
his
right,
teammate.
let's go.
And really
Let's go! Yes! End this shit! Now!
Rounds the corner, catches pain, 1v1, and
Yeah! Let's go! Hell yes! Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
You have no idea where that final agent could be. You think it's going to be on the back line. Not necessarily going to be the case. And that is Shopify Rebellion. Really, once again, everything is slowly coming a little bit more cohesively together. You can tell the util is being played properly. Now they're looking for holes in how M80 are going on them. They're stopping M80 from getting the jump on them and dictating the pace of the fight. Shopify Rebellion are doing a good job at keeping
Get Nig a
M80
casting
under
gig?
control as they win out their second map, making our series 2-1.
To get back
I don't know why you keep getting auto mod. Well, we kind of need it sometimes. Those Russian dudes will come in here when we like are watching the alt stream games during like the main part of the season, and they'll say some weird shit.
It all around, and we cannot be happier.
Sometimes I don't know. Can automod pick up other languages like slurs?
SRB on series, boy, we gotta hear from the desk, so we'll see you soon.
Nice not to call, and like it's nice to have the knowledge, but not have like the whole job of doing it.
Must be zone 18.
You know, BCJ, he's very vocal. He's our code. You know, and Motsi's our IGL. Honestly, everyone has their own role. Like my job is to relay information and be a turd.
You know, Paint trialed for SAT Esports Org, guys, for a while. A little bit ago, a few months ago, before you got that gig. You guys don't know that. Nick, which tier play didn't trial for SAD? Dude, we've had so many, dude. A lot. Like we're just like a trial team, bro. I swear to God. The longest time we had a 5 together would be it's probably the season where we went to playoffs. That's probably the longest. Like this team we just had was probably the second longest, I'd say. But not even, because like just before our season started, Mike left. So it's not even really close. Like our Bob roster was the one that like stayed together probably the longest. And that's probably, I swear it was because when a team wins a lot, you know, they just stay together.
Yeah,
and like
I'm
the
not
attendance,
lying,
look!
I would not know at all.
Speaking of the devil!
I'm trying to think. I probably can remember. Like,
How crazy is that? That's weird.
That's it. Like.
Hi, Bob.
So I'll probably guess 8.
Bro. Okay. And this is.
Damn it! I'm gonna.
Correct.
I'm gonna like
Two
record
right
this
now.
and send it
I
to
know
Bob.
There's B-Dog, there's Brock, Bob. That's 3. Oh, my old teammate Bao, that's 4. It's kind of hard. BCJ, oh dude, if I forgot BCJ, that would have been bad. Boy, I think that's 6. I don't know if I said 5 or 6.
Wait, show
Did
Bob
I say
again.
all of them, or am I tripping? Oh wait, yeah, okay.
Show Bob again.
Me to name all of them. Wait, I'm brain dead. I'll say 7. Is that fine?
Yeah.
No, not GMD. Show Bob.
This is proper. So first team, rankers. Ion Fire, and Spocket, Giga, no still M80, Bao, and then T-Dog. I would say it's probably no 6. I'd say 6.
I like his room. It's cute.
6.
Can I take some time to think here? Is that okay, or?
I like his room too. It's also cute.
The letter B. You said 6.
Isn't that guy like 45?
7.
I'm not serious. He's like 40, right? Show Bob!
Okay, like I'm missing so much plays, okay. Oh, there's Benji as well, folks. Yep.
Show Bob!
Bowie, but do you know, yeah, he's on Hacky.
Doggy's 31? Okay, my bad. He's only 2 years older than
I
me.
completely forgot about Benji and Bonnie, I'm not gonna lie. Sorry to those guys.
Show Bob! No!
You're right, B-Dog, I forgot about him on the M80. Right. Why that's the Bs are not the best in the league right now. B-Dog, BCJ, sure, but...
9.
Dude, where's Bob at?
I can't even think of it.
We serious? Damn it! Joe Bob! How old is Ange? $41. Ange is for real. 41.
All right, it's a Haven that's definitely a lot closer between these two teams, but Shopify Rebellion Black in the end to take the win. Now 2-1 in the series and one
Angel?
map away
Oh,
from being
sorry.
the champions here in our Stage 1 playoffs. I mean, Roy, looking into this map,
I
the
didn't
fact
know.
that it was a lot closer was a great thing from M80, but just unfortunately not enough for them to take the map.
Yeah, this was a great continuation for SRB after securing the map 2. It was a hard-fought battle. It does feel like SRB is most certainly heating up, though.
41
There's
is
players that we
crazy.
haven't really talked about or highlighted very much that are starting
for
to
them.
really come to life. That's BCJ, a player that, you know, he's had his impact. He most certainly has his impact, but not usually statistically. But now he's starting to heat up. Pancakes is heating up, and they're really finding ways to just keep M80 in check. They're really figuring out ways to minimize the Sato value. They're figuring out ways to minimize their bow and lurking value. It really does feel like they're slowly getting in control of all of M80's win conditions, at least here in this third map.
It's been really cool to see just kind of the little evolution throughout this series with the grand finals of two teams that have just been top-notch here, Dan. And I think looking into this too, Shopify Rebellion Black, like those little adjustments, I think we're just been so clean throughout.
Yeah, especially towards the end, right? That second half was fully dominated by what we saw on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. The first one, it was a back and forth between the two with that 6-6. But they had control of the attacking side. They were able to play at the pace that they wanted to with this Neon of Paint. That this time around, sure, it was not the one that was fragging out the most, but it was, as always, as Paint always does with the Neon, opening up the space, being very disruptive, and messing up with the setup that they had on the defense to try to stop this Neon and everything else that came in so fast. So it was really cool to see. Obviously, as Roy just talked about it, BCJ stepping up massively for this map 2 to make sure that Shopify Rebellion Black get to this match point in the series and be one map away from winning this grand final.
Yeah, most amount of kills in the lobby, 21 and 12. I mean, being able to have a step up at this point in the series to then put your team one away from clinching the grand final title has been really,
His
really
20s
nice.
were
And I
him
think
trapped
with
in Tier
Shopify
2
Rebellion
EU
Black,
CSGO.
It goes back to, Roy, one of the things we
Wow.
praise them for is that anyone from this team can pop off at literally any point. So
At this
it's been
point, they
cool
made
to
it
see
like
that
a
it's been different people throughout the series
corporate
that have been
career
able to claim that title.
out of
Yeah, I think we can honestly safely say that about
esports.
both teams. And I think they've
Yeah.
proven that in the last two series that they've
Not
played.
easy to
this
do.
time it was B-Dog stepping up, a player that's been a little bit quiet in the first and second map, who was a big proponent and a big key piece for M80's last victory as well. So we're seeing a lot of these players heating up. They're starting to fire on all cylinders, despite the setbacks, despite the obstacles. It does feel like everybody in the server is starting to shoot their gun correctly. And now it's going to be layers of strategy, layers of firepower, all these crazy things coming into play going into this fourth map of Pearl, because Pearl is going to be super interesting, guys, because both maps, just like the Lotus side, both teams are incredibly well versed on this map. We've seen so many highlights from them. We've seen so many good victories from them on this map as well. So it's going to be really interesting fourth map here in this best of 5.
Unless my notes are wrong, I think Pearl is the decider in this one. I think it's Bind next.
Yeah, we got
Am
Bind before.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of yourself. Hopefully we get to see a Pearl.
Right.
I'm fingers crossed we get to see a Pearl. But that's going to be reliant on an M80 in this next map. It is their pick, Dan.
Come on, SR!
I think Bind is especially interesting.
Take us
for
home,
this series
baby!
Because once we get this best of 5, you really get to see the depths of these map pools. And Bind hasn't been something that we've seen from either team here.
I will
in the
die of
playoffs
old
so
age
far.
on stage after winning a
It's been
LAN.
some time since we last saw it. I was specifically looking at what M80 has been doing in this map. And I mean, last time that we saw them, as you said, not in playoffs, but it was against Trusting Plug. They were able to win that 13-9. But that was, what, like 3 weeks ago? It's been such a long time. So I feel like
That's crazy.
this is one where I like
a lot
that
of
we're
video
going to this
games,
fourth
bro.
map, kind of not knowing
I don't know how
what
somebody
the
like keeps their
expectations
sanity
should
and
be.
plays
We don't
video
know what
games
the
that long.
compositions are going to be. I feel
Guys
like
gotta be
it is
mentally
very
really,
likely that
really
teams are
strong.
willing to change. I mean, we were seeing this in Mady with a deadlock, with a
Probably been
Sky,
doing
with
this,
the
and some of
Nemo
these
Squad
fucking
and
kids that are
Sato,
playing right now have been
and
alive.
it's kind of a good
Which is
reason as well for
insane.
M80 to see if they're gonna push us to that.
Like
fourth
most of the
map
people
that
he's
we
played
all wanna see.
against,
And what's really cool
Legit.
here about the fact we haven't seen Bind from
we're not
M80
even
in
born
a big
yet.
time. Well,
When he was
Shopify
playing
Rebellion Black
for
too.
years, he had played for
But
years
M80 is
already.
a team that, well, since this Swiss stage, have changed so much in terms of the cohesiveness and everything else together. So sure, the 3 times they played it throughout the Swiss stage maybe weren't necessarily wins, but the losses were close. The team has only scaled. And if Shopify Rebellion Black are relying on any recent tape, they're not really going to get anything that's too relevant here. So I think, Roy, that's going to be a really cool part of the series because it's how the teams can adjust and make those micro decisions in the map to come out on top.
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting because even in their interviews, they were talking about, balancing multiple compositions, balancing so many different things. And I feel like these are the 2 teams in the league that are just so adaptable and so versatile. And they just have players that can take on so many different roles.
Tomorrow's
Or just,
Friday,
they can
right?
just swap one agent in their compositions
Yeah.
and still
Today's
maintain
Thursday,
such a
right?
high level of proficiency and so much versatility and just like changes in pacing and strategy overall. So I feel like Bind is going to be really interesting because if Shopify Rebellion does pull the same composition they did last time, and M80 keeps some version of their previous comp, we're going to see a clash of completely 2 different styles and paces on this map clashing here on Bind, and it will be interesting. But just a kind of a bit of a throwback, right? The last time we saw, actually, I'll just go into M80 since we're on the graphic for it, but the last time we saw M80 play this, it was against Trust and Plug. It was about 2 weeks ago. They had a pretty solid win against what was a heating up Trust and Plug as well. It looked good. Despite their composition looking weird, like a neon over the rays, it looked a little strange. But overall, the way they were approaching it, their set pieces, how they were approaching the map control, how they were accomplishing things on the map was beautiful, and it was very effective.
I think, too, if anyone's looking at this win percentage, like, oh no, this is going to be a tough one, keep in mind those 2 losses that they face on this map is they had Super Sub weeded in and said Sato wasn't incorporated into the roster yet. And it was a loss to TSM and Qbert Academy, the 9-13 and 11-13 respectively. So it's definitely one where they've had some tough pulls for Bind in the past, and that was not like their complete roster. So I definitely am taking that percentage with a grain of salt. Looking on the opposing end for Shopify Rebellion Black, this is going to be a 100% win pool, but this is also then, Dan, looking at a match all the way from round 2 over a month and a half ago up against Core. Even if it was a strong showing then, like, how much can we really pull from this?
It was so long ago. Yes, it was a 13-3, but so what? The team is a completely different team to what we saw back then. Brock was still playing. He was playing Sky for them. And I just feel like we're going to be seeing something completely different. BCJ was on the get-go still. I feel like the changes are just bound to happen for both of the teams when it comes to the compositions of Bind. And that's why we said, like, this makes it even more exciting coming into this grand final because, yeah, you want to start really strong. You go into your best map picks. We don't win the map picks as we saw in that map of Fracture in Haven and the first one, or Fracture in Lotus. But as we go into this Bind, it's more mental games. It's a lot of work for the IGLs. It's a lot of work to make sure that you're adapting in time before it's too late, especially if you're for M80 and you want to see that map 5.
A little bit more work for us, too, to analyze the compositions coming up as our agent select is
Hey, did you say my name?
And yeah, with the fact we haven't seen this from the teams in a long time, surely anticipating some swaps. We got to see no Senti before on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. M80, they've been swapping things up a little bit. So now going into this, all right, Roy.
Yo, I did not. Okay, I expected a pivot in compositions, but an almost mirror matchup here on this 4th map in this grand finals. Best of 5 is crazy. The Tejo Breach coming out, no surprise. The composition has had so much value on other maps. I'm not surprised at all to see it come out, but obviously the main difference here being the different controllers. Spaz opting for the Astra, and then Brimstone opting for, or excuse me, M80 opting for the Brimmy. Of course, there are different strengths and weaknesses for both compositions, but I feel like the Astra is still very viable on this map, and I think this is going to be a really, really interesting 4th map here.
It could be a map 5, but it also could be a Shopify Rebellion Black taking this win at 3-1, and you need to keep your eyes on BCJ. He just did insane on the map of Haven with the Tejo. He's going to be on this Tejo once again now on Bind, and he's once again facing his old team. He's never lost against them before, and he's not trying to make it happen now.
These two teams facing up twice before, and M80 always comes out the loser, but now they have the opportunity to win out on Bind and try and take it to a map 5. We'll have to see if Shopify Rebellion Black can close this out in 3, or if M80 can take it all the way. It's time to finally head back over to your casters, Jen and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, M80 from one of their most banned maps to their map pick. What are they cooking? We haven't seen them in a while on this, but I'm here for it, Marks.
And once again, based on how M80 have been playing, they've done their homework. They've studied and they are ready to take the exam right now, because we've seen that they have really done a lot of thinking, a lot of strategizing, a lot of set playing, a lot of that stuff that was kind of just question marks, especially too with Sato joining the squad so late. It feels like it's all been tidied up. And the Nest did an excellent job at highlighting the fact that, you know, the last time we've seen M80 on Bind has quite a different number of things has changed. And so I'm excited to see what they have specifically in mind by picking this map. On the other side as well, though, Shopify Rebellion Black, I anticipate that they still have some set strategies. They've done preparation on this map, even though they have only played it once. And so it's going to be really interesting to see this one playing out, because there are two very similar squads at this point going up against each other, as already Paint spots out that sound trap and is just going to be ready to jump on this B site at a moment's notice.
And M80 already were aggressive, just the double walk down on A, but we'll see how they can stand tall and sturdy on the B site as Bao. It's going to be wrapping around through elbow. Smoked off as B-Dog. Boombot will detect someone near for SRB as they just hold down. They could be subject to B-Dog, who has a flash, and Bao has created a threat, and Pancakes extends past. Paint has 3, and man, the coordination from SRB is beautiful to just get a little bit aggressive outside of the site, and it's B-Dog. 1 versus 3 with damage done. SRB
Let's go.
13-0,
13-0, 13-0.
It's going to be someone who we want to keep our eyes on, especially in this map. Now onto the deadlock. Usually you bring that deadlock into that composition to play for more of these trap plays. We highlighted quite often before how Breach is great because you stun people up, and then just like that, the salvos can go boom and it's all great. But at the same time, the Gravnet, the spacing that you can kind of afford with a deadlock will just make that stuff a little bit more effective. And so I'm imagining a good amount of good quality combo utility is going to be coming through from both of these sides. And well, you know, let's just hit the skip next button. We're skipping the intro, just getting into the meat and potatoes, because those are 2 salvos that just ended all of M80 right off the bat.
Important to note with the patch that we have that Deadlock's Gravnet is on a signature, so it regenerates, allowing Deadlock to be so much more lethal on the offense. And SRB have been quite lethal already. Paint, he's been... Okay, I guess we get a replay of this. You win and lose as a team, and I guess blow up as a team as well, but SRB have hit the B site hard, and the sonic sensors and hookah haven't affected them yet, so SRB to creep slowly past the smoke to get to the orb. Teho drone and reveal someone close. SRB off the Gravnet. Pancakes can't confirm the kill, but BCJ will with the salvo. Smokes respawn there from M80. Keep SRB honest.
And once again, those are the types of trap plays that we're expecting. If the Gravnet lands its target and somebody finds out that someone's stuck in the whole net, then yeah, the salvos are just going to zoom, and kaboom. Very well executed there. Sato had no chance of survival. Of course, Pancakes getting taken down in the midst of all that was not exactly how Shopify Rebellion planned for that one to go, but regardless, just an excellent understanding of how to use that utility as now the flood through comes in onto the safe site.
Numbers equal, better weapons on the defense. They know Showers is coming. The Molly not there in time before Paint and Spaz kick the door down. There's no one left from M80 on A except this fight from Hokianos with salvos. And okay, Spaz has really started lighting up the kill feed as the series has gone on. And SRB have built quite a streak for themselves too.
Oh yeah, now 3 in a row. And it did seem like at that point, M80, they were really determined at taking over Shower's control. We're really going to make this work. We're going to find some rifles, and it's going to be our time to shine. And unfortunately, while they were doing that, Shopify just completely walk in onto that B site, and none of the players from M80 are looking in the appropriate direction. So it's easy pickings for the team that had the less weaponry to get a nice, solid bonus checked off. M80 going aggressive this time, and Pancake's just holding a nasty angle to watch for it.
M80 did this on the pistol. They're trying their luck at it again. Didn't get any action last time because SRB were flooding into B like off the rip. So the barrier will delay things. Maybe wanting to capitalize on the boom bot so Paint stays in his place. The spike as well. There's a 3-man walker from M80 through Showers. And it may be up to B-Dog to delay things, and he does a decent job with the Sheriff, I gotta say. More to worry about. No flank for you. But who expects the second flank? Okeanos on his way. Spaz, as aware as he can be, holding it while the rest of SRB start to scale or even wait out the smoke. Okeanos loses to the Vandal. As it should be, as it is written. SRB on the 4 streak.
Yeah, no more shenanigans kind of going on here. Keep it nice and honest, Valorant. And I want to point people's attention to the lineup that we're seeing from M80. Of note, we're seeing a little bit of a swap around as to who some of these agents are being played by. Keep in mind, B-Dog before has been on the controller, and Bao has been the one playing the Sentinel, while Caillou is the one who's playing that Initiator. But given how frag forward thinking Deadlock really subscribes to, we're now seeing Caillou being onto that Deadlock Sentinel role, while Bao is responsible for the smokes. One thing that we highlighted about Bao was being so effective at getting those flanks online, lurking around, finding excellent timings, you know, threading the needle through all of these little gaps to make sure to find a couple of kills or anchoring sites down. But I have to question how much of that is going to translate forwards here, as Bao now has to be a little bit more active with how the sky smokes work on the Brimstone. B-Dog as well, swapping over to more of that Initiator role, can't really be that like lurker in the funny spots anymore. Has to just kind of play together with Sato, set up Sato for a lot of that synergy. And these are some of those question marks that I have, whether or not that practice is put together in order to enable the maximum potential of this composition.
I think this is a comfort map for Caillou. He was like the whole reason they won against Trust and Plug, like dropping 30 kills, but just gets rolled over. He's really good at delaying into hookah, but they needed to see some adjustments. Really smart decision making on when that barrier comes up, and it's to keep SRB separated. And Paint drops so low, and maybe he wanted to go for a showstopper play, and as soon as he just tries to peek, no util, can't do much. But this was just to really sell the fake. M80 have reinforced 3 now on the B because of Sato's, or Paint's presence, I should say. Meanwhile, the real hit is at A. And the smokes are what's delayed. SRB, Paint. Oh, the showstopper doesn't connect. It was a little too short. And Bao can thank the green boxes for it. The salvo's too suppressed. And man, Bao's gonna need some help. There's the op at the back.
Oh my gosh.
As much as they can. SRB have no breach util left. Sonic sensors.
Bro could not see.
In the post play, but I don't think M80 are gonna let them have a chance to breathe. Holy cow.
Talk about discombobulation from Shopify Rebellion. They had all the positioning that they need. They found the kills necessary and were set up at the right areas. But a couple of weird flashes, a couple of stepping into inconvenient areas, and suddenly Sato gets maximum value off of that operator. And still Caillou is alive in order to find that final kill. It works out perfectly for M80 here. And yeah, we see actually Paint, I think the shoes got clipped there through the wall, so still alive with 30 HP. Got the zoom in just to reinforce that fact. But unfortunately not able to find as much value this time around. Paint kind of got shut down with the showstopper finding minimal value as well. So M80, a very good round to be able to take away. And now I want to see that momentum just carry forwards because Bao one away from the orbital strike. Sato has that showstopper online. They've got tools to make sure that they can deny Shopify Rebellion on the entry.
Yeah, M80 have stacked the B site way more in a more conservative approach to their deadlock, having the sonic sensors on, the grab net in. M80 looks to capitalize on the setup from Caillou, and they just walk into the trap. They walk into pain. And it's SRB still with the spike in hand. Losing maybe, yeah, their main entry player. Still very happy with that exchange. Still an op, though, that SRB have to worry about. Now they've really dialed things back, trying to sell this fake like they have left B.
Allowing Spaz 2 to get into position here. A Cosmic Divide still available for Shopify Rebellion. Especially too if they want to reinforce this defense. Make sure this is a round win. That could be an excellent tool as Pancakes could go fishing after those couple of kills there. Reel someone in with the Annihilation. This could still work out well for Shopify Rebellion.
And this Annihilation looking for a target. It's all smoked off. You're just gonna have to go in blind. And it captured a target. And B-Dog is just going for a vault line and will flank from the off angle. And SRB will confirm the kill with the Annihilation. Almost the ace for Pancakes. Sato won't give it to him. Keeps the op.
Wow. Pancakes just coming alive on that last one. Finds a couple of people, the Annihilation as well, just for good measure, and just walks around the site completely uncontested. Shuts down any pressure that M80 wanted on that retake. And so Sato left alone on an island. All those tools I talked about, not even getting a chance really for M80 to really utilize a lot of them. And so just to keep the big sniper rifle into the next round, its presence was hidden, I believe. I don't think that Sato really got a single shot off. And so this is still something that could catch Shopify Rebellion off guard in this next round, because we know how effective Sato is when that giant sniper is in his hands.
Just kind of want to see a replay of the Annihilation, because I swear there was a second player, and like, could they have not have broken that player out? And we shifted towards the breach, which was, yeah, Sato's there, but it's smoked, and maybe he didn't want to reveal the op, and I don't know. That's a tough decision to make. And M80 post timeout, they made a dent.
All right.
But SRB are back on their high horse.
Oh, Jesus.
Once again, keep in mind, this is for the win here. If Shopify are able to just walk away with all of these rounds for free, then it's going to be a lot easier for them to be able to clear out this series. Sato gets spotted out here and fragged up.
Oh, Paint! Goodbye, Sato. Cosmic Divide. This could hurt SRB in the end. You prevent the shots from going in, but you don't hear what's on the other side. Paint will go in deaf and blind as the Armageddon from Okeanos makes the space. Paint finds the timing to go 1-for-1 and the barrier to stop the entry. So if M80 push past that Cosmic Divide, he won't be able to go any further as B-Dog Aftershock forces movement.
Oh my God, this shit's over. Thank God. Thank God.
The absolute GOAT, and even the Annihilation conversion in the previous round. This has really propelled to a more successful SRB B offense more than ever.
Yeah, amazing utility combination there. I mean, we'll talk about playing off of each other to a T. The Annihilation, first of all, okay, we got to start with Paint being locked on the other side of the barrier. It's going to be there.
Bro, is my headset tweaking or is that them?
The Cosmic Divide up, they're like, okay,
do you guys hear that?
As soon as we walk through to here, we're going to be completely cut off, and then they're just going to be able to gun us down. But then Paint is the one who goes through and finds a little bit of a timing after spotting the gun barrel there. Does get immediately punished, but then the Armageddon comes through. Pancakes throws down the grab net and then gets the spray through. Tejo is excellent at forcing people to reposition themselves.
Okay.
And that is just amazing, just combination of utility for an absolute wombo combo coming in from Shopify Rebellion on that last round.
I mean, you need to stem the bleeding. It won't be this round unless another weird thrifty happens. This is getting so out of hand. And B-Dog, oh, he's cooking. Bao and B-Dog, the double Bs. And Caillou, well, no longer Caillou. Rolling Thunder now hits, and who's gonna follow up with that? You just run into the crossbar of someone sitting in a corner. Monty makes it look so free. Now he has to take the teleport and not synced up with the team, but will be so shortly as the spike heads to A.
Just an amazing trap getting set up there from Shopify Rebellion. They know that they're going to just hyper focus onto paint, so they prepare an excellent protocol to counter.
Sato can just hold it down and U-Haul. Be patient, be annoying. If anyone pushes this, you're pretty much guaranteed a kill with the Bucky. Could even take the rifle, but that's actually an outlaw. Maybe not what you want. Go back to the Bucky. Oh, it's too late. That's not what you wanted.
Much like the spike in a post plant, you just kind of get stuck there and then everything's exploding around you. So not really able to do too much there at the very end. Sato will be getting the operator yet again, but I am just so impressed right now by Shopify Rebellion. Everything feels nice and well mechanized in order to play off of each other. A lot of just utility good combinations, a lot of just playing off of misinformation being set up by the different teammates. It feels like they're just having fun right now, and that is the type of mindset you want to be in, especially too in a grand finals, right? And they could be poised to win it all. It's 7-1 against M80. And we do have a little bit of a tech pause here, but Shopify
Of course we do. Why the fuck else would we not?
Why something face after you?
Oh yeah.
Hate to tell you now.
Hey, cut that out. You're having too much fun.
Well, this is the opposite of fun for M80 because
bro, this is fucking stupid. This is so fucking dumb.
They face. This is now.
This shit should
tough.
be
If they don't win
over
this
by
rifle
now.
round, speaking of
It
M80,
started at 4.
I feel really bad about my pred. I'm loyal. I'm not like Roy where I'm flip-flopping.
How in the fuck is this shit still going?
Right now. This is insane.
I thought we agreed that Roy doesn't get a vote. Wasn't that what we decided upon?
My God.
Oh yeah. I told Prod not to let him do that.
That's good. That's good.
All right, I'm gonna putt.
Like once again,
I'm gonna putt. What a way to end our split, huh?
This momentum, it's just gonna look even better for them.
What a way to end our split, huh?
Are a more stronger attacking side team. This looks extremely well coordinated.
What a way to end our
M80,
split.
like, I don't know. This is the first time that we're seeing this squad play this map, and it feels.
Dude, I swear to God, if you touch these golf balls, bro.
I talked about how M80.
These are not
They
toys.
previously have done their homework. We've seen a lot of counter-stratting against Shopify Rebellion, but I guess at the same time, how do you counter-strat something that Shopify has only played once? You don't fully know what's in the depths of their playbook, and Shopify, well, clearly they've done their preparation in order to make sure this is an easy map just in case it gets pulled out.
Oh, a very different B site.
Like seriously, get your shit together. Yeah, I know, bro. This is nuts.
Sato, op down B long, Boombot.
One more putt here
To help.
for the Masters.
Vision 2. Get some info.
Yes.
Very quiet, scaled back SRB. We've done this in the past. Gives them time to coordinate. Paint shell or paint. Paint shell, sure, but it's the showstopper I'm curious about. Hearing this op this close, quick reaction from SRB to run after that op, and Okeanos supports, keeps the op in hand from Sato while SRB had used the Rolling Thunder to get in, but they haven't benefited, and they haven't even gotten into the site. SRB may just want to ditch this and head elsewhere with how much attention they got.
And honestly, just excellent respect being played to Sato. They know that operator's there, and they're so scared to peek it, and this is what M80 need to win this round.
Sato fall line plays as safe as he can, and the annihilation. I don't think grabbed anyone, but SRB doesn't matter. They're claiming bodies, claiming lives. 10 seconds left though to plant, and it's Monsi. Has no support in this scenario. Oh, and he just got spotted on the cross. Tough one, but M80, I said, needed desperately this round, but where the credits are, they have an op and a phantom. What's their pie gonna look like?
It's gonna be a little bit tight here. I mean, Thankfully, they
Pause.
are mostly able to buy everything up. We are seeing Caillou come in with that judge, but that last round was just a good demonstration of just playing your life. Staying alive creates a lot of pressure and headache for Shopify Rebellion. I mean, you see them just kind of dropping in from window, trying to find an angle, knowing that the operator is on the other side. So they were really waiting just to make sure those cooldowns come back online, and yet still were not able to walk away with the round. Shopify Rebellion now looking at exploring hookah a little bit more, but I imagine we're going to see a bit more of a subdued play like last time until they get information or until
Please
they're
be the
able
final
to find
map.
a pick on one of these sides of the map.
I pray to God that this shit's over, bro. This is it's just ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Like how long this has taken.
A lot of value.
Like
Solid
this is
buckets to
nuts.
But SRB can just try to overwhelm that with util. That's the grab net. It's good information, even if you can't capitalize. The salvos and the paint shells, and Caillou still gets away with a kill. SRB are missing their duelists.
At least SRB is just cleaning shit up, you know. So
through the smoke works. This B-Dog is a flash, and Sato on his way with the off. Still having both initiators. It's going to be pretty important with salvos that did just regenerate there from Okeanos. It's the annihilation yet again. How many of these has Pancakes got? He's so rich. Needs a target. Maybe just throw it down into heaven. And it does claim one. It will be traded and it's spam down. BCJ will confirm now on the B-Dog. 3 versus 2 in the post play.
Since T-Dog lost.
Running out of time. Sato and Okeanos ditch the
are you a T-Dog fan?
Start to progress. Take space.
Big T-Dog fan?
Okeanos needs to buy time, and there's no defuse that's safe enough for Sato. And SRB deny a big comeback from M80.
And just good, really resilience coming in from Shopify Rebellion there, and discipline, most importantly. The fact that they like wait things out. Okay, we can get ahead on this one. Let's let them flood into us because we've got so much utility and that annihilation as well to make their lives so much
Yeah,
more
Envy's
painful.
gone.
The barrier
All
comes
the
up
big
right in front of
numbers
them. They gotta
teams are
spray that
gone.
one down. Okay, we want to coordinate that with someone dropping in from heaven. Hey,
If
that
Keeper was
person
in the
who's gonna be
final, this
dropping
shit
in
would
from
have
heaven
like
immediately just
50,000
caught into the
viewers,
fishnet.
you know.
It's
But
so well executed by Shopify, not really giving up an opportunity for M80 to worm their way in at all. So just excellent job from Shopify Rebellion as already Paint finds 2 kills despite the firing squad that is behind him.
It's such a death of strategy from SRB.
yeah, to be honest, this has been kind of insufferable to watch, and I have been like talking a lot of shit, but this shit is like crazy.
The shotguns go crazy on this map. I was so serious. Equalization almost. Giving them a chance. M80 on the save, on the eco, but it's SRB that will still finish off at the end of the day. And they get up to almost the end of the series, Marks.
Yeah, if they like really spruced up their schedule, made it like an easy path for them to get to the final. Really spruced it up.
Oh no, are we having one of those moments? But thankfully, like in the panic, in the scuffle, there's more than enough people here from Shopify Rebellion to make sure that they are punishing it. If there were only 2 there, this could have turned around. B-Dog might have been able to do something extremely cheeky there.
You don't like the casters either.
With that,
I get it.
Shopify Rebellion now on
I don't
9.
either. I wish I had my. I'm gonna complain about just getting like my own feed from the TO, and just being like, hey, can I just have a feed and just make it delayed for me so I can just talk to my chat and cast it myself,
pushing mid,
so it's not as muddy for people to listen to, hear me talk while these people talk.
What Paint did to them in showers last round have kept their eyes and their focus. 4 over on the A site for M80. Really gambling that that's going to be the hit after how easy that seemed to be for SRB.
Was he just tired, Hammy?
It's tough. SRB could still do a lot of damage at close range.
I'm okay, Seared. I'm alright.
I have to question the use of the Armageddon there. I think if it went in the other direction, you would have forced them to push forward, and then we could have seen M80 find a couple of kills. The fact that it went the other way, it forced all the players to leave, and so Sato finds no value, but that's okay. Dry Operator Peak will do just fine.
Yeah. Sato in heaven. Now drops down. Gets. What is he doing? 4? If M80 wins this, it's because Sato wills it. Incredible. With the ace potential, finished off by Okeanos. M80 head into the second half down 3-9 with a mountain to have to climb up to.
That was the Satoist round of all time. With an operator in hand, somehow is able to find enough, gets the showstopper online, flying through the air, finds somebody else. Sato, unreal. It's honestly, that might have just been the shot of injection left back in. And oh, okay, it was actually a misplay there. Paint dropped the operator, and so Sato was the one who picked that one up. And that kind of led to this entire downfall. That kind of sucks if you are Shopify Rebellion there. But it's okay because they've got more than enough rounds, so they've got enough comfort room. But I still have to question whether or not M80 are going to be able to pull together a bit of a comeback. It all starts here on this pistol round. They need to secure this one if they want to start to climb their way back into this match.
SRB have won the last 3 pistols, and then Sato, the timing of running into those salvos. Oh, that's so pain for M80. And it's not getting any easier. It's not getting any better. SRB find the timing of peaking as a team through showers. M80 are stuck. Plenty of time to play the head games, but not enough friends. Put the pieces down. Bao, though, hasn't given up. So up to SRB going back to the game plan. Hold U-Haul. Pancakes has the cutoff. Decides to play it safe. Information for SRB. So Okeanos has the salvos to push them back. He lines up the shot and strikes down 2. Okeanos.
Chat, they have to win this pistol, bro. Are you kidding me?
To flip these rounds
Spam
on
it!
their head. Spaz. Now a 1v2, what looked winnable when SRB were
No!
Okeanos gets 3 to give M80
Fuck!
the pistol.
Wow. Wow.
I just told my dad this shit is almost over.
Almost no
It's like I fucked myself.
Shopify Rebellion Black 4 on that pistol round. The use of utility to isolate your targets, immediately take them out, where you don't even have to look at them. It was so well executed. And yet somehow Okeanos just kind of walks in, taking these dry peeks, finds all the heads necessary. And Spaz had an opportunity here, and it came down to just putting the gun barrel in the other person's head. But still, M80 walk away with it. Okeanos keeping them alive in this one as the pistol goes their way.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. If this shit like goes into like deep into like the second half of the KU game's already started. So if this goes like on for like 20 more minutes, bro, I'm gonna fucking just end the stream. Shit's.
M80 though, they're hunting as well, but
I just did not think this was gonna take this fucking long.
Information there. Remember, this is
I thought it'd be like 4 hours max. For one match.
Have an impact on so they can carry through as much as they can.
It's gonna go probably 6 hours.
Okeanos, and there's a net that catches M80, and Hookah concusses salvos M80. Ooh! Sato would corner.
Oh, I know. Trust me, guys. You guys can just chill with me until I give up.
There's the flood in though from M80, a plant, good coverage, barrier at the door. SRB ready to flood together with B-Dog.
My dad's like, hey, I'm in Discord. Just join whenever.
M80 playing out of sight, out of mind. Off contact. SRB is suppressing fire. Not making much moves. Maybe waiting for Spaz to come on the flank there from Hookah as B-Dog has to use the flash to keep Spaz suppressed. SRB, less util for them to face. As the paint shells, the grab net, SRB come out of their angles. BCJ with the salvos that get Caillou. The flood back in from SRB, but Sato is different. The duelist that can duel. But it's not over yet, but the spike is ticking down, so it kind of is over. But getting your weapons, getting out. Solid for SRB, or for M80, I should say.
Yeah,
Is your dad ready to run some Ignis? No, we're going to watch college basketball together. For March Madness. Your dad uses Discord? Yeah, he does. His name in my Discord is literally Nick's dad.
M80 want to play into this next one. importantly, it doesn't look like they will be buying up the rifles to stay alive. Yeah, Sato just kind of dodging all of the obstacles on the ground, somehow winds up a double kill to get closer to having that showstopper online.
He really only
This
plays one
is
video
still a
game though.
eco
He doesn't.
coming
He
through,
plays
and they're
PGA,
gonna try and fight for this bonus.
PGA,
Shopify Rebellion, on the other
2K25,
hand, they're gonna have the rifles.
2K23.
I've been very impressed by the protocols of
We'll play that
utility
together.
that they've been executing.
Since we can't play golf together in
For
person, he
MED
lives
or
in
second
Kansas
half
and I live in
Henrys.
Florida.
Just watch. I'm having so much cope
Please,
right now, but I
SRB.
don't know. The salvos
Please,
are
SRB.
peppering down M80.
You're on defense. I'm behind.
They're very much stuck. An aftershock that silences SRB for the moment.
I don't know. They just need to nerf Teo.
With sheriffs that need the right lineups. And maybe won't get second chances.
This Prosperity team
There's
have
a
like 8
gunfight.
members in the VCL
The
Discord.
Phantoms that await them on the other side.
Who the fuck is that?
Nice and slow right now, and honestly,
is
that's an
that?
excellent disengagement coming in from M80. They force
Oh,
out
they
a
must
lot
have
of
won in
utility
Premiere.
and draw a lot of the players from Shopify Rebellion.
They
over
must
to
have won in
reinforce that
Premiere or
beach site.
something.
Paint though might have an excellent timing if M80 decide to go towards A, and it actually looks like they might be peeling off back towards B.
So M80 having to re-clear this is very painful. But knowing that SRB
Bro.
could be anywhere.
Are you
and
fucking
everywhere all at
kidding me?
once. How did Bao know? How?
Are you fucking
M80,
kidding me?
The wrinkles to their brain are insane, but the salvo timing. The concuss says M80 walk in. They're tossed up and fed to Monty for dinner. And this was already a round that M80 didn't have a good buy going into, and they're just picking up rifles and hoping for the
5
best.
team, 1 sub,
They
and
really needed to build
coach
up a
is
Nico and
7.
build up a streak to catch up
8
to
members?
SRB.
I don't know. We have
Gonna be tough.
our
We
5
do see a
team.
lot of utility
Our
coming
sub
through.
was our
Looking at Monty,
coach,
BCJ will have the
I
salvos
think.
back online. So there are tools to work on.
And we have me, you,
One
Emmy,
molly was
Hammy.
used already,
So I think
not
we have
available
8.
for the post plant. A lot still available for SRB. The spike getting touched. BCJ with the backup, surging forward for the finish is Spaz. And SRB not letting any momentum
good lord.
build for the M80 side. 3 away from being your challengers champions.
It's getting closer and closer right now for Shopify Rebellion, and it feels like they're not even under that much pressure anymore. Everything seems to be hum-hawing along, and they feel nice and confident. BCJ now 1 orb away from getting another
I don't know who
Armageddon
any of those
on
Premier teams are.
line.
Probably a
If
Premier
we see
West Coast
round
team.
4 Armageddon, that is going to be crazy.
And they're going to
but
probably play
obviously the
Hakiki,
weapon differential really
SR
hurt them in
Gold,
that last
and
round.
who's and
Let's see
Burger
what they can
Boys.
scrape together. Okeanos just 2 away from having that Armageddon.
I don't know
online.
who went to
Kaiju as well,
relegation.
just 1 away from having the annihilation, especially to
Hakiki, SR Gold, and then
annihilation
that it?
is an amazing ultimate if you can just take somebody out before they can even react.
This is a must-win for M80. For where their economy is, how much they've invested, buying down to 0 even at times.
Sound sensor up.
Not where that wanted to be. There we go. It's a hookah exchange off contact.
Oh my
Kaiju with the slip away.
fucking god, bro.
Puts BCJ to bed. Annihilation earned, and the ping captures the target. No response from SRB, but a flank from Paint will at least get revenge for his teammate before Bao steps up. And it's a scrap that favors M80, because they still have some fight left in them.
Yeah, it's not done yet, and Oki2 will now have Annihilation, or sorry, the Armageddon online. Kaiju finding that grab is so
I don't think any of the Premier
good.
teams are going to beat
You
the
see
relegation
defenders were
teams.
starting to
Maybe
go through,
Hakiki, that's it.
Paint trying to come in and reinforce it, but really
Out of
just the
bounds.
Annihilation forces Shopify Rebellion's hand. They have to do something, otherwise they're just giving up that site for free. And in the midst of all of that chaos, M80 cool and collected just shoot them down.
Yeah, I
one
don't
by
think
one.
they lose.
So an excellent
I
little play
genuinely
coming
don't.
out from M80 to make sure that just off of a single ultimate, they can secure that round and stay alive in this.
And for where M80's credits were at, being able to keep all of these weapons is so fantastic for them, but a lot of rounds that they have to still put together.
Do you think SRG will like?
With SRB that can't.
Can they have
tip over
like
their
since like you
laces?
can make
Not yet.
changes Like in theory,
just
couldn't
been a back
SRG
and
like go
forth affair
co-ed
with
if they want to make
neither
changes
team
for
really able
challengers,
to
like
build
like
a win
specifically?
streak, a
Like in
solid
theory,
one
they could
in
do
the
that. They
second
could
half.
have like
Paint shells and Armageddons.
other people
Paint
play
shells
on their
are
team, right? They don't
showstopper
have to stay with that 5 for the
Armageddons.
DCL.
Yep.
I don't
You
think.
gotta be really smart. You don't want to be too antsy with those Armageddons, as he pointed out in the past.
Yeah, it's once again like a lot of the Tejo stuff is to force people out of positions, force people to either run towards you or split the team up. That is where the Armageddon finds maximum value. Obviously, getting kills is fantastic.
Honestly,
too,
do not think
but
they're
you
a
just wanna be
serious
little
team
bit
that
more
is
tactical
200%
about
to.
this. Sort of holding a very forward angle here, but Monsi and Paint are just kind of
Yeah, I think Floor was.
let it rip and
Does that
try
mean
and
to say
catch
like
somebody off guard.
Floor was
Not
that
able to
team?
do so here. So M80, they still cut all noise and keep mysterious as ever.
No immediate reaction from SRB to be aggressive off the orb tap, or no boom bot, no showstopper pop out. At least SRB can stay put. Crossfire between Paint and Spaz. Jump peek. Oh, but the suppression did hit that player in U-Haul. Armageddon at the backside. M80 funnel right into the barrel of Paint. And SRB with the lesser weapons, but not the lesser team. Scrap and fight through the close range battle. And M80 lose all of their weapons. And probably this round, 1v4 for Okeanos.
30 seconds
Probably has the
left.
highest clutch percentage, but I don't know when he's by himself. Spike down 2. Not an easy feat. Starts with 1. Gets the attention. Oh, spotted the coat on Heaven. Thinks he has a second to check another angle. But man, Okeanos was surrounded from the get-go. SRB 11.
Wow, unreal play there coming through from Shopify Rebellion. Just
2 more.
Really
Then I'm
holding
gone.
things so close in the
2
slow
more, then
start.
I'm gone.
M80, they use the Armageddon. They decide to flood in, but they haven't cleared everything out.
Of course, we're calling timeout.
In order to make sure that it's going to be safe for them to go through. And Paint is rewarded immaculately for just standing their ground, and they just run right into a hail of bullets. M80 not able to walk away out of that one. Shopify Rebellion, they look closer and closer to claiming victory here in the grand finals, especially with how the economy is going. Things aren't looking too great for M80, and so they are going to be taking their second tactical timeout to try and regroup themselves and start to string together some rounds here, because the mental does not feel very well. It feels a little bit boomed right now on that squad.
M80
So
clutches.
taking a breather, relaxing,
I
trying to
fucking
figure out
hope not.
what the protocols are for some of the stuff that Shopify are doing is what's going to help make sure that they keep into this. They're getting scrappy right now, and what we need to see them do is be more coordinated.
Why not? Because I just want this
had an
series to be
incredible
over.
Showing
Personally.
Stage. They're on a 6-match win streak.
Because
which includes
it's
the
taken
last 2
5
rounds of
hours
the Swiss
to not
stage.
even play 4 maps.
I don't think a lot of people expected
That's
just
why.
how deep into this bracket that they would get for them to beat
This shit should have
all the
been
teams that
over
they
30
did,
minutes
and
ago.
possibly
There's just been tech pause, tech pause, timeout, timeout, tech pause, hour tech pause, timeout, timeout. It's like, fuck.
BCJ's jump peak. The salvos almost caught Sato again. That's not the first time that SRB have done that. And M80 can't
Fucking
really
M80,
get
man.
the space. They can get the kills though, but this costed most of Sato's life. Drone didn't get the suppression. As SRB stabilized, now down a person.
Importantly, Sato stays alive throughout all that, still has the showstopper available. And so honestly, it's just Paint that unfortunately ends up on the shorter end of the stick. Uses the showstopper as well. Gets absolutely no value out of that initial scrim that happens so often outside of B long. And now, M80 look and set their sights onto this A site. Still a lot of traps being set up here off of the plays. A lot of opportunities for some of these stuns to come through, which might make things a lot more difficult for M80 to properly go in. And Pancakes is going to be so aware of what's going on now.
Sato needs to be quick.
Yeah, you're dead, buddy.
Accurate.
Yep, good
The
night.
showstopper,
Good
but
night!
Really, M80 just flood on in and are not going to take the risk. And then Bao could have the orbital strike very soon, but it's the Armageddon from BCJ, the showstopper from the attack. 10 seconds left and the plant hasn't happened yet. SRB are on top of them like butter on toast. And they bought M80 by themselves some time. It's Spaz that can
Oh! Yeah! Oh, yeah! Oh, my God!
Play coming through from Spaz. Yeah, Spaz, take a moment there. I imagine
Big man blast, 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 big man blast.
And it feels so buttery smooth. An amazing little play there from Spaz to get them now to match point.
Yes!
80.
Yes!
So well done. They got in. They made sure that they were able to get the spike down. Shopify doing a good job at keeping them at bay, and yet still Spaz comes.
Did he only have one bullet?
Despite all odds. That's a little bit of a heartbreaker, but you got to keep your head in the game right now. Shopify 1 round away from winning our grand finals.
Such a good clutch.
Post it on TikTok. Post it on TikTok.
Oh, that op scary. The orbital strike from Bao gets it. Paint down. No op. 2 left on the site for SRB. Cosmic Divide.
1v4, yeah, post that on TikTok.
Rolling Thunder Zone is on the other side of the map.
It's not mine to post at all.
To help.
I'd get fucking flamed for that.
Okeanos has to not deny that. The Annihilation doesn't grab. Oh, it did grab someone from SRB. M80 will have numbers. And the salvos will protect them during the plant. But there is the double flank. And Okeanos could be a victim. But now he's with the rest of the team as they hold down for potentially a final time on the round. Now the flank discovered. Monty there. Rolling Thunder 2 versus 3. This is possible for Shopify Rebellion Black. He may not even need the ult. And the Rolling Thunder teammate gets out of the way. And M80 should too. Not with Sato still on the field. And it's Spaz that won't be able to clutch this time. M80. Ooh, gotta stay on their toes.
Oh, they really
Hurry up!
And you know what? That's an excellent round from M80. They're able to get so much of these ultimates out of the way. We see Monty just let it rip. They think that they've got an opportunity for that Rolling Thunder. And Sato able to clutch up the round, reinvigorating M80, making sure that they're not out of this one just quite yet. And the economy too, Shopify Rebellion was not looking super pretty on that last round. This next one, they should have a little bit of a better time, but still just an excellent job at pulling those tools out of Shopify Rebellion's pockets. Yeah, it's just a save coming through, but they are running it down.
Get a rifle from that too.
Watch them win the fucking match on this round with classics.
They'll continue flanking. And M80, well, they'll gamble that there's no one on this site. And they have it free to go. Sonic sensor to try and catch this flank with the barrier at the back site. M80 have their ducks in a row. And it's time to play Duck Hunt. It's Shopify Rebellion Black with their Annihilation. How much do they want to invest? How much do they want to play the long game? The Sato, or sorry, that's supposed to be Sato's up, but it's B-Dog that holds it.
B-Dog doing an excellent job at sniping as well.
Yeah, he's A-Dog. Running into John Wick out here, counter fault lines. The op doesn't get a second. SRB, gotta be careful how they approach. You never know when that op's gonna peek you, and at this point, you just go down with the spike, and Spaz is gonna teleport to keep the Vandal. And this game's going the distance.
It really is, and at this point too,
this game's going the
4
distance.
Rounds away. We're getting ourselves into an overtime scenario. B-Dog with the operator that time around. So we talked about Sato being one, but if you watch some of the previous matches that M80 has, B-Dog is not afraid to bring that out as well. Usually playing the Yeoman to go into these fun little angles with that operator. But of course on the Breach, just playing more standard stuff, can land those shots when necessary. M80, they need to get this steamroll going. They're going up against an Annihilation and a Cosmic Divide from Shopify Rebellion. But already it's going to be that early utility trap to at least stun out BCJ. But thankfully the rest of the team there is just there to make sure that nothing strange can happen.
A good counter fire from Spaz. Gonna put the fear in him. Matey at B-Dog with the Rolling Thunder. Ready at Showers. His paint will call the push. maybe set himself up to be in heaven, to have a better sight line and safer position to be at, but overall it's just going to help support the site. Barrier, though, is in showers preemptively from Pancake, so if this Rolling Thunder comes out, yeah, they got to deal with that first. Now the plan has to be executed. The fault line kind of delays things, and there's Sato immediately on the execute. Response from Pancakes. Annihilation at 2 HP. You're going down with me. Rolling Thunder on the offense. M80 bulldoze their way in. The smokes obscure their vision and their path to victory. And it's equal numbers, but not equal health. SRB have their backs against the wall, but it's a teleport play. It's a fake. Left. And all rise on Spaz. And if he can halt this, Bao still sells the fake. It's still up to Spaz. Can't get a single one. But Motzi was quick on the rotate. The sonic sensor, if he runs out, will be tough. But the flash is the edge for Motzi. And the blade emerge is barely missing. The op shot from M80. And it still hits at the end of the day. B-Dog is on one. Okeanos on the flank. Motzi is about to get pinched. And okay, the flashy plays with the shotgun ain't gonna be it. Salvo on the post plant is still important. Motzi 6 HP, but he still has an incredible shot. Defuse not even halfway. M80 have now gotten a 3 streak. Hold on, folks.
It's happening. It's potentially happening here. I don't want to say anything just quite yet, but M80 are starting to be cooking a little bit. And Shopify Rebellion, this time around, they're not really going to have the proper weaponry to deal with a lot of this. You can still see that a lot of these trap plays are starting to come through, but it feels like these weird, strange moments of opportunity arise for M80, where when there's so much chaos going on, they just worm their way around some of those smokes.
What the fuck, man? Really, 12-10?
Pivotal kills onto the members.
If they lose that round, it's overtime.
Early fault line as Pink goes exploring.
We got overtime.
SRB win this off a thrifty. I'll go ball. God. And
like, dude, come on, man!
I don't think we will. With just catch on the salvos, M80 gathering orbs. There's a flank too forming on the left side of the map there from BCJ. Could take the rifle from Bao if he's not careful, but the M80 train is coming. And BCJ can't land the one shot he needed. No second chances on the Sheriff at times, but calling out the rotate, the pivot is pretty important. With a 3 versus 5 retake could be painful. There's still the sonic sensors too from Pancakes. He's already in position to disrupt this plan, but he's gonna be suppressed from the Tejo drone. But with the barrier in place, another fake. Okay.
We're double faking on an eco! On an eco!
Time to run back around. Monsi in a fun angle here, but doesn't really have good weaponry to deal with this. A lot of damage on to Bao.
He wants to get as close as possible. And Okeanos, the eagle eye. M80 one step at a time, keeping every weapon, keeping their hopes and their cope up to build up those ults they need to close the gap. At one point, M80 were down 2-9. And SRB just need one round. M80 still have another map to go if they pull this out. It's a flawless one for M80 to put a smile on their face.
Oh yeah, I mean, they've got to be feeling good right now. The Comeback King title feels like it is very much earned by M80. So many of these final matches have we seen M80 just, look so down and out, looking like a little sad puppy in some of these rounds, and then suddenly, it just flops back around, and then they're able to chain together amazing Valorant play where they feel like they're always getting the jump on top of their opponents. And we're seeing one of those moments happen right here in front of us.
Wait, M80 still has 2.
Okeanos with the Armageddon. Sato has that showstopper, and Bao 2 away from getting...
Did M80 use both of them already?
Shopify Rebellion taking a nice needed time out. They need one more round, but M80 are making them work for every single kill in these rounds.
And Shopify Rebellion are using a timeout, and they still have a second one. This is their first one. That's just how much they're not breaking a sweat, and I think I would start sweating right now if I was SRB. I don't know. Valorant's all about fake comebacks though, but I wish I could get popcorn right now though, Marks. I'm stressed.
Yep. I mean, hey, you were the one right now who betted on M80. The only one, if I recall. So the rest of us were like, oh yeah, Shopify Rebellion, they should be chilling right now. And yet somehow M80 really making Shopify work for their meal. And coming off this timeout, let's see what Shopify Rebellion have talked about and discussed. Because right now, M80 feel like they're just on a steamroll.
Oh, just M80 keep walking into these salvo traps.
Uh-oh.
Thank God. Okay, now you win. The VCL split one is yours if you just don't fuck up. You got an op holding B short or A short.
Play traps. Those grav nets have gotten
that
so
line
much
is
value.
Secured. Nobody showers.
Superior utility usage and comboing coming out from Shopify.
Everybody's B long. Your stack
so
B.
With the squad.
Just fucking win.
The net too. Ooh, that was so.
Now they're gonna go to the op.
SRB. Quick pivot from M80 after B-Dog got sights on showers. The drone goes in, won't suppress, won't get much info. Fault line pressures paint, and with the op, it has to ring true. Showstopper play to put on a show for M80, and up close and personal with Spaz. Sato lives on. The smokes are covering heaven. SRB will have to await how this retake will go. No cosmic divide with Spaz being down early. M80 trying to pull.
This is OT,
together
bro.
a
I cannot
4v5
believe this.
Turnaround. Now the smokes are diminished, and it's a U-Haul op from B-Dog. And B-Dog and friends from M80 converging together.
Wow. Yes.
And it's
No.
an exchange as it's Monty
Yes.
and Pancakes doing the Lord's work. And it's up to Bao, who will not bow down at this moment with the Molly bind time on the spike. And it's over. Shopify Rebellion Black, your challengers champions.
Fantastic stuff coming.
Thank you, God.
From Shopify Rebellion.
All right.
It was looking.
I'll catch you later, chat. I love you. Hammy, I love you. Everybody that stayed here and watched, all 5 of you, thank you so much. Love you guys. Have a good night or morning. See ya.